Can you imagine? On what should be an eagerly awaited wedding night, the woman before me is thrown roughly onto the bed by her husband. She struggles to sit up. I've already gone through with the wedding as agreed. What are you doing? The man rips open the buttons on his shirt, devoid of any joy expected of a wedding night. What am I doing? Do you really not understand? He leans in close to her ear, his face grim. Or do you prefer it when I'm more forceful? The woman desperately resists his advances. But how could such a delicate woman be a match for the man before her? His eyes are like knives. Jingxiao, I told you this is the debt you owe. I will collect it from you bit by bit. Knowing her resistance is futile, the woman gives up struggling. Her eyes are vacant, her whole being as if its soul has been extracted. She allows the man before her to unleash his primal instincts. Biting her lip, the woman silently weeps. Yaya, I'm sorry. How did things become like this? It all began a month ago. Due to her own health issues, Jingxiao, unable to travel, called her good friend Yaya. She pleaded with Yaya, will you go? It's the best time to visit Barcelona. It's a place I've dreamed of going to since I was a child. Besides, if I can't go, Professor Lin will just find someone else. Might as well keep it in the family. You going in my place is the same as me going myself. Please. Yaya, on the other end of the phone, also love to travel. All right, but you must take care of yourself. At this point, Jingxiao was already writhing in abdominal pain, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Still, she didn't forget to make arrangements for her friend. Don't worry, I've already called Zian. He's coming over. Hurry and pack your bags. Otherwise, you'll miss the cruise ship. However, Jingxiao never could have imagined what happened next. She saw the news on TV. The cruise ship Yaya boarded had sunk. The entire cruise ship had sunk. On the television, the announcer continued to report the details of the cruise ship accident. But Jingxiao could only see the announcer's mouth moving. She couldn't hear a thing. Jingxiao went to pay her last respects to her friend. But the moment Yaya's mother saw her, she completely broke down. She slapped Jingxiao hard across the face. Give me back my daughter. You killed her. Jingxiao remained silent, offering no rebuttal, no response, allowing Yaya's mother to vent her grief. A man appeared before her. You're Miss Jingxiao. Mr. Jin requests your presence. Only then did Jingxiao's mind regain the ability to think. Mr. Jin, she remembered he was Yaya's fiancé. Jingxiao was quickly brought before Jin Yenshin. An incredibly low pressure emanated from the man. He smoked a cigarette, his face expressionless. After a long while, he finally looked up at Jingxiao. You killed Yaya. Are you prepared to atone? Jingxiao looked at the man's gloomy eyes and couldn't help but shiver. This man before her, his icy gaze devoid of any emotion, stared at her. It was then that she realized she might have escaped the tsunami, but she had fallen into a much larger, darker abyss. This woman before him, because of a phone call to her best friend, never imagined she would pay for it with her own life. Filled with guilt, Jingxiao bowed deeply and sincerely apologized to Yaya's fiancé, Jin Yenshin. Mr. Jin, I am so sorry about your fiancé, Lin Anya. No matter how you want to vent, how you want to punish me, I will accept it. Jin Yenshin looked at the humble and fragile Jingxiao and let out a cold laugh. Is that so? He viciously threw a document at Jingxiao's head. Then sign this. When Jingxiao saw the contents of the document, she trembled all over. It was a marriage agreement devoid of any emotion, solely designed to trap her. I know you and your boyfriend, Lin Zian, have a strong relationship, but you killed Anya. So I want you to carry the burden of Anya's death, to live in pain every moment of every day, never to know happiness. Lost in her memories, Jingxiao's tears flowed freely. How had her life suddenly become like this? Jin Yenshin looked at the woman on the bed, who didn't even dare to cry out loud. Crying, how disgusting. Forget it, forcing you isn't worth it. He got up irritably and dressed. From now on, you will live here. Without my permission, you're not allowed to go anywhere, lest you embarrass me. Having left the house, Jin Yenshin toyed with the lighter in his hand. His thoughts drifted back to a few days prior. His friend Yi Lu's words still echoed in his ears. If you ask me what the best way to get revenge on a woman is, it's to destroy everything she has. Torment her. Let her cling to a hope that will never come. Let her live a life worse than death. But I'm curious. You clearly don't have any feelings for Lin Anya. It was just a verbal promise. Why take it so seriously? You even married her just for revenge. It seems a bit twisted. Jin Yenshin lowered his eyes. All these years, although I've always treated Anya as a younger sister, this was ultimately Grandma Lin's wish. Since I made the promise, I should keep it. Isn't that right? Yi Lu quickly agreed. Yes, Mr. Jin. You always keep your word. I, Yilu, can only admire you. But with my 20-plus years of experience in relationships, an older man like you could easily fall for a young girl like her. He clinked glasses with Jean Yenshin. Lolita with an uncle. I'll toast to that. Jean Yenshin scoffed dismissively. Unless I'm blind. Yilu continued chattering beside him. By the way, your younger brother is coming back soon, right? I remember that kid really liked Anya. His thoughts were interrupted by the click of the lighter. Thinking of that woman's tears, an inexplicable wave of irritation washed over him. Why am I feeling soft? She deserves this. The man, on his wedding night, abandoned his wife without a shred of pity, leaving Jingxiao alone in the empty room. Exhausted, Jingxiao drifted into a hazy dream. In the dream, just like in reality, she was trapped in a downpour, confined to a cage, deprived of her freedom. Suddenly, Xian appeared beside her like an angel. Jingxiao, don't be afraid. I'm here. Jingxiao grasped his hand excitedly. Xian, it's so good that you're here. I miss you so much. But before she could hold on tight, the gentle face before her suddenly transformed into Yaya's Jingning face. Are you thinking of me? Are you happy to be married to my fiancé? I wanted to pay back what you owe me. Jingxiao screamed in her dream. She bolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. As the scene before her came into focus, she tried to calm herself. Just a dream. Before she could fully recover, a knock came at the door. Young madam, are you awake? The young master called and asked you to pick up the second young master at the airport. Still dazed, Jingxiao got up and returned to her small room. She had just changed her clothes when her phone rang. It was her good friend, Chun Qian. As soon as she answered, the other end exploded. You, Jingxiao, getting married and not telling me. I found out from the newspaper. The newspaper? Yaya is gone, so I'm not your good friend anymore. What do you take me for? Listening to her friends ranting, Jingxiao finally felt a flicker of life return. All right, it's my fault. I'll make it up to you later, okay? But not today. I have to go to the airport to pick someone up. Hearing that Jingxiao was going to pick someone up, Chun Qian generously offered to lend her new car. Meanwhile, the flamboyant second young master Jean had just stepped out of the airport, eliciting squeals from a group of young female admirers. Oh my God, I'm in love. He's so handsome. Jean Yenshin's assistant called to tell him that someone had arrived to pick him up. He took off his stylish sunglasses, unable to contain his grin. My older brother actually sent someone to pick me up. I've been abroad for so long. He must miss me a lot. Maybe he'll even give me a lot of spending money. This is great. I feel like I can take on the world. He pulled his suitcase and walked out, looking around as he went. Let me see where my brother's car is. A pink car up ahead caught his attention. His curiosity piqued, he stopped to appraise it. People actually pick people up in this kind of car these days. I wonder who's so unlucky. Such a tacky, ugly car. Whoever rides in it is doomed. However, when he saw the sign Jingxiao was holding, Jean family's second young master, the now doomed, speechless young man wanted to cry. He felt utterly defeated. Jingxiao looked at the man before her with confusion. This must be Jean family's second young master, right? After all, he had a certain flair. Hesitantly, she stepped forward. Excuse me, are you from the Jean family? Before she could finish, the second young master Jean turned and glared at her. No, it's all my fault for being too charming. I've been discovered. He pulled his suitcase and turned to leave. I'm not. I don't know who the Jean family's second young master is. Jingxiao watched him walk away, feeling somewhat exasperated. She was certain that this arrogant man was indeed the Jean family's second young master. She called out to him and respectfully opened the car door. Let's go. My name is Jingxiao. Jean Yenshin asked me to pick you up. The second young master Jean looked at the pink car, the pink seats, and then at Jingxiao in her pink dress. He gritted his teeth. Just how much do you love pink? I'm a young master, you know. I have some self-respect, you know. Suddenly, the name Jingxiao echoed in his mind. He stormed forward and pointed at her condescendingly. You're that woman who killed Anya and then married my older brother. Jingxiao turned around indifferently, stung by his words, accepting all the malice from the man before her. I am Jingxiao. So what? I have nothing left to lose. Revenge. Punishment, I'll take it. So, second young master Jean, please get in the car. Second young master Jean scoffed, pointing at himself confidently. Even if I, Jean Shumo, die out here, even if I jump from here, I will not get in your car. I mean what I say. Perhaps even the heavens couldn't stand Jin Shimo's arrogance, as a torrential downpour started without hesitation. Jing Xiao watched him silently for a moment, no longer wanting to explain. She turned briskly and prepared to get in the car. Seeing that Jing Xiao really wasn't going to bother with him anymore, Jin Shimo started to panic. Forgetting his pride, he called out, "Hey, don't go. I think we can still talk this over." Jin Shimo condescendingly squeezed himself into the small car. Feeling awkward, he put on his glasses, attempting to maintain a cool facade. Jing Xiao remained silent, focusing on driving. Finally, Jin Shimo couldn't contain himself any longer. He took off his glasses and looked at Jing Xiao with a fake smile. "Miss Jing, is the gas pedal a relative of yours? Why are you so reluctant to step on it?" Jing Xiao, whose driving skills had been questioned, was a little annoyed. "I'm already driving fast. If you want to ride, be quiet. If you don't, get out now." He's good looking, she thought. It's just a pity he has a mouth. At this moment, Jin Shimo deeply understood the meaning of a tiger falling into a pit, bullied by a dog. He hugged himself miserably, his whole body aching. "If it weren't raining, and if I had money, you wouldn't have the honor of having me in your car." Jing Xiao couldn't stand the whiny and arrogant young master. "Well then, Your Honor, please maintain your composure and shut your mouth, okay?" The dignified second young master Jin rolled his eyes. He pointed at Jing Xiao. "How dare you speak to me like that?" The atmosphere between them was tense when a car behind them maliciously rammed into theirs. Both were caught off guard and slammed into the dashboard. Now the young master had something to vent his anger on. Jing Xiao rubbed her aching head. What was that? She hadn't yet grasped the situation. Several menacing men appeared at the car window. "Jing Xiao, right? We finally caught you." Jin Shimo, already fuming, clutched his aching head and got out of the car. The thug was momentarily stunned when a powerful-looking man got out of the other car. But, relying on their numbers, he asked aggressively, "Who are you?" "Don't interfere." Jin Shimo, who had been professionally trained since childhood to deal with kidnappings, strolled forward casually. "Who am I? You rammed my car without even knowing your target. Are kidnappers this incompetent nowadays?" The thugs, facing the seemingly formidable Jin Shimo, whom they felt they couldn't beat, unconsciously lost some of their bravado. "No, we're just here for Jing Xiao, to get our money back." One of the thugs grabbed Jing Xiao's hand and yelled triumphantly, "Boss, she's here." This woman was trying to run. "Does she even know who I am?" The thug dragged her to the so-called boss. The boss, no longer showing the weakness he had displayed in front of Jin Shimo, put on a tough demeanor. "Debts must be paid, Jing Xiao. When are you going to pay back the 200,000 your father owes?" Jing Xiao stared at him in disbelief. "What? I remember him saying he only owed 50,000. How did it become 200,000? The thugs laughed as if they had heard a joke. Then, one pointed at Jing Xiao arrogantly. 50,000? You think we're a charity?" He tossed out a piece of paper. "Take a look. When your father borrowed the money, he promised to pay back 3 times the amount. Too bad his luck was so bad. He lost it all in the blink of an eye." When Jing Xiao saw the contents of the IOU, she recognized her father's handwriting. She stumbled backward, her legs unsteady. How could this be? The thug, seeing Jing Xiao's panic, stepped forward and grabbed her chin with ill intentions. "If you can't pay the money back, it's fine. You look pretty good. Using your body to pay off the debt wouldn't be a bad option either." Jin Shimo, who had been watching, couldn't stand it anymore. His sense of chivalry was ignited. He stepped forward and kicked the thug to the ground, stepping on his shoulder. "Paying with your body? Huh, good. How much is this lump of lard worth per pound? Name your price. I'll buy it." Jing Xiao stared in shock at the man who had stood up for her, unable to believe that this was the same venomous and arrogant Jin Shimo. Jin Shimo looked at Jing Xiao's stunned expression. Hey, you call the police. I'll hand them over." Jing Xiao still hadn't reacted. Jin Shimo became exasperated. "Hurry up." Jing Xiao, snapping back to reality, quickly took out her phone and called the police. Watching Jing Xiao obediently listen to him, the satisfied second young master Jin stood triumphantly, hands on his hips, his handsome face tilted upwards. He carefully crafted a justification for himself. "Although I hate this woman, I haven't got my revenge yet. How can I leave her to these idiots? I might as well save her first, let her feel grateful, and then get my revenge. That's what truly crushing someone means. I'm so brilliant." Jin Shimo's powerful aura kept the thugs from approaching. Suddenly, he felt something trickling shoved down his forehead. He reached up and touched it, his eyes widening in shock. It was blood. Even more unfortunately, this arrogant young master was hemophobic. The moment he saw the blood, his body stiffened and he fell straight backwards. Jing Xiao, having just finished calling the police, turned around to see this scene. So frightened she forgot to hang up the phone. Her voice trembled. Jin Shimo, what's wrong? Jin Shimo had completely fainted. Jing Xiao could only support his head as he lay on the ground. Seeing this, the thugs decided to retreat, cursing at Jing Xiao as they went. Jing Xiao, consider yourself lucky today. You have 1 month. If you don't pay up by then, your old man's life is forfeit. And don't even think about running. We'll find you. After their threats, they swaggered off, bringing a temporary end to the commotion. The downpour continued. Jing Xiao knelt on the ground, cradling Jin Shimo's head. Helpless, her tears flowed uncontrollably. This is my debt, Jin Shimo. I can't drag anyone else into this. With great effort, she got Jin Shimo to the hospital and notified his family. After Jin's butler took over, she returned home. Jing Xiao was lost in thought the entire way. Jin Shimo had been injured because of her. She didn't know if Jin Yenshin would use this incident as another opportunity for revenge. As she entered her building, she was met with a wall covered in glaring, debt-collecting graffiti. Her heart sank, a terrible premonition washing over her. She hurriedly found her key and opened the door to her apartment. As she feared, the entire place was a mess, as if ransacked by bandits. Jing Xiao rushed to the cupboard, searching for her most important possession, her savings book. After a while, she collapsed onto the floor, as if struck by a heavy blow. Her so-called father, he hadn't just taken all her savings. He had mortgaged the apartment too. She didn't have a single penny left. Her father's mistakes were now her burden to bear. In this dog-eat-dog world, the adult world was full of responsibilities and shackles. It didn't allow for childish tantrums, because they knew that worrying and crying wouldn't change anything. But there's always that one unexpected straw that breaks the camel's back, forcing a silent collapse. A call from Chun Xian was that lifeline. As always, Chun Xian was boisterous. Jing Xiao, where are you? Why aren't you at the hospital? Don't worry about the car. I have insurance. Are you hungry? I'll bring you something delicious after work. What do you want? Sweet and sour pork ribs or something else? Jing Xiao had to lean against the wall to keep herself from falling. Hearing Chun Xian's voice made her feel alive again. I'm okay. Something simple will be fine. On the other end of the phone, Chun Xian, like a warm little sun, was doing her best to shine into Jing Xiao's broken heart. Jing Xiao could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. Qian, thank you for being there for me when everyone else has abandoned me. The resilient Jing Xiao wouldn't be defeated by hardship. After crying, life had to go on. With Chun Xian's help, they cleaned up the messy apartment together. It was time for some girl talk. They clinked their glasses together. Chun Xian was still worried about Jing Xiao. She tentatively asked, have you decided to live like this from now on? Having released her emotions, Jing Xiao felt much lighter. She nodded firmly. Chun Xian put her arm around Jing Xiao's shoulder. Good, then I support you. But you have to tell me if anything happens. I might not be able to help, but 2 is better than 1, right? Slightly tipsy, Jing Xiao finally showed her first genuine smile in days. Qian, you're so good. Since you say so, there is something I need your help with. Do you know any way to make money? I need money. Lots and lots of money. And the sooner, the better. Chun Xian was very efficient. She quickly found Jing Xiao a job selling alcohol, not forgetting to add a thoughtful warning. It's a rough crowd at the bar. Be careful. Selling alcohol isn't easy, but the pay is better. Jing Xiao knew this all too well, but the fact that it paid well was enough. He carried a bottle of premium liquor to private room 2. Putting on a professional smile, he said, Good evening, sir. This is the Chateau Lafite Rothschild you ordered. Yi Lu gestured towards Jin Yenshin, who was sitting nearby. You're here already, Yenshin. Jing Xiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard the name Yenshin as she delivered the wine. Unlike Yi Lu, who was surrounded by beautiful women, Jin Yenshin sat alone on one side of the room. Why is he here? She thought, suddenly remembering his previous warning. Oh no. If he recognizes me, I'm doomed. Lowering her head, she cautiously approached and respectfully placed the bottle on the table. Sir, please enjoy. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the man hadn't moved. She stealthily glanced up. Great, it seems he hasn't noticed me. Now I just need to slowly back away. But before her foot could touch the ground, Jin Yenshin grabbed her hand. Where do you think you're going? Jing Xiao's heart tightened. He recognized me. Before she could explain, Jean Yinshin placed a large glass of red wine in front of her. Serving drinks, are we? Very well, then drink your fill. Jing Xiao's hands trembled as she took the glass. This is bad. He not only recognized me, but he's also clearly furious. But as long as I don't expose my identity as the Jean family's young madam in front of his friends, it won't be considered losing face for him. So, it's better to blend in and not leave any impression on anyone else. With this thought, she lifted the glass and drained it in one gulp. Jing Xiao, pleased with her quick thinking, Huang eyed the empty glass. Young Master Jean, are you satisfied now? Jean Yinshin's sharp eyes swept over her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. I know exactly what you're thinking, and you know this is embarrassing for me. He looked at Jing Xiao with a gloomy expression. Jing Xiao felt like she was truly drunk. Otherwise, why would she think the face in front of her was somewhat attractive? Jean Yinshin frowned slightly at her reaction. He picked her up and held her close. You shouldn't be trying to blend in. What you should be doing is hiding that face. He stood up, holding her. He felt Jing Xiao clinging to him like an octopus. A flicker of pleasure, surprisingly, went through Jean Yinshin. This feeling isn't so bad. He gently patted her lower back. He told Yilu, I'm leaving. Preoccupied, Yilu only glanced back. All right, see you next time, he replied absent-mindedly, his hand already back on the face of his female companion. Forget about him. Let's continue. Suddenly, the glance he'd just given replayed in his mind. Wait, did I just see something strange? He pictured the girl being unceremoniously thrown into a luxury car by the man. Jing Xiao's arm went to her forehead. I feel so dizzy. It must be because I drank too fast. Jean Yinshin was about to get into the car when he saw Jing Xiao sprawled out on the seat. He frowned. Sit up. Look at the state of you. Jing Xiao, dazed, sat up. After Jean Yinshin got in, she pointedly sat as far away from him as possible. I don't want this to happen again. Perhaps it was the alcohol, otherwise Jing Xiao would never dare to openly retort, young Master Jean. I'm just working to earn a living. Are you going to control even that? Provoked, Jean Yinshin reached out and gripped her chin. Jing Xiao, I advise you not to test my limits. The alcohol was hitting hard. Jing Xiao's gaze became hazy. Fine, no problem. I'll definitely obey young master's rules. She felt her neck could no longer support her head. Ignoring Jean Yinshin's darkening expression, she wrapped her arms around his neck for support. The increasingly intimate scene in the back seat made the driver tremble. Should I discreetly disappear? Can someone tell me who I am, where I am, and what they're doing? Jean Yinshin was questioning himself. What's wrong with me? Why is this woman's embrace making my heart race? Shouldn't I be punishing her? But he didn't push her away. As Jing Xiao clung to him like an octopus, he thought, we'll deal with the drunkenness later. Suddenly, he felt the woman in his arms stir. Jing Xiao, he asked hesitantly, what's wrong? The next second, the drunk Jing Xiao, unable to see who he was, unexpectedly vomited all over him. Jean Yinshin felt utterly disgusted. His hands clenched into fists, but he still didn't push her away. Suppressing his rage, he said to the driver, through gritted teeth, drive. The next morning, Jing Xiao woke up after a night of drinking, feeling terrible all over. She rubbed her aching head. As her vision cleared and she took in her surroundings, Jing Xiao started to panic. Where are my clothes? How did I get back here? This is Jean Yinshin's room. Suddenly, a smear of blood on the sheet caught her attention. Just then, Jean Yinshin, fresh from the shower, emerged from the bathroom. Seeing her awake, he greeted her pleasantly. Jing Xiao looked up at the freshly showered Jean Yinshin, then back down at herself and the blood on the sheets. She flew into a rage, grabbing the sheet and wrapping it tightly around herself. Jean Yinshin, you beast. I thought you had some decency, but you actually took advantage of me while I was drunk. You hypocrite. As she was in the middle of berating him, Jing Xiao felt a warmth in her lower abdomen. She quickly got up and rushed into the bathroom. Soon apologetic sounds came from inside. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize for calling you a hypocrite. Do you, by any chance, have any sanitary pads? Meanwhile, a certain beast who had been vomited on and had showered 3 times stood outside the bathroom door with his arms crossed casually. They should be in the left cabinet. After a long while, a rather embarrassed Jing Xiao emerged. Did you change my clothes last night? This is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. I woke up sore all over, and then there's the blood on the sheets. Jean Yinshin glanced up at her. Did you not attend health class? You were drunk. I had to take your clothes off, or were you planning to sleep in my clothes? And yesterday, you said you were working at the bar to earn a living. If that's the case, I wouldn't mind finding you a job. He stepped forward, pinching Jing Xiao's already flushed cheeks, his gaze intense. A job that suits your needs. Jing Xiao looked at the man's ambiguous expression. Is he scheming something again? Suddenly, they heard a thud from outside. Both of them, startled, turned towards the door. Jin Yinshin barked, Jin Shimo. How long have you been eavesdropping? Caught red-handed eavesdropping on his older brother and his wife, Jin Shimo frantically pulled out his phone, wanted to share this epic fail with the internet. The netizens' responses, eager to watch the drama unfold, only made him more frantic. Especially when he heard Jin Yinshin yelling his full name from inside. Jin Shimo started to tremble. When my brother calls me by my full name, I'm doomed. After some mental preparation, he cautiously opened the door with a forced smile. What a coincidence, brother. You're here too. What lovely weather we're having. Jin Yinshin snorted. This is my room. Where else should I be? Come here. Explain yourself. Where were you last night? Jin Shimo scratched his head nervously, his eyes darting around. I just had dinner with some friends last night. Jin Yinshin walked towards him with a serious expression, his voice hardening. Is that so? Just some friends. Shimo, I don't mind you having fun, but if you dare to hang out with those people and get involved with anything, I won't hesitate to make sure you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Jin Shimo clutched his chest, looking at his intimidating brother, his voice stammering. I know. Jing Xiao, watching Jin Shimo's unexpected reaction, couldn't help but imagine two contrasting images. Jin Shimo in public, arrogant, flamboyant, the second young master of the Jin family. My Wort is love. You're not even worthy of talking to me. How dare you tell me what to do? And Jin Shimo in front of his brother. I'm so well behaved. Yes, brother. I won't do it again, brother. Can I have some pocket money, brother? She couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, he's got two faces. The chuckle caught Jin Yinshin's attention. He'd almost forgotten about her. He grabbed the amused Jing Xiao. You too, come here and stand straight. Jing Xiao, caught in the crossfire, protested. What did I do? Why do I have to stand here too? Just then, Jin Yinshin's phone rang. He pulled it out while instructing them, both of you, recite the core socialist values 50 times. Reflect on your behavior. Supervise each other. Don't move until you're done. Jing Xiao felt a headache coming on. Why do I have to recite that? She glanced at Jin Shimo, who was already reciting diligently. Promote prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony. Jing Xiao was about to lose it. Why are you so good at this? Jin Shimo, as if finding a target for his frustration, patted Jing Xiao's back resentfully. Hurry up and recite. Even a college student should know this. Did you scoop out your brain while cleaning your ears? Jing Xiao, already fuming, was ignited by Jin Shimo's words. Jin Shimo, I've been putting up with you since the airport. She slapped him on the back with all her might, chanting, advocate freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law. Jin Shimo, stung, turned around and glared at Jing Xiao. How dare you hit me? And here I was worried you'd be beaten to a pulp by my brother, so I came to check on you. You ungrateful wretch. And so, the two childish hotheads, in an atmosphere of supposed friendliness and harmony, gritted their teeth and began practicing their secret martial arts techniques. Jin Yinshin, besieged by work, seemed to hear something. He turned his head and glanced at them. The two, now sporting bruised faces, immediately and tacitly stopped, putting on an innocent, well-behaved facade as if nothing had happened. Their voices, reciting prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony, continued. Jin Yinshin had just hung up the phone when his assistant knocked and entered, holding a folder of documents to report on. Work matters were pressing, and Jin Yinshin couldn't spare the energy to deal with the two childish individuals. He would discuss the specifics back at the company. Can you imagine? This man, to achieve his own goals, didn't hesitate to use even his new wife as a pawn. The assistant, holding the documents, reported to Jin Yinshin. The situation is as you predicted, sir. It was indeed arranged by President Zhang. He correctly calculated the importance of this land to us, so he wants to jack up the price and make a hefty profit. A ruthless glint flashed in Jin Yinshin's eyes. We can negotiate any price increase he wants. But now he wants to play dirty, so we'll play along. He turned his head and looked sternly at his assistant. How are the preparations for the venue coming along? The assistant spoke cautiously. The equipment in the room is all set up. The people were specifically chosen according to President Zhang's preferences. Their acting skills are also quite good. It's just, Jin Yinshin watched his hesitant manner. He was displeased. Speak frankly. The assistant hesitated, but finally mustered the courage. Sir, are you sure you want to bring Madam along? With all due respect, Madam is still young. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle this kind of occasion. Jin Yinshin, resolute in his decision, was unconcerned. There's nothing inappropriate about it. That old fox, Zhang, is very cautious. We played along with him for so long. We can't let it all fall apart now. Inform the housekeeper to have Jingxiao dressed and ready. She will attend a reception at 8 p.m. sharp. At home, Jingxiao was suddenly informed that she was to attend a reception. She sat bewildered in a chair as the makeup artist applied her makeup. Still disoriented, Jingxiao couldn't fathom Jin Yinshin's intentions. First, he makes me recite core socialist values, and now he wants me to attend a reception. What is Jin Yinshin up to? Jingxiao had a headache. The bar was out of the question now. Where would she earn money next? Wait, bar, reception. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She remembered Jin Yinshin saying he would find her a job that suited Jingxiao's needs. Thinking of this, Jingxiao had a bad feeling. He wouldn't want me to be an escort, would he? The housekeeper appeared, holding the prepared outfit for her. Young madam, this is the dress master specifically prepared for you. Please change into it quickly. Jingxiao looked at the dress in front of her and felt a wave of unease. Such a short skirt could easily lead to an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. What was Jin Yinshin thinking? I went to the bar to earn money to pay off my debts. He doesn't actually think I'm selling myself, does he? However, time didn't allow for much contemplation. Urged by the housekeeper, a helpless Jingxiao appeared at the reception venue promptly at 8 p.m. The housekeeper led her to Jin Yinshin. Young master, Madam Jing. Jin Yinshin looked Jingxiao up and down. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Why should such a bright, charming, lovely, and slightly seductive young woman be put on display for everyone to see? Ignoring his true feelings, he asked a waiter for a mask with a stern face, clumsily making an excuse. Tonight is a masquerade party. You need to wear this. Jingxiao, clearly feeling toyed with by Jin Yinshin, now also grew irritated. Mr. Jin, don't you have anything to say to me? If I just go in like this, clueless, what if I embarrass you again? Jin Yinshin's hand, raised to place the mask on her, paused. He looked at her with a deep gaze. What do you mean? Jingxiao sneered. I mean, even if you're going to give me away to someone, I should at least know my price, right? The assistant, standing nearby, grew anxious and quickly explained, Madam, you misunderstood. Master Jin asked you to come. But before he could finish, Jin Yinshin abruptly interrupted him. No need to explain. He coldly placed the mask on Jingxiao's face, looking down at her. Jingxiao, discussing price with me. You're not qualified. Follow me closely if you don't want to die. The assistant, standing to the side, was speechless. Master Jin, really, don't you just want Madam to stay by your side to prevent President Zhang from sending women your way? Why not just say so? This man, unable to explain himself, was surely headed for a difficult chase later on. Jin Yinshin led Jingxiao to President Zhang and offered him a formal, yet insincere, compliment. President Zhang, are you enjoying yourself? Have you seen anyone you fancy? I can arrange it for you. The lecherous President Zhang, upon seeing Jingxiao behind Jin Yinshin, practically drooled. Master Jin, I could see you put a lot of thought into this reception. I thank you in advance. He paused, then added with a leer, but they're all rather familiar. Nothing special. But Mr. Jin, the Taoist priest behind you, is quite extraordinary. Jin Yinshin stared at him intently and uttered a meaningful, really. The man immediately leaned close to Jin Yinshin. Really, Mr. Jin, would you be willing to let him have a drink with me? Perhaps we can still discuss the land deal. Jingxiao, observing from the side, confirmed her suspicions and felt worried. This man is disgusting. Jin Yinshin wouldn't actually. Jin Yinshin casually raised a hand. As long as President Zhang likes him, I wouldn't be unwilling. But he's just a drinking companion. He just asked me at the door how much I could pay. He's asking quite a bit. Can President Zhang afford it? Although it was the expected answer, hearing it from Jin Yinshin's mouth felt like being plunged into an icy abyss for Jingxiao. Amidst President Zhang's lewd laughter, She trembled uncontrollably. So this is what President Jean prepared for me, a suitable job. In that case, I really must thank you, Jean Yinshin. Money talks. Jean Yinshin. Let's see who ends up embarrassed. After a moment of internal struggle, she removed her mask and gave Jean Yinshin a cryptic smile. Mr. Jean, you're right. I am a drinking companion. And as a drinking companion, any tips I earn tonight belong to me. President Zhang, do you have any objections? Without looking at Jean Yinshin's livid face, she walked past him towards President Zhang. President Zhang, shall we? The two walked out the door amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Isn't that Mr. Jin's wife? I remember seeing her picture on TV. No way. Who would let their wife accompany another man? Isn't that messed up? Cuckle to myself, how about that? Jean Yinshin watched Jing Xiao leave with the man, his murderous gaze impossible to conceal. His rage had reached its limit. His assistant trembled slightly beside him. To anger Mr. Jean like this, Madam is quite something. Through gritted teeth, he instructed his assistant, Madam doesn't know President Zhang is a pervert. Hurry and stop her. President Zhang led Jing Xiao to a private room. Jing Xiao felt somewhat dejected. The man solicitously offered her a glass of wine. The red wine at the reception isn't bad. It's a good vintage. The alcohol content is just right. Try it. Perhaps wanting to drown her sorrows, the naive Jing Xiao accepted the glass. However, when she woke up, she found her hands tied. Her hands and feet ached, and she couldn't muster any strength. As she took in her surroundings, panic set in. Where is this? Let me go. The sleazy President Zhang was still putting on an exaggerated performance. Jing Xiao forced herself to calm down. The most important thing now was to get out of here quickly. She hadn't been unconscious for long. This must be a room upstairs in the venue. As long as she could escape outside, she would have a chance to call for help. I just need to get this open, then I can move freely. Thinking this, she suppressed her disgust and looked at the man before her. President Zhang, don't you think all this is a bit cliché? Why not untie me? We can have a proper discussion. The excited President Zhang reached for Jing Xiao's face, but before he could even let out a laugh, Jean Yinshin kicked him to the floor. The disheveled President Zhang finally understood. Jean Yinshin pinned him to the ground, his eyes filled with malice. You overestimate yourself. I just wanted to change partners. After all, in your family, your wife is the one who calls the shots. After dealing with President Zhang, he instructed his assistant, send him and those photos to Mrs. Zhang. Having arranged everything, Jean Yinshin approached Jing Xiao and patted her face. Jing Xiao, wake up. Still hazy, Jing Xiao bit down hard on his finger, making the usually stoic Jean Yinshin yelp in pain. After venting her frustration, Jing Xiao looked at him defiantly. Mr. Jean, are you satisfied now? This domineering CEO had actually used his own wife in a honey trap to acquire the land in X district. Jean Yinshin didn't hesitate to use his wife's beauty to seduce the mastermind, President Zhang, then secretly gathered evidence to threaten him. In the room, President Zhang caressed the blushing Jing Xiao, reluctant to let go. Suddenly, with a bang, Jean Yinshin smashed a wine bottle on President Zhang's head, already balding. With no buffer on his head, President Zhang couldn't withstand the blow. He immediately fell to his knees. Jean Yinshin, you despicable villain. You'll stop at nothing to achieve your goals. You set up a honey trap. Jean Yinshin stepped hard on his head. You overestimate yourself. After all, your wife calls the shots. I just wanted to change partners. Finally, he instructed his secretary to take the evidence and drag President Zhang away. Jean Yinshin looked at the unconscious Jing Xiao, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. After all, Jing Xiao had played a crucial role in his success this time. He rummaged through the drawers and finally found the key. But by then, the candle had long burned out, and Jean Yinshin was burning up. Jing Xiao stirred, her eyes fluttering open with a seductive gaze fixed on Jean Yinshin. The moment he unlocked the door, she threw herself into his arms. Jean Yinshin held the alluring Jing Xiao in his embrace, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. We'll go home now. Don't go, Jing Xiao suddenly whispered coquettishly, clinging to Jean Yinshin. She nuzzled his neck, whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Jean Yinshin swallowed hard. With what little awareness he had left, he kept calling Jing Xiao's name, urging her to wake up. But Jing Xiao, her mind already clouded, felt a surge of passion that needed an outlet. She kissed him, her hands roaming over his body, pulling off his jacket. You're so cool, she murmured, gently stroking his Adam's apple. Lost in the haze, they gazed at each other, dry tinder finally meeting a raging fire. The next morning, Jing Xiao slowly opened her eyes and saw Jin Yinshin still asleep. Remembering how forward she had been last night, she wished she could disappear into a hole. She decided to sneak away before Jin Yinshin woke up. But as soon as her weak knees buckled and her toes touched the ground, she stumbled and nearly fell. Suddenly, she was pulled back and thrown onto the bed, hiding shyly under the covers. She worried about how Jin Yinshin would punish her this time. Jin Yinshin got up and quickly dressed. I wasn't thinking clearly last night. Although we're husband and wife in name, it's best we don't interfere with each other's lives from now on. Jing Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was for the best. She needed to focus on how to make money. That night, during the cultural festival, she decided to try role-playing to sell her products. The videos quickly sold out. Finally, with trembling hands, she pulled out her last remaining stock. She quickly put them up for sale and started shouting, "Ignite your passion. Unleash your true love. Durex is your best friend tonight." Jin Yinshin, passing by, saw the young woman working so hard and couldn't help but admire her. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was his wife. He immediately scooped her up and rushed through the crowd, throwing Jing Xiao into his car. "Let me test the quality of your products." The CEO forced his wife to play poker in the car. Later that night, Jin Yinshin discovered Jing Xiao publicly selling Durex. He angrily stormed into the crowd and dragged Jing Xiao into the car. "Selling this kind of thing in public. Have you no shame?" Jing Xiao remained defiant. "Mr. Jin, I'm earning my own living. What's shameful about that?" Jin Yinshin was speechless. "Then let me test the quality of your product," he said, his hands already moving over her. Such a small space. How uncomfortable. At midnight, Jing Xiao, exhausted from Jin Yinshin's attentions, went to bed early. Chen Qian had gotten her a job doing odd jobs for a film crew, which required her to wake up early. Meanwhile, the sleeping Jin Yinshin dreamed of Jing Xiao. Her image flickered in and out of his dream, her rising and falling body leaving a lingering impression. Waking up with a start, he remembered his friend's warning. Was he really falling into a trap? The next day, on set, a wide-eyed beauty who called herself by Bing greeted Jing Xiao. Just then, Jin Shimo, the male lead, walked out amidst the squeals of his fangirls. Bai Bing also squealed with excitement. Wow, he's even more handsome in person than in photos. Then, a busty woman rushed forward and grabbed Jin Shimo's hand. "My name is Chun Ziren. I've been in the industry a little longer than you. You can come to my room tonight, and we can talk shop." As she spoke, she rubbed her body against his arm. Bai Bing watched, seething with jealousy. She lacked the assets to compete. Furious, she told Jing Xiao, "That woman is the second female lead. She has a sugar daddy and acts like she owns the place. She looks down on everyone." Just then, Jin Shimo noticed Jing Xiao in the distance. "Are you two a product of the drama crew?" Bai Bing felt a wave of dizziness. Drool involuntarily flowed from the corner of her mouth. Jin Shimo looked at Jing Xiao smugly. "I bet you're following me. Since you can't get close to my brother, you've shifted your target to me." Jing Xiao didn't indulge this so-called male god. "Young Master Jin, have you been experiencing some mental instability lately?" The enraged Jin Shimo started cursing. "How dare you call me crazy?" He suddenly grabbed a nearby assistant and yelled, "I order you to take the day off. Let's see what you can do with Jing Xiao as your temporary assistant." "You arrogant." The beautiful woman in the distance looked at the two with hostility. And so, Jing Xiao spent the day serving tea, giving back rubs, and massaging legs. By the end of the day, she was exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. Waking up in the middle of the night, she was startled by a shadowy figure outside the window and couldn't fall back asleep. Seeing Jin Yinshin's room empty, she mustered her courage and slipped into his bed. In the living room, Jin Yinshin couldn't help but think of his brother who had accidentally fallen from a building and his deceased father. In his family's eyes, he was a jinx who brought misfortune. Therefore, he always lived under the accusations of his family. Heartbroken, he lifted his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Returning to his room, he found Jing Xiao fast asleep. Looking at the girl who shared a similar fate, he felt a pang of pity. He gently embraced the sleeping Jing Xiao and drifted off to sleep. This CEO actually secretly held his sleeping wife as he slumbered. Early the next morning, Jing Xiao, in her sleep, seemed to sense the small tent pitched in the covers. Just as she was about to explore, she was grabbed firmly. "What are you doing? Why are you in my bed? Are you trying to get frisky again? You pervert. I just came here because I was scared to sleep alone. I didn't expect you to come back." With that, she quickly ran away. Seeing Jing Xiao's shy demeanor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on Jin Yinshan's lips. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao was preoccupied with Jin Yinshan's teasing. Having missed her stop, she ran all the way to the film set. Fortunately, due to equipment malfunction, filming hadn't started yet. Remembering by Bing's request, she held a photo and found Jin Shumo to get his autograph. Jin Shumo, you're getting more and more arrogant. Are you captivated by my good looks? You wish. I'm just getting this for a friend. Jin Shumo looked at her with a mischievous expression. I don't believe you. Jing Xiao retorted, looks like you're asking for a beating. She reached out to give him a lesson, but she lost her balance and fell towards Jin Shumo. With a yelp from Jin Shumo, she suddenly felt something soft and tender in her hand. This position is quite something. Elsewhere, the jealous beauty pressured the director, hoping to get rid of Jing Xiao, who had stolen her spotlight. But the director prevaricated and told everyone to start filming. At that moment, Jin Shumo was still lost in the previous intimate moment. Jing Xiao called out to him several times before he snapped back to reality. Faced with Jing Xiao's concern, he shyly ran away. Back home in the evening, Jing Xiao found everyone making plans. It turned out Jin Yinshan had discovered someone pretending to be a ghost and playing pranks. They were preparing to catch the culprit. Jing Xiao looked eager. I'm so brave, I have to participate. Jin Yinshan gave a wicked smile. Then I'll give you an important task. Suddenly, the scene changed. Jing Xiao, dressed as a ghost, stood by the window. Jin Yinshan, you're shameless. This is the important task you were talking about. I think you're just messing with me. Jin Yinshan dismissively told her to stay by the window. As gusts of wind howled, the balcony window was gently pushed open. A boy climbed onto the windowsill. At that moment, the disheveled Jing Xiao slowly rose, revealing a ghastly face. Young man, is there something you need? Wah! With a scream, the boy pretending to be a ghost personally experienced Newton's law of universal gravitation. Jin Yinshan, in bed, pulled Jing Xiao from the window in fright and held her tightly. Looking at the trembling Jin Yinshan, Jing Xiao asked with concern, are you all right? What's wrong? Just then, the housekeeper rushed in, reporting frantically young master. We've caught them. They said second young master ordered them. Jin Shumo and Jing Xiao were in disbelief. I just usually tease him a little. He actually hired people to scare me. In the living room, Jin Shumo was furious. I just told you to tell him some scary stories, to trick him. Who told you to pretend to be ghosts? This is outrageous. But Jin Yinshan knew this matter wasn't that simple. Who told Shumo the secret of the second floor room? The housekeeper replied, it was Wu Ma. She's grandfather's personal maid. She knows a lot of secrets. Suddenly, Jin Yinshan's eyes turned icy cold. She really does resemble my mother. Truly disgusting. Jing Xiao was startled by Jin Yinshan's sudden change, her face paling. What happened between him and his mother? These servants dared to pretend to be ghosts and scare the young madam in the middle of the night. Facing the second young master's accusations, Wu Ma, the leader, relying on being the madam's confidant, was very arrogant. This time, we'd go a bit overboard. But we were following your orders after all. I hope second young master won't hold it against us. Jin Shumo was so angry he couldn't speak. Hearing these words, Jin Yinshan's eyes turned icy. This Wu Ma is truly as disgusting as my mother. Suddenly, he called out to his younger brother, Shumo. How many times have I told you? Don't waste your breath on people who have nothing to do with you. Zhang Shu, throw them all out of the Jin residence. The servants were clearly frightened by the young master's aura, shrinking back. I know I was wrong. Please, young master, forgive me. But the cunning Wu Ma tried to struggle. Young master, I'm madam's confidant. She'll be back soon. She won't be happy if she doesn't see me. Jin Yinshan seemed to have struck a nerve. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it. Get them out. Wu Ma, enraged and contorted with anger, roared, Madam was right. You're an ungrateful wolf cub. Good riddance. It's better than being cursed to death by a jinx like you. Hearing these words, Jin Yinshan felt like he was falling into an abyss. Those unbearable words from the past echoed in his ears. They all died because of you. Why are you still alive? Please, can you please disappear from my sight? Jing Xiao's legs went weak from fright. Looking at the silent Jin Yinshan, she asked softly, are you okay? You don't look well. I'm Fina. I'm all right, he said softly, then turned an icy gaze towards Jin Shumo. You really went too far this time. As punishment, I'm confiscating your car and freezing all your bank accounts. Even though Jin Shumo clung to his leg, begging and crying, Jin Yinshan remained unmoved. At midnight, Jin Yinshan spoke to the housekeeper. revealing his thoughts about the prank. It must have been my stepmother behind this, instigating them to do such outrageous things. If I had severely punished Shumo, she would definitely have used it against me. The housekeeper shook his head helplessly. It's been so many years. Why can't Madam let go of the past? They're both her sons. How could she be so cruel? Jean Yinshin's expression was indifferent. I'd rather not be her son. That way, I could hate her openly. Jing Xiao, who overheard the conversation, was puzzled. Jean Yinshin was strict with his brother on the surface, but actually loved him dearly. Why is his stepmother so wary of him? Forget it. I'd better go to sleep. The next morning, Jing Xiao opened her door and was stunned to find Jean Yinshin lying on her bed, looking incredibly alluring. Come here, Jing Xiao. Come here. Jing Xiao blushed at the sudden surge of hormones. Did I go to the wrong room? With a bang, she quickly closed the door. Why is he in my bed? This is my room, isn't it? Did I open the door wrong? She opened the door again, only to find Jean Yinshin standing right behind it. You dare close the door on me? Do I have to invite you over? Looking at Jean Yinshin's alluring 8-pack abs, Jing Xiao stammered. I thought I went to the wrong room. Suddenly, Jean Yinshin pulled Jing Xiao towards him. Before she could react, she was lying in his arms. Which room I'm in is my prerogative. As for you, with a meaningful smile, he left. This CEO, he actually mistook his wife for his brother. Jing Xiao, nestled in Jean Yinshin's arms, couldn't help but overthink. This guy, he always says he doesn't like sleeping with me. Could it be that tonight he wants to stay up all night with me? But I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Jing Xiao, lying in bed, watched Jean Yinshin lean in and instinctively close her eyes, afraid that if she wasn't careful, that she would be lost in his captivating gaze. Finally, he suppressed his inner desires and said, Jean Yinshin, wait. I have to get up early tomorrow. Can we call a truce tonight? Jean Yinshin gently pulled the blanket over her. He asked, puzzled, what did you say? An embarrassed Jing Xiao instinctively burrowed under the covers. Oh my God, the sleep he was talking about wasn't a verb. It's a good thing he didn't hear me clearly, otherwise I'd be mortified. Jean Yinshin simply said good night and got into bed. Jing Xiao was stunned. Why was he acting so strange tonight? Not only did he not make fun of me, but he hugged me and said good night. Something's not right. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, she turned over and softly asked, Jean Yinshin, are you feeling unwell? This touch startled her. He has a high fever, and he's burning up. She tried to wake the sleeping Jean Yinshin. You have a high fever. I'll call the housekeeper for you. Jean Yinshin said he had medicine in his room and asked her to get it for him. But upon opening the drawer, Jing Xiao discovered a shocking secret. Jean Yinshin had been taking medication for depression. What secret is he hiding? But first, she needed to help him reduce his fever. Jean Yinshin, wake up and take your medicine. Jean Yinshin opened his eyes groggily and suddenly sat up, rushing into her arms and acting spoiled. Brother, I miss you so much. I want you to feed me my medicine. He had mistaken Jing Xiao for his deceased brother. Jing Xiao, worried he might become delirious, reluctantly played along, acting as his brother and coaxing him into taking his medicine. As he drifted back to sleep, Jean Yinshin grabbed Jing Xiao's hand. He held on tight, reluctant to let go. Brother, don't go. Don't leave me. Looking at the frail Jean Yinshin, Jing Xiao felt a pang of pity. He's the eldest son of the Jean family. So where did this brother come from? And where did his brother go? Why did Jean Yinshin miss him so much? Lost in thought, Jing Xiao fell asleep by the bed. Jean Yinshin woke up in the morning and saw Jing Xiao sleeping soundly. He felt a pang of guilt. It seemed like she hadn't rested well last night. He reached out to caress her, but Jing Xiao slowly rubbed her sleepy eyes. Embarrassed, Jean Yinshin quickly withdrew his hand and turned away, pretending to be asleep. Jing Xiao touched his forehead, and after confirming he wasn't feverish, she hurried off to work. Jean Yinshin, pretending to sleep, watched Jing Xiao's retreating figure and blushed. Rushing out the door, Jing Xiao saw Jean Shumo eating breakfast. A sudden idea struck her. Zhang Shu, aren't you taking him to King Shuiyuan? Why don't you take me along too? Jean Shumo slammed his hand on the table and jumped up. No way. You're not allowed in my car. If you insist on a ride, I won't go today. Jing Xiao grabbed a slice of bread and said playfully, this isn't your car. You don't get to decide. Suddenly, Jean Yinshin walked over. Shumo, why aren't you at work yet? Do you have a problem with my arrangements? Jean Shumo immediately backed down. No, I'm going right now. Watching the two leave, Jean Yinshin instinctively took out his phone. Make arrangements. I'm planning to inspect King Shuiyuan today. Little did he know, a good show was about to begin. This wealthy young madam was publicly slapped and didn't dare to fight back. Early that day, Jing Xiao, who had gotten a ride to work with Jin Shumo, clearly fell out of place. Along the way, the two bickered and squabbled constantly. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at King Shuiyuan, they bumped into Bai Bing. She kept asking Jing Xiao why she was in the same car as Jin Shumo. Bound by Jin Yinshan's threat, Jing Xiao couldn't tell the truth and could only try to divert her attention. Bai Bing, look, the director seems to be angry. Sure enough, the director was fuming beside them. Xiao Li, go tell Chen Ziren if she messes up the ending again, she's fired. She can't even take a single slap. She might as well quit. Xiao Li smiled helplessly at the director. Chen Ziren was connected to the film's investor, the former boss. He couldn't afford to offend her, but the director firmly told him, a mere supporting actress, and she thinks she's hot stuff. Tell her if the next take isn't good, I'll personally pack her up and send her back to Mr. Chen. Before the message could be relayed, Xiao Li turned and ran back. Director, Jin Yinshan is here. The director, who had just moments ago been unyielding against the pressure from investors, immediately told Xiao Li, quick, hurry up and go greet him at the entrance. Jing Xiao, realizing the situation a bit late, was terrified. Oh crap, I'm doomed. If he finds out I'm working here, he'll swallow me whole. So she hid behind the filming equipment, praying, don't see me. Suddenly, something poked her back. Oh my god, it's Jin Shumo. Jing Xiao said with a look of disgust. Jin, Yinshan isn't a tiger. Why are you hiding from him too? You don't understand. This is a reaction ingrained in my DNA. And so, the two of them trembled, hiding behind the boxes until Jin Yinshan left. Bai Bing was also captivated by Jin Yinshan's handsome and dashing face, her heart fluttering. With a physique like that, his athletic ability must be pretty good, right? 10 minutes later, having learned she wasn't allowed near Jin Yinshan, Bai Bing flew into a rage. This face of mine is worth millions. If anything happens to it, who can afford to compensate me? At that moment, Jing Xiao, carrying props, accidentally bumped into a table behind her. The water in the cup splashed onto Bai Bing's shoes. Jing Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and apologized profusely. But Bai Bing clearly wasn't giving her a chance to explain. She slapped Jing Xiao across the face and yelled, "Who do you think you are? You think a simple apology is enough to settle this? I'm telling you it's not that easy. I'm going to get you fired today." Jing Xiao clenched her fists, struggling internally. This was the best job she had found so far. How much could dignity be worth? Finally, she bowed her head submissively and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Chun. Please forgive me." The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, her acting isn't that great, but her temper sure is. Xiao Li also rushed to intervene. She didn't do it on purpose, Miss Chun. Please just let it go. Bai Bing, however, became even more arrogant. She made the mistake, and now you're saying I have a bad temper and like to hit people. Then I'll show you what hitting people looks like. With that, she grabbed Jing Xiao and slapped her repeatedly. Even when blood trickled from the corner of Jing Xiao's mouth, Bai Bing continued her tirade. Without a proper lesson, you think I'm easy to bully, huh? Jin Yinshan, standing off to the side, had clearly noticed the commotion. His secretary kept reminding him, "Young Master Jin, that woman is going too far." Jin Yinshan looked at Jing Xiao in the distance, conflicted, and fell silent. "You good for nothing. How dare you bully me?" Bai Bing, already harboring resentment towards Jing Xiao, seized the opportunity for revenge. She grabbed Jing Xiao and slapped her relentlessly, refusing to stop even when blood flowed from her mouth. Jin Yinshan, however, remained motionless in the distance. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Bai Bing forcefully. "Who's so bold? How dare you stop me? You good for nothing." Turning her head, she saw Jin Shumo. "Who's the good for nothing? My backing isn't something to be trifled with. More than enough to crush you." Bai Bing, clearly intimidated by his aura, backed down. I'll spare you this time." After settling the situation, Jin Shumo was about to check on the injured Jing Xiao, but she stopped him. "Don't turn around. I'm bleeding. You'll faint if you see it. I don't want you to embarrass yourself." Jin Shumo blushed. He remembered I have hemophobia. He then handed her a handkerchief, worried about others even in this state. "Here, quickly wipe it clean." Faced with Jin Shumo standing up for her, Jing Xiao beamed. The director, however, became very interested in Jing Xiao's performance. Although she was beaten, her acting was nuanced and layered. "Xiao Li, that young lady performed well just now. She's what I'm looking for. Go ask her if she's willing to be a stunt double." During lunch, the timid Bai Bing offered her some ice. Then she said falsely, "It's all my fault for asking you to help. If I had been there, I definitely would have stopped her. I wouldn't have let her bully you like that." Jing Xiao, unaware of the truth, said it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Xiaoli ran over excitedly. "Jing Xiao, I finally found you. You're in luck. Come with me, quick. The director wants you to be Bai Bing's stunt double." A short while later, Jing Xiao, changed into costume, appeared before the director. This petite figure, this air, completely on par with Bai Bing. The director looked her over, praising repeatedly. "Not bad, very good. But your face is quite badly injured." Jing Xiao hurriedly responded, "A little ointment and it'll be fine. It won't delay filming." She continued, asking, "By the way, director, how is the stunt double's pay calculated? Do I get paid as a stunt double today?" The director laughed awkwardly, at a loss for words. "This young lady is so adorable. This is the first time I've met an actor concerned about this kind of thing. Don't worry. Stunt double pay and production assistant pay are calculated separately. A stunt double gets 1,000 per scene." Excited, Jing Xiao practically swore with joy. 1,000. What luck! This kind of good fortune has actually fallen on me. So she happily skipped off to the pharmacy. Unexpectedly, she was stopped on the way by Jean Yinshan's secretary. Mr. Jean requests your presence at the King Shuiyuan Hotel." Looking at Jean Yinshan in the distance, Jing Xiao's liver trembled. Oh no. He must have already found out about me. Could the job I just landed be gone just like that? No, the day I have to repay my debts is coming soon. I can't give up this last chance. Sensing Jing Xiao's panic, Jean Yinshan smiled devilishly. Then he turned and asked, "Explain yourself. Why are you on set?" Finally, Jing Xiao mustered her courage and said firmly, "Because I need to work. I need money. I need to live. I hope we can maintain the respect we should have for each other." Jean Yinshan said coldly, "So you're determined to continue this? Let me see how much courage you really have." Looking at Jean Yinshan's raised hand, Jing Xiao's legs went weak with fear. Was he going to add insult to injury? They say the pursuit of a man by a woman is as easy as piercing a layer of gauze. Even CEOs can't escape the law of true love. At the hotel, Jing Xiao, having been summoned, closed her eyes as she watched Jean Yinshan raise his hand. Unexpectedly, Jean Yinshan took out some anti-inflammatory ointment and gently rubbed it on her wounds. "We'll talk about the work situation later. Let's take care of your face first." Jing Xiao was clearly startled by his tenderness. Then she tentatively asked in a low voice, "Did you see Bai Bing hit me?" Jean Yinshan looked at her with concern. "Yes. Since you want this job, you have to be able to endure this kind of hardship. And you need to know that giving in won't solve the problem. It will only make her escalate things." Jing Xiao appeared quite helpless. "I don't want to either, but I'm just a miscellaneous worker. I can't compete with her. If she doesn't vent her anger, my life will be even harder later on." Jean Yinshan looked at her resolutely and encouraged her. "Since you know there's a difference in status, you should constantly strive to surpass her. Complaining won't do anything. Remember, you are my, Jean Yinshan's wife, so never compromise." Jing Xiao was deeply encouraged. This meant that Jean Yinshan had acknowledged her work. Outside the room, Jean Shimo overheard their intimate conversation and felt a pang of disappointment. What was I getting so worked up about? Forget it. He silently threw away the anti-inflammatory ointment in his hand and left dejectedly. 10 p.m. Back at the hotel, Jing Xiao suddenly received a text message from Jean Yinshan. "Building A305. Be there in 5 minutes." Jing Xiao stamped her foot in frustration. This CEO is really domineering and unreasonable. Meanwhile, Zhang Shu called. "I apologize, young master. I almost forgot to prepare what you asked for. I'll bring it to you right away." But Jean Yinshan, listening to the knock on the door, said triumphantly, "No need, Zhang Shu. What I asked for has already arrived." Outside the door, Jing Xiao arrived, panting. "What's so urgent that you call me here?" But Jean Yinshan simply said, "I'm hungry." "What?" Jing Xiao exclaimed, shocked and exasperated. "I ran here at top speed, and it's just for this. This is a 5-star hotel. Surely they have a chef." Suddenly, Jean Yinshan quickly leaned close to her, tilting her chin up. "You seem to have a lot of questions." Jing Xiao instantly lost her composure and blurted out, "No." A sumptuous dinner was served in the afternoon. Just as Jing Xiao was about to leave, Jean Yinshan stopped her. "The weather's getting colder. You need to warm the bed for me before I sleep." Jing Xiao instantly lost her composure. She ripped off her apron. "I'm not doing this anymore. This is ridiculous. Do you think I'm a maid? Even maids don't have bed warming duties. Find someone else. I quit." Jean Yinshan suddenly stood up, grabbed her waist, and threw her over his shoulder. As he walked, he patted her. Jingxiao, you're getting more and more unruly. Tonight, I'll teach you how to speak to me. Jin Yinshin, put me down. You overbearing demon. I'm warning you. Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Put me down. Suddenly, Jin Yinshin stopped and let go. With a thud, Jingxiao landed on the bed. Jin Yinshin eagerly climbed on top of her. Bite, you. Looking at the alluring man before her, Jingxiao's remaining rationality vanished. Yes, me. She grabbed Jin Yinshin's collar, pulled him towards her, and gently nibbled his neck. Then, feigning a rabbit's innocence, she looked at him seductively. How's this for a rabbit? Flustered by the unexpected seduction, Jin Yinshin blushed. A wave of warmth surged through him, leaving him on edge. Jingxiao, do you know what taboo you just broke? Jingxiao gasped dramatically. Do you have some special hobby? The overbearing CEO wants a kiss. Looking at the charming Jingxiao, Jin Yinshin's restraint was wearing thin. Do you know what taboo you just broke? He pressed down on her. Let me teach you what punishment a naughty rabbit receives. First, you cannot disobey my orders. Second, you must never resist. Third, you can never leave me. Jin Yinshin was clearly captivated by her enchanting eyes. The next day at noon, the laundry attendant stared at Jingxiao in bed, exclaiming, "Goodness, last night must have been intense. The young lady hasn't even woken up yet. Young people are so energetic." Jingxiao rubbed her sleepy eyes and mumbled, "What time is it?" "Almost 11, Jin Yinshin said casually. "What? 11? Jingxiao bolted upright, then quickly retreated under the covers when she realized she was naked. My 1,000 yuan. My stunt double career is over before it even began. Jin Yinshin lifted her chin. You don't need to worry about work. I had the set shut down for the day. Jingxiao blushed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me so embarrassed. A hurried knock came at the door. Seeing Jin Yinshin preoccupied, she hesitated, then grabbed one of his shirts and went to answer the door. It was Jin Shumo, staring at the curvaceous Jingxiao. He was speechless. Jingxiao waved her hand. Hey, you were knocking so urgently. What's with the staring now? Jin Shumo quickly rushed inside, afraid he might have a nosebleed. Brother, I need to talk to you. Seeing Jingxiao in the thin shirt, Jin Yinshin, ignoring Jin Shumo, began to dote on her. Why are you dressed like this? Go back inside and call Wu Ma to bring you some clothes. Don't embarrass yourself by coming out like this. After Jingxiao returned to the room, Jin Shumo asked, Mom just called and said she and Grandpa are arriving at the airport this afternoon. She wants us to pick them up. I wonder why she's suddenly coming back and even brought Grandpa along. Brother, do you know anything? Jin Yinshin paused. Is that so? Well, since Grandpa's coming too, it must be something good. After seeing his brother off, Jin Yinshin pondered. Hearing sizzling from the kitchen, he went in and saw Jingxiao cooking. He grumbled softly, Why are you cooking? Showing off again. Jingxiao banged the frying pan defiantly. Helping you open the door is wrong too. Wearing your shirt is wrong too. Everything is wrong. Might as well fill my stomach first. It seems you still don't know where you went wrong. Please enlighten me, young master. Where did I go wrong? Jingxiao's face was full of discontent. Suddenly, Jin Yinshin's expression turned fierce. You shouldn't have dressed like that in front of Shumo. He's an adult. As a sister-in-law, you should be more mindful. Mindful? Jingxiao looked defiant. Are you a relic from the last century? Let me ask you. You're a man too. Would you be tempted by me like this? Jin Yinshin, unable to resist her teasing, pulled her into his arms. Yes, I will be tempted. Jingxiao blushed, panicked. I'm doomed. If we do it this early in the morning, this year is definitely ruined. She buried her head in Jin Yinshin's chest, saying coquettishly, I was just testing you. Don't take it seriously. Even the eggs in the pan couldn't stand it anymore, sizzling loudly at the flirting couple. Jingxiao took the opportunity to push Jin Yinshin away, finally escaping. At that moment, the secretary brought Jingxiao's clothes. Are the arrangements at the Jin family residence complete? Yes, young master, it's almost done. I guarantee Madame Jin will hear housekeeper Zhang's complaints about you when she returns. Jin Yinshin continued to instruct him. Even grandfather is coming back this time. There must be something important happening. So, if necessary, have housekeeper Zhang speak up. Make sure I can escape the Jin family. What is his plan? As the saying goes, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. At the hotel, Jin Yinshin learned that his mother, with whom he had a strained relationship, was about to return to the country. Jin Yinshin hesitated for a moment, then decided they would meet in 5 minutes to go to the airport to pick them up. Jin Shumo, looking at the luxury car, couldn't help but exclaim, Big brother is so thoughtful. He even got grandfather's favorite car. Suddenly, he looked at Jingxiao, dressed in mature attire inside the car. and burst into laughter. Haha, why are you dressed so old-fashioned? Just like my brother. Then his laughter abruptly stopped. Maybe I really do have a problem. Jin Yinshen was sitting right next to Jing Xiao, glaring at him. Soon, they arrived at the airport. Meeting his family for the first time, Jing Xiao couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What kind of person is your mother? Will she hate me? Don't ask such useless questions. Clearly, Jing Xiao didn't know about the strained relationship between Jin Yinshen and his mother. Accompanied by his stepmother, grandfather Jin slowly walked out of the airport. Seeing his mother after so long, Jin Shimo playfully rushed into her arms, acting spoiled. Mom, I missed you so much. Suddenly, grandfather Jin slammed his cane on the ground. They had noticed Jin Yinshen was there too. How unlucky. Didn't I tell you to come pick us up yourself? Why did you bring him along? Jin Shimo said, "Worry chick, Baba Ly. My punishment period isn't over yet. How could I get a car without Big Brother?" Grandfather Jin instantly flew into a rage. What punishment period? Did he dare bully you? Grandfather will stand up for you. Jin Shimo sighed helplessly. Don't always think Big Brother bullies me. We have a good relationship. Besides, it was my fault this time. But grandfather Jin, ignoring Jin Yinshen's gloomy face, said bluntly, that guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. Jin Yinshen's mother also asked Jing Xiao with a sharp tone, "You're Lin Anya's friend, right? Your best friend died, and you married her boyfriend. Don't tell me you planned this all along." The indignant Jing Xiao was about to retort when Jin Yinshen grabbed her and said to his mother, "You're joking. Jing Xiao and I met after Anya's death, and it was love at first sight for me." Facing Jin Yinshen's protection, Jing Xiao blushed. To save me from embarrassment in front of his mother, he actually made up such a lie. Jin Yinshen then looked at his mother. I believe you, mother, understand the feeling of love at first sight best, don't you? This seemed to have hit a nerve with his mother. She turned around, embarrassed, and left. Just then, a voice came from not far away. I never thought the cold and stern CEO Jin would have such a side. How interesting. A beautiful redhead wearing sunglasses and bright clothing approached. This person was Situ Jing, one of the legal heirs of the Situ group. And this time, he accompanied Jin Yinshen's mother to the cemetery where Jing Xiao and Jin Shimo got engaged. Wow, what did I just hear? Jin Shimo looked dumbfounded upon hearing this. Inside the Jin family villa, Jin Shimo, without any reservation, complained to his mother about not wanting to marry a woman he didn't love. Jing Xiao, standing at a distance, looked slightly worried. Along the way, Jin Shimo kept making a fuss in front of Situ Jing. He must be very embarrassed. So Jing Xiao kindly reminded him, if you feel uncomfortable, I can accompany you inside. Situ Jing calmly replied, thank you for being so considerate of my feelings. I've already anticipated this situation. Born into a family like mine, I can't control my own destiny. As long as it benefits the family, I can marry anyone. Jing Xiao was shocked. If you have to spend your whole life exchanging benefits, you won't be happy. Suddenly, Situ Jing burst out laughing. You're so naive. You're right. I won't be happy. But have you found your own happiness? Jing Xiao's face paled. This woman was indeed not simple. In broad daylight, these two were actually being intimate in the car. Situ Jing, who had come with Jin Yinshen's mother, was just about to use this opportunity to stir up trouble. Her words hit a nerve. Jing Xiao wasn't happy. Jin Yinshen, sensing the situation was getting out of hand, quickly took Jing Xiao away. And Situ Jing's words deeply touched him. He unconsciously became a little more distant towards Jin Yinshen. Situ Jing looked triumphantly at the departing pair. Mr. Jin, we shall meet again. In the car, Jing Xiao finally couldn't help but ask softly, Jin Yinshen, how much longer will our marriage last? You deliberately punished me and married me because of Anya's death. Similarly, I agreed to sign the marriage agreement out of guilt. During this time, no matter how you treated me, I haven't complained, but I want a deadline. I want my freedom back. Jin Yinshen was taken aback. He had obviously never considered this question. Moreover, he was now deeply entangled. After a moment of contemplation, his demeanor suddenly changed. Freedom. Are you qualified to talk about freedom with me? He said, kissing her without hesitation. And a naive young woman. How could she resist the kiss of such a handsome older man? She looked at Jin Yinshen shyly and asked tremblingly, Jin Yinshen, what are you thinking? At this moment, Jin Yinshen couldn't answer. His advances became more intense. Jing Xiao also realized that if this continued, things would get out of control. After all, being seen in broad daylight would be disastrous. She tried to restrain herself and pushed Jin Yinshen away. Just as she was about to scold him, he covered her mouth. Then he quickly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't talk. Someone is watching me." Jing Xiao also noticed through the car's rearview mirror that a man in black was hiding in the distance, secretly taking pictures of them. She immediately became alert. "What's going on?" Jin Yinshin took off his tie as he told Jing Xiao, "Someone wants to confirm whether our relationship is real. It's most likely Sidu Jing. She's capable but lacks resources. Marrying Jin Shumo is also a way to gain the Jin family support, so that she can inherit the Sidu family." As he spoke, Jin Yinshin revealed his sexy 8-pack abs. Jing Xiao protested, "You're such a rogue. It's Jin Shumo who's marrying Sidu Jing. What's her purpose in spying on us?" By this time, Jin Yinshin had already leaned over and pinned Jing Xiao beneath him. "I have my own plan. I can't let little Sidu Jing ruin things and expose me. Since she wants a watch, we'll put on a show for her." Jing Xiao, who had never experienced anything like this, couldn't help but blush. Clutching her almost falling clothes, she argued, "In broad daylight, you can't. The paparazzi can't see anything from that angle. We could just pretend." But Jin Yinshin stopped her and slowly pulled off his tie, binding Jing Xiao's hands. "There's no pretending with me. If we're going to do it, we're doing it all the way." Jing Xiao looked at the wolf-like Jin Yinshin with fear and kept threatening, "I'm warning you, you can't do this here." "I can't." Before Jing Xiao could finish, with a slight shake of the car, Jing Xiao's resistance was overwhelmed by the overwhelming hormones. This scheming woman, Situ Jing, instigated a divorce between others. At the restaurant, Jin Yinshin's mother deliberately left Jin Shumo and Situ Jing alone. After Madame Jin left, Jin Shumo's face immediately changed. "Miss Situ, are all the women in your Situ family like you? So presumptuous, chasing after a man from miles away?" Situ Jing looked at Jin Shumo calmly, occasionally rubbing her leg against his under the table. "I don't know about the others, but if young Master Jin is curious, we could try." Innocent Jin Shumo. Jin Shumo stared at the alluring Situ Jing. He slammed the table furiously and stood up. "What are you doing? You're incredibly shameless." After Jin Shumo left, the paparazzi sent over the secretly recorded video. Situ Jing fell into deep thought. Could she have guessed wrong? She decided to meet with Jing Xiao alone. At the bar, Yilu looked at Jin Yinshin and teased him. "Haven't seen you in a month, Mr. Jin. You're looking well. I've taken care of the things you asked me to do. I guarantee your company will run smoothly after you leave the Jin family. So shouldn't you reward me? What do you want?" "Beauties, of course," Yilu said shyly. "Doesn't need to be many. Just 1,000 or 800 will do." Jin Yinshin handed him his phone. "I don't have 1,000 or 800. Just one." Yilu looked at the photo on the phone and gasped. "Whoa, isn't that the little princess of the Sidu family? Someone like me couldn't even catch her eye." Jin Yinshin slowly stood up. "I don't need to marry her. It's my brother who's engaged to her, but she seems to have ulterior motives. So I need you to investigate. I'll save your payment for next time." He then turned and left the bar. 4 days later, at King Shuiyuan, Jing Xiao was filming when Bai Bing called her over. "You have a friend looking for you. Over by the pavilion." Jing Xiao was puzzled. "What friend?" At the pavilion, Situ Jing saw Jing Xiao approaching and greeted her cheerfully. Jing Xiao felt a surge of fear. How did she know she was here? Yesterday, she hired someone to take pictures, and today, she came to find her. What was she planning? Seeing Jing Xiao frozen in place, Situ Jing quickly stood up to greet her. "Don't worry about guessing. Try this new milk tea I discovered. I came to find you about the engagement. I don't actually want to marry Jin Shumo." Suddenly, she looked at the bewildered Jing Xiao with a sly expression. "The person I want to marry is Jin Yinshin." "What?" Jing Xiao's jaw dropped. "Are you crazy? Jin Yinshin is already married to me. Didn't you know?" Situ Jing said calmly. "Of course I know. So just get him to divorce you." Jing Xiao didn't want to bother with her and turned to go back to work. "Don't want to be with Lin Anya again." Situ Jing called out loudly. Jing Xiao felt a flicker of unease. "How do you know about him?" Situ Jing looked smug. "This is just basic homework for me. And I also know the real reason you married Jin Yinshin. You married him to protect Lin Anya." Situ Jing took out a video. "Take a look. He recorded this especially for you, Jing Xiao." "Jing Xiao, it's Anya. Look, this is the university we promised to go to together. I'm already a graduate student here. So, when are you coming to fulfill our promise?" Seeing her beloved so far away and unreachable, Jing Xiao hesitated. Situ Jing seized the opportunity and put her arm around Jing Xiao's shoulder. "I can send you abroad," she said firmly. "I could take care of everything. Go pursue your love. Go back to him. This woman conspired with an outsider to deceive her own husband. To expand her family's power, Situ Jing privately sought out Jing Xiao, using her ex-boyfriend Lin Anya as bait to persuade her to divorce Jin Yenshin. Just as Jing Xiao was lost in thought, a familiar voice startled her. She looked up and saw Jin Yenshin. Situ Jing appeared remarkably calm. What a coincidence, running into Mr. Jin here. I heard King Shuiyuan has beautiful scenery, and since Jing Xiao is working here, I asked her to show me around. Right, Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao felt a wave of worry. She couldn't let Jin Yenshin find out about Anya. She had to hide it from him. She forced a smile. Yes, that's right. I just finished work, so I came over. Suddenly, Jin Yenshin put his arm around her waist. Go rest after you finish work, he said with concern. I'll worry if you're too tired. Jing Xiao blushed, mortified by his performance. He was such a good actor. Suddenly, Jin Yenshin turned his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Situ Jing. You should know Shimo works here too, right? You should ask him to accompany you instead of Jing Xiao. And it's best if we don't interact too much. Don't you agree? Before Situ Jing could respond, Jin Yenshin excused himself and, taking Jing Xiao's hand, strode away. A moment later, Jin Yenshin flung Jing Xiao's hand away and glared at her fiercely. Do you think you're so clever? Someone like Situ Jing, what kind of beauty hasn't she seen? You've learned to lie, haven't you? Are you colluding with outsiders to deceive me? Have you thought about the consequences you'll face? Faced with Jin Yenshin's interrogation, Jing Xiao's heart pounded with panic. If she told the truth, Jin Yenshin definitely wouldn't let Lin Anya go. What should she do? Jin Yenshin gripped her chin tightly, still not telling the truth. Were you hiding? Or are you protecting someone? Jing Xiao trembled, seeing that she was about to be exposed. Suddenly, Jin Yenshin's phone rang. It was Jin Shimo. Mother is having a small banquet at home tonight. She wants us all to attend. Remember to bring your wife. After hastily hanging up, Jing Xiao nervously asked him what was the matter. Jin Yenshin said curtly, there's a family dinner tonight. I'll have Wu Bai prepare your clothes. Don't be late. He then turned and left. Jing Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. She had narrowly escaped disaster for now. However, it seemed Jin Yenshin wouldn't let this go. Suddenly, anxious cries for help came from nearby. A panicked staff member pointed to the lake and told Jing Xiao, I just saw someone fall in. What do we do? I can't swim. Hearing this, Jing Xiao didn't hesitate and dove into the water. She swam with all her might to the bottom of the lake and saw the drowning man. Mustering her last bit of strength, she dragged him to the surface. But the man remained unconscious. Without a second thought, she began performing CPR. She even gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Finally, after much effort, the man opened his eyes. He watched Jing Xiao leave, his heart deeply stirred. Jing Xiao never imagined that the man she saved wasn't just an ordinary person. This overbearing CEO was actually beaten by his own grandfather until his mouth bled. That evening, the banquet at the Jin family villa was held as scheduled. Madame Jin, accompanied by Situ Jing and her friend Mrs. Yin, exchanged pleasantries. Situ Jing's mouth was like a well-oiled machine, firing off sweet nothings and compliments. She charmed Mrs. Yin, who exclaimed, this daughter-in-law is amazing. I almost want my already married son to steal her away. Madame Jean beamed, her smile reaching her ears. Just then, Jin Shimo, dressed in formal attire, arrived and sought out Grandfather Jean. Madame Jean scolded him for not following proper etiquette. Grandfather hasn't been kidnapped. Go and keep Situ Jing company. Jin Shimo rolled his eyes. Looking at her troublesome son, Madame Jean quickly explained, boys mature after marriage. And isn't everything settled today? But she stopped mid-sentence and pulled Mrs. Yin away. Jin Shimo was confused. Her hesitant words made him wonder if something big was about to happen. At that moment, Jing Xiao, dressed in a light pink princess dress, stopped him and asked if he had seen Jin Yenshin. Jin Shimo, flustered and speechless by Jing Xiao's pure appearance, stammered, why don't you beg me? I might consider taking you to him. Jing Xiao ignored him and turned to leave. Situ Jing, with her built-in magnifying glass, noticed something peculiar. Jin Shimo's attitude towards Jing Xiao was clearly different from his attitude towards others. This was an unexpected discovery. She slowly approached Jin Shimo and whispered, if I'm not mistaken, Young Master Jin also likes Jing Xiao, doesn't he? Jin Shimo choked, spitting out his drink. He was clearly startled by Sidu Jing's words, his legs going weak. Blushing, he hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense." Sidu Jing handed him a handkerchief with a smug look. "Don't deny it yet. If I have a way for you to be with her, would you be interested?" Though Jin Shimo was breaking out in a cold sweat, he hesitated. A loud crash from a room in the villa caught Jing Xiao's attention. It turned out Grandfather Jin was furious because the servant had brewed the wrong tea. "Go get Wu Ma. She knows my preferences." Jin Yinshin stated bluntly that Wu Ma had been fired by him. Grandfather stood up furiously. With an incredulous look, he asked, "You fired Wu Ma?" Jin Yinshin confirmed, "Yes, I fired her." Grandfather Jin raised his hand and slapped him across the face. "Have you grown wings? How dare you fire my people?" Jin Yinshin, like a trapped tiger, stared at his grandfather in silence, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Outside the door, Jing Xiao covered her mouth in shock. "Wu Ma, wasn't she fired for deliberately pretending to be a ghost?" Jin Yinshin did nothing wrong. Why scold him because of an incompetent servant? Grandfather Jin grew even more agitated, his words becoming increasingly harsh. "How dare you touch my people? You're nothing but a dog in the Jin family. Behave yourself, or pack your bags and get out." Finally, Jing Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. She burst into the room angrily. "You're wrong about Jin Yinshin." Grandfather Jin was taken aback. Even Jin Yinshin hadn't expected Jing Xiao to stand up for him. Wu Ma was fired for pretending to be a ghost and then arguing about it. Jin Yinshin did nothing wrong. "You shouldn't treat him like this. You shouldn't hit him. You should apologize to him." Grandfather Jin was so shocked he nearly fainted. Preposterous. There's no reason for an elder to apologize to a junior. Who are you to lecture me? He raised his arm again, unable to contain himself. The CEO, Jin Yinshin, had blood trickling from his mouth, having been struck by his grandfather for firing a servant. Seeing her grandfather's excessive behavior, Jing Xiao rushed into the room and vehemently demanded he apologize to Jin Yinshin. Grandfather Jin, in a fit of rage, roared, "Who are you? What gives you the right to lecture me?" Jing Xiao showed him no respect. Even someone like me knows to apologize for wrongdoing. Don't you, a respected elder of such high status, understand this principle? Grandfather Jin, nearly apoplectic with rage, swung his cane at Jing Xiao. Terrified, Jing Xiao instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a thud. Opening her eyes, she saw Jin Yinshin standing in front of her, having taken the blow from Grandfather Jin's cane. Jin Yinshin glared fiercely at his grandfather. "Even if I am a dog of the Jin family, a corner dog will bite back." His menacing glare was like that of a ferocious wolf. Grandfather Jin trembled, intimidated by Jin Yinshin's aura. "From this day forward, I, Jin Yinshin, have nothing to do with the Jin family anymore." With that, he took Jing Xiao's hand and left. Meanwhile, Jin Shimo learned a secret. Tonight's banquet was actually an engagement party for him and Sidu Jing. Only the two Jin sons and Jing Xiao were unaware of this arrangement. Jin Shimo was clearly shocked by Situ Jing's words. What is mother doing? It's not enough that she forces women on me. Now she wants to force me into an engagement. I'm going to ask her what this is about. The cunning Sidu Jing, however, had a plan. Going to her is useless. If they respected you, they wouldn't have arranged this engagement party behind your back. Besides, this won't be the last time. Can you stop them every time? I have a simpler solution. I'll announce at the banquet that I want to marry Jin Yinshin. I know Jin Yinshin has a wife, but isn't it his wife that you like? I marry Jin Yinshin. You strive to marry Jing Xiao. Isn't this a win-win situation? Think about it. Jin Shimo hesitated. Jin Yinshin was his older brother, who had always treated him with genuine kindness. How could he betray him? Suddenly, Situ Jing's phone rang. She learned of Jin Yinshin's decision to leave the Jin family. Jin Shimo looked conflicted. Situ Jing seized the opportunity to persuade him. You heard that, right? We only have this one chance tonight. It's up to you whether or not you want to cooperate. I'll stall for time and delay the announcement. You're responsible for bringing Jin Yinshin back. Of course, if you're unwilling, then there's nothing I can do. Jin Shimo was torn. On one side was the woman he loved, and on the other, his respected older brother. What choice should he make? Meanwhile, Jing Xiao looked at the silent Jin Yinshin. She had countless questions, but didn't voice any of them. Finally, Jin Yinshin spoke. You're staring a hole through me. Ask your questions now, or the opportunity will be gone. He added, but think before you speak. Jing Xiao rolled her eyes. Then she asked, "Why is your relationship with your family so bad? Why didn't your grandfather listen to your explanation and just hit you? How can family members treat each other like this?" Family. A trace of sadness flickered across Jin Yinshin's eyes. That word has become very distant to me. Then, he revealed the secret buried deep in his heart. That scheming woman actually confessed her love for someone else's husband in public, forcing them to divorce. Faced with Jing Xiao's questions, Jin Yinshin decided to open up. "When I was born, a fortune teller predicted my fate. He said I was a cursed star, that I would bring misfortune to my family. Only my father suffered misfortune. Fate insisted on keeping me alive. Later, he died in a car accident on his way to deliver some paintbrushes to me. Do you remember the little boy Shumo used to scare you with? He's my older brother. The year after my father died, he was trying to get a kite down from a tree for me. I couldn't hold him, and he fell from the second floor. I'll never forget that scene." Jin Yinshin clenched his fists, his whole body trembling in pain. Jing Xiao quickly comforted him, saying it was all in the past. Jin Shumo quietly watched the intimate pair, a wicked thought flashing through his mind. Sidu Jing was right. It truly was a win-win deal. Seeing Jin Yinshin had calmed down, Jing Xiao continued to ask, "Does Shumo know about your brother's accident?" Jin Yinshin sighed helplessly. He was young then. He doesn't remember some things. Mother and grandfather decided to keep it from him. After that, I became the eldest son of the Jin family, and I remain so to this day. Shumo has a carefree and unrestrained personality. I don't want him to know such a heavy burden. I hope you won't tell him either. Aren't you hiding something from me?" Jin Shumo suddenly appeared. Jing Xiao, caught off guard, didn't know how to explain. Jin Yinshan calmly reminded him, "Isn't it normal for us to keep things from you? What do you want to know?" Jin Shumo immediately backed down. "Well, you have a point." Jin Yinshan was about to leave with Jing Xiao when Jin Shumo suddenly stopped him. "Mom, we finally have a banquet. It's no fun if you just leave like this." But Jin Yinshan was clearly unmoved. After all, in his mother's eyes, he was just a source of anger. Seeing this, Jin Shumo immediately turned on the dramatics and hugged Jin Yinshin. "Big brother, please. They've been abroad for so many years. We finally have a chance to be together. Just for me, please don't leave." Jin Yinshin shook his head helplessly, saying this wouldn't happen again. Jing Xiao kept asking about the injury on Jin Yinshin's back, worried if it was serious. Watching the two walk away, Jin Shumo murmured, "I'm sorry, big brother. This is the only way we can both find happiness." At the banquet, Madame Jin anxiously searched for Jin Shumo as the guests filled the room. Sidu Jing, however, claimed that Jin Shumo was well-mannered and would definitely come. Grandfather Jin also looked troubled. Suddenly, Jin Shumo jumped in front of his grandfather and said he was going to find his older brother. Then he quietly gestured to Sidu Jing, reminding her to proceed with the plan. Grandfather Jin glared at the returning pair with utter hatred. He decided that after the wedding announcement, he would kick Jin Yinshin out of the Jin family in front of everyone. As the banquet was about to begin, Jin Shumo took the opportunity to approach Sidu Jing and told her to perform well. But just as Grandfather Jin was excitedly announcing their engagement, Situ Jing suddenly interrupted him. Then, in front of everyone, she announced that the person she wanted to marry was Jin Yinshin. Everyone was stunned. Then, she too turned on the dramatics, slowly walking towards Jin Yinshin and gazing at him affectionately. "I know you're already married, but I can't control my feelings. My longing for you grows stronger every day. Jin Yinshin, will you marry me?" As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Madame Jin quickly intervened. "Xiao Jing, let's talk about this in private." Situ Jing, however, disregarded the Jin family's reputation and directly refused. "Auntie, I love Jin Yinshin. Please forgive my selfishness." Madame Jin panicked. How could she salvage this awkward situation? This girl actually proposed to another woman's husband in public. Faced with Situ Jing's confession, Jing Xiao was visibly flustered. In terms of family background and appearance, Situ Jing was indeed a better match for Jin Yinshin. Suddenly, Jin Yinshin pulled Jing Xiao into his arms and looked at her tenderly. Then, he gently kissed the back of her hand and declared possessively, "No one can steal your man." The onlookers were thrilled. They kept saying that the Sidu family princess's thick skin could be used as shoe leather. But the prepared Sidu Jing directly pulled out her long-planned trump card. "Jin Yinshin, you may love her, but she may not love you." She then played a video of Lin Anya's confession. This is her boyfriend of 7 years. They even agreed to go to university in Germany together. "You forced Jing Xiao to marry you. I truly love you, so marry me. Jin Shumo watched the performance and kindly reminded his mother, Mom, if you don't faint now, tomorrow's headlines will be all about our family's mess. With Jin Shumo's exclamation, Madame Jean fell directly into his arms, feigning a dramatic faint. Jin Yinshin took the opportunity to arrange for Zhang Shu to see the guests out and called for a doctor. Inside the room, Madame Jean kept cursing Sidu Jing for her shamelessness and publicly humiliating the Jean family. Grandfather Jean, however, said that the marriage agreement with the Sidu family could not be easily broken. Jin Shumo subtly hinted to his mother that his older brother could divorce and marry that drama queen. Unexpectedly, this was met with a roar from his mother. You idiot, you got a head, but no brains. The Sidu family is the capital you'll need to support the Jean family in the future. If you don't inherit the company, who will take care of you when I'm gone? Jin Shumo said with disdain, Isn't there still Big Brother? Or grandfather? You could try hard and have another one. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a whack on the head from grandfather. Grandfather's expression turned unreadable. In order to obtain the Sidu family's resources, he secretly resolved not to let Jin Yinshin go. Meanwhile, in the car, Jing Xiao looked at the silent Jin Yinshin, feeling apprehensive. Would he explode at her? Or would he find someone to silence Anya? Suddenly, after getting out of the car, Jin Yinshin coldly spat out 2 words, breaking the silence. The panicked Jing Xiao was just about to get out of the car when Jin Yinshin gripped her chin and glared at her fiercely. So, Sidu Jing came to you about this before. You deceived me to protect that pretty boy, didn't you? Jing Xiao's heart leaped to her throat. He was going after Anya after all. No, I can't admit it. Jing Xiao shook her head repeatedly. I don't understand what you're talking about. We broke up a long time ago. Jin Yinshin leaned closer, his gaze icy. I'll get to the bottom of this. Wait for me in my room. You won't sleep until I return. Watching the angrily departing Jin Yinshin, Jing Xiao felt a wave of fear. I have to come up with a plan. At a private bar, Yi Lu was having a lively chat with a beautiful woman. Boasting about the better alcohol at his villa, he invited her over for a taste. The woman was about to agree, but then her eyes widened in fear. She grabbed her purse and said she had something to do and would take a rain check. The puzzled Yi Lu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he was so startled he swore. Jin Yinshin had silently sat down behind him without him noticing. Before he could react, he was hit with a powerful punch. Jin Yinshin said arrogantly, You didn't inform me after finding the information, and you're here picking up girls instead. Do you not want this bar anymore? The apprehensive Yi Lu said he was blinded by beauty and promised it wouldn't happen again. Jin Yinshin angrily slammed the documents he had finished reading onto the table. This Sidu Jing, after all this, has played us all. It's time to teach her a lesson. The girl was trying to find a way to protect her ex-boyfriend from being silenced by her current husband. In her room, Jing Xiao, looking at the WeChat message her ex-boyfriend sent 3 months ago, was in a dilemma. Rashly sending a message to warn Anya would definitely cause unnecessary trouble, possibly even putting his life in danger. Suddenly, looking at the phone on the table, she had an idea. She decided to apply a strategy from the art of war, personally testing the wisdom of her ancestors. So, she asked the front desk to send up a bottle of red wine. Jin Yinshin returned. Seeing the dimly lit room, he assumed Jing Xiao was asleep. He entered, ready to unleash his fury, but was preempted. I'm not asleep. Jing Xiao, on the bed, wearing a transparent lace dress, turned on the mood lighting and looked seductively at Jin Yinshin in the doorway, occasionally letting out a soft, coquettish moan. Jin Yinshin kept swallowing, a blush creeping onto his face. The slightly tipsy Jing Xiao swayed towards him, murmuring, A certain Mr. Devil isn't happy tonight. I have to appease him. Otherwise, he'd give her a good thrashing. She fell directly into Jin Yinshin's arms. Jin Yinshin asked angrily, Why are you drinking? To bolster my courage, of course. How else would I dare let loose? Jing Xiao said, hooking her arm around his neck. Hearing this answer, Jin Yinshin seemed to frown, but in reality, he could barely contain himself. Jing Xiao pouted and coquettishly asked, What's wrong, my darling? Don't you like it? Jin Yinshin pretended to be aloof, his face dark and silent. If you don't like it, I'll change now. Seeing Jing Xiao about to leave, Jin Yinshin seized the opportunity and embraced her. Then, leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "Who said I don't like it?" Jing Xiao was about to say something, but Jin Yenshin, already poised and ready, sealed her lips with a kiss. He then pulled away a crucial piece of clothing. Jing Xiao, facing away from Jin Yenshin, braced herself against the wall with both hands. Trembling, she said, "My legs are weak. Give me a massage." The domineering Jin Yenshin turned the petite Jing Xiao around. He had her hold onto his neck, then lifted her leg and hooked it around his waist, gently massaging it. As the mood lighting flickered, Jin Yenshin impatiently kissed her again. His movements became increasingly rhythmic. Lost in the moment, Jing Xiao still hadn't forgotten the purpose of this passionate encounter. As their passion deepened, she timidly and weakly asked, "Are you still angry that I kept it from you? Why bring this up now, at such a crucial moment?" Jin Yenshin muttered softly. Jing Xiao cupped his face, pouting and continuing to act coquettishly. "I wouldn't dare ask at any other time." The impatient Jin Yenshin perfunctorily replied, "Don't let it happen again," and continued to massage her. The ancient saying is true. Heroes succumb to the charms of beautiful women. The clever Jing Xiao had averted this crisis. But Jin Yenshin clearly wouldn't let things rest. The next day, Situ Jing, who was meticulously dressing herself, suddenly received a package. While she was wondering about its origin, she was terrified by the photos inside the box. They were intimate photos of her and another man. "I'm finished. Am I going to be barbecued?" A woman's intuition is always accurate. Suddenly, the phone beside her rang. Situ Jing answered the phone with trembling hands. A familiar voice came from the other end. The woman supported her trembling body with both hands. Her husband was massaging her back until she complained her legs were weak, and he turned her around. To get Jin Yenshin to forgive her deception, Jing Xiao resorted to a seduction plan to resolve the crisis. Thus, the two made love until the next morning. Jin Yenshin deliberately hid Jing Xiao's clothes to prevent her from going to work. He was clearly still relishing last night's activities. In order to be a competent stunt double, the helpless Jing Xiao had no choice but to wrap herself in a blanket and rush back to her own home to find clothes. She was utterly exasperated. On the way back to the company, the dazed Jing Xiao accidentally bumped into a stranger's arms. The man politely asked Jing Xiao, "Are you the girl who saved me in the pool that day?" Recalling the incident of falling into the water that day, Jing Xiao instinctively covered her mouth. "So you're the unlucky guy who accidentally fell into the water that day." The man smiled and said that he hadn't fallen in accidentally, but had wanted to experience the feeling of drowning. The embarrassed Jing Xiao thought to herself, was this man's head kicked by something? Why would he lie at the bottom of the pool for fun? "It's a good thing I found you, miss," the man said excitedly. "Can I ask for your name? I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart." Jing Xiao, however, was frightened and repeatedly waved her hands, backing away. "He wants my name. He's probably trying to scam me. Sorry, I'm going to be late. Let's talk next time." With that, she ran off. But what Jing Xiao didn't know was that the man in front of her actually had an unusual identity. The man silently watched Jing Xiao leave, a look of reluctance on his face. Will there be another chance encounter? Elsewhere, Situ Jing was applying her makeup. Suddenly, the guard delivered an unfamiliar package. Opening the box, she saw intimate photos of herself and another man. Situ Jing was instantly terrified. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call with trembling hands. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Do you like the gift I sent you?" It was Jin Yenshin. He was leisurely sipping his coffee. "Miss Situ, this is Chun Sinan, your boyfriend of 10 years. Because of his low status, he couldn't enter your esteemed Situ family. So you orchestrated a car accident and safely hid him on a small island you own. Tell me, Miss Situ, wouldn't the old foxes of the Situ family be interested in this news?" Terrified, Situ Jing collapsed, falling to her knees. "Please don't tell them. I have what you want. We can negotiate any terms." Inside the office, Situ Jing pleaded tearfully, "Mr. Jin, I can give you all my shares in the Situ Group. I just want to live peacefully with Sinan on the island." Jin Yenshin clearly didn't believe her sweet talk. "Enough, Miss Situ. I'm not interested in your tears or your love story. As for the shares you mentioned, if I were to accept them, grandfather would be even less likely to let me leave the Jin family. It would be nothing but detrimental to me." Situ Jing couldn't help but laugh. Then, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, revealing a wicked smile. "You're quite clear-headed. No one can refuse the Situ Group's shares at the moment. If you privately invited me here, it's obviously for a transaction. Since you don't want the shares, shouldn't we have met in a hotel room instead? She said, pushing her ample breasts forward while looking at Jean Yinshin seductively. This girl wanted to seduce the domineering CEO, but she received a cold response. Jean Yinshin looked at her with icy eyes and ordered her to behave. My wife is just as beautiful and well-figured as you. Who do you think you are? I called you here for 2 reasons. First, you will hand over all your Situ Group shares to Jean Shumo. You can discuss the specifics with my mother and the others. Situ Jing readily agreed. Then, Jean Yinshin handed her half of a photo of Lin Anya. His eyes revealed a murderous intent. Second, I want to stay away from Jing Xiao forever. Situ Jing's face darkened. Do you want him dead? Miss Situ, you think too much. His life is worthless to me. Situ Jing was puzzled. What are you doing? Is this because of Jing Xiao? Haha, I wonder what it was. So you're jealous of her first love. Women don't love men who aren't upfront, you know. I agree to the second condition as well. As long as you and Jing Xiao are together, Lin Anya will not appear. However, if one day you give up on Jing Xiao and she still loves Lin Anya, then I will no longer stop them from seeing each other. Jing Xiao is a good girl. I want her to be happy. Jean Yinshin scoffed coldly. Her happiness depends on him. Don't worry, I won't give you that opportunity. He tore the photo to shreds. My prey can only stay by my side. Meanwhile, at King Shuiyuan, Jing Xiao was immersed in the joy of filming. Suddenly, she looked up. She realized the emperor in front of her was the man who had fallen into the lake that day. During the break on set, the two faced each other awkwardly. Jing Xiao pondered for a moment. The male lead in this drama is the newly popular best actor. Are you Han Lingfeng? The man smiled. It seems I'm not famous enough. Jing Xiao waved her hands awkwardly. No. I didn't recognize you. Before, I thought you were a weirdo. Why would you jump into an artificial lake for no reason? At that moment, the director hurried over. Lingfeng, the actress for the drowning scene this afternoon, was suddenly injured. We're currently looking for a replacement, but the actress needs to be a good swimmer, so we don't know when we'll be able to film it. Han Lingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have a good candidate in mind. He turned to Jing Xiao. There's a role that drives the plot forward. It's a good opportunity. Would you like to try it? Sorry, I'm not interested. Jing Xiao refused outright. The director couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect anyone to refuse you, Mr. Han. He turned to Jing Xiao. There's 30,000 yuan for this role. Jing Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. She accepted joyfully. A bewildered Han Lingfeng was filled with doubts. Finally, he couldn't help but ask Jing Xiao, are you short of money? Jing Xiao didn't hesitate. Yes, I am. There's an urgent matter at home, and I need money. Hearing this, Han Lingfeng bent down and wrote down his contact information. I don't know how to repay your kindness for saving me. This is my personal contact information. If you're in urgent need of money, feel free to contact me anytime. He continued to comfort her, saying, if you don't need it, just keep it as a souvenir. But according to the plot, this note definitely won't be written in vain. This schemer, even when he's almost done for, doesn't forget to sow discord. Worried that she was sick, he came to the set to see if he could run into her. He happened to learn from the assistant that Jing Xiao was acting opposite the best actor. Jean Shumo became excitedly incoherent. He snatched the assistant's camera and rushed towards the set. With the director's call of action, the alluring Jing Xiao emerged from the water like a lotus flower. Her long hair flowed behind her, and her well-fitting short clothes showcased her curvaceous figure perfectly. The sunlight accentuated her graceful form. Jean Shumo listened to his own pounding heart. His cheeks flushed. He unconsciously raised the camera. Jing Xiao's enchanting figure was not only captured in the camera, but also etched into Jean Shumo's heart. Suddenly, his hands trembled uncontrollably. This is so strange, the embarrassed Jean Shumo muttered, touching his head and sighing repeatedly. Inside the Jean family villa, Butler Zhang had already packed Jean Yinshin's luggage. He smiled and instructed Butler Zhang, take care of yourself. There's nothing left for me here. I won't be coming back to see you. At this moment, Situ Jing, accompanied by the old man and Jean Yinshin's stepmother, walked out. Having obtained the Situ Group shares, Jean Yinshin's stepmother finally felt at ease. Jing, Annie truly likes you. Although we couldn't become family, you're welcome to visit any time. This is also your home. Suddenly, she spotted Jin Yinshin not far away, and her attitude took a 180-degree turn. Her face became filled with disgust. The old man finally got his wish. Since you've left the Jin family, you're not welcome here. Don't come back again. Jin Yinshin's gaze was sharp and resolute. Naturally, even if you begged me, I wouldn't come back. You better keep your word. Scoffing, the old man turned and went back inside. Situ Jing asked curiously, "The difference in your treatment is quite stark. What did you do to make them hate you so much?" Jin Yinshin didn't bother to respond. "You don't need to know that much. Let's go. My people will escort you safely to your destination." Situ Jing, however, stopped Jin Yinshin as he was about to leave. "Don't go yet. You gave me a gift last time. I have to return the favor." She leaned in mischievously and whispered in Jin Yinshin's ear, "I wasn't the only one causing trouble at the banquet. Your dear brother, Jin Shimo, also likes Jingxiao." At 10 p.m., Jin Yinshin drove to King Shuiyuan to pick up Jingxiao from work. Leaning back in his car, his mind was in turmoil. Situ Jing's words echoed in his ears. Two brothers falling for the same woman. A truly cliched, yet captivating scenario. What will you do? He thought. Will it be a battle between brothers? Or will you hand Jingxiao over to your brother for the sake of family? Suddenly, a burning cigarette but landed on his finger, pulling him back to reality. It was so late, and Jingxiao still hadn't come out. He decided to go inside and investigate. Inside the utility room, Bai Bing kept asking the sneezing Jingxiao if she had caught a cold. At that moment, Jin Shimo took the opportunity to offer everyone milk tea, sending the busy crew away. Seeing Jingxiao's indifference, Jin Shimo directly handed her the milk tea in his hand. "This milk tea is too hot. Drink it for me." Jingxiao looked at him with disdain. "How low is your body temperature? This is too hot for you. And don't you hate ginger the most? Why are you drinking ginger tea?" It turned out that the thoughtful Jin Shimo not only brought ginger tea because he was worried she might catch a cold, but he also came specifically to help her pack up. "Put it down. I'll do it myself. Otherwise, the director will scold me again." Jin Shimo grinned and said, "I love watching you get scolded by the director." But Jin Yinshin was already hiding behind the door, watching the two of them flirting. His face darkened considerably. The overbearing CEO had just learned a secret. His younger brother was actually interested in his wife. Jin Yinshin had originally planned to pick his wife up from work. Unfortunately, he stumbled upon the two of them flirting. Consumed by jealousy, Jin Yinshin hid behind the door, unable to contain himself any longer. He reminded Jingxiao in a low and stern voice, "Work's over. Why aren't you hurrying home? What are you doing here?" Jingxiao clearly didn't realize the gravity of the situation. "My work isn't finished. How can I go back? You call this work?" Jin Yinshin wasn't buying it. His face darkened even more. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Jin Shimo snatched the box and quickly explained, "I was just teasing her. It has nothing to do with her. Shut up. You don't need to speak for her." Jin Yinshin's piercing glare made Jingxiao tremble. "Letting you work is already embarrassing enough for me. You don't appreciate this freedom, and instead you flirt with Shimo here." Hearing this, Jingxiao's jaw dropped. It seemed she'd been misunderstood. Seeing his beloved being criticized, Jin Shimo felt resentment towards his older brother. "You're going too far. I was just messing with her. Nothing else. Get out of the way. Of course I know you don't mean anything else." Jin Yinshin shoved Jin Shimo aside and looked coldly at Jingxiao. "But she might. So, Shimo, you better stay away from her from now on. It's for the best for both of you." With that, he pulled Jingxiao away without looking back. Jin Shimo watched them leave, filled with jealousy and resentment. Jin Yinshin drove to an unfamiliar villa. Jingxiao sat in the car, hesitant to get out. "Are you going to keep me locked up here?" Jingxiao clearly didn't know that Jin Yinshin had been expelled from the Jin family. "This is my private villa," Jin Yinshin explained helplessly. "We'll live here from now on." Suddenly, Jin Yinshin's phone rang. Seeing it was Fu Wenshun, he frowned, a hint of worry in his eyes. Jin Yinshin turned and answered the phone. A flirtatious voice came from the other end. "Yinshin, I miss you so much. Won't you come see me?" Jingxiao opened the door and was stunned by the luxurious decor. Suddenly, a large German shepherd appeared before her. Having been bitten on the backside by a dog as a child, Jingxiao was instantly terrified. With a series of screams, Jin Yinshin nearly jumped out of his skin. Jingxiao yelled for help and rushed out, diving into Jin Yinshin's arms. "There's a dog in the house." Jin Yinshin hung up the phone helplessly and comforted her softly. "His name is General. He's my dog. You don't need to be afraid. Come, General, come here." Seeing General approaching, Jing Xiao immediately tightened her legs in fear. Don't come any closer. She then jumped onto Jin Yinshin's waist. Jin Yinshin patted General's head and ushered Jing Xiao inside. Just then, a menacing-looking man in the distance watched everything unfold. Little did Jing Xiao know, her nightmare had just begun. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's see where else you can hide. The next morning, seeing Jin Yinshin coming downstairs, Jing Xiao said sweetly, Mr. Jin, would you like to try the breakfast I carefully prepared? Before Jin Yinshin could accept the tea, an accusing voice came from the phone. Is that the girl named Jing Xiao? You scoundrel. You've forgotten all about me, your old flame, now that you have a new love. Helplessly, Jin Yinshin declined Jing Xiao's breakfast offer and left without looking back. Jing Xiao silently watched him leave, a mix of emotions swirling within her. This kind girl would be threatened by a thug, and even her husband's old flame would come looking for him. Early that morning, Jing Xiao, intending to call Jin Yinshin for breakfast, overheard his phone conversation. You scoundrel, you've forgotten all about me now that you have a new love. How shameless. Jin Yinshin, too preoccupied to eat, threw down a hasty excuse about having something to do and hurried off. Watching him leave, Jing Xiao felt a mix of emotions. At the bus stop, Jing Xiao was still troubled by the phone call she overheard that morning. Saving someone. Could Fu Wenshun be Jin Yinshin's ex-girlfriend? This is so annoying. Why can't they talk in front of me? They're deliberately avoiding me. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed before him. He looked up and was stunned. It was Scarface, the man who kidnapped his father. Did the young miss get the money? Jing Xiao's heart leaped in her throat. She stammered softly, didn't you say a month? It's only been 15 days. Clearly, Scarface came prepared. He grabbed Jing Xiao's arm fiercely and roared, You're with Jin Yinshin now. You can't even get 200,000. Are you playing me? Big brother, you misunderstood. We're not like that. He won't give me money. I don't care what your relationship is with him. In 2 days, bring 500,000. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Scarface handed her a small box. Jing Xiao opened the box and was instantly dumbfounded. It was her father's finger. Trembling all over, she fell to her knees with a thud, staring at the box in horror, unable to speak. Scarface patted Jing Xiao with a gleeful look. Remember, 500,000 in 2 days, not a penny less. Otherwise, what I bring next time won't be just this. Meanwhile, in Jin Yinshin's office, the secretary awkwardly told him, Mr. Jin, your old friend, Fu Wenshin. Before she could finish, a slender stranger with long hair, down to her waist, leaned against the doorway. You really couldn't hold back, could you? I said I wanted to surprise him. Jin Yinshin looked at the suddenly appearing Fu Wenshun, his face turning icy. At night, Jing Xiao was anxiously trying to raise money. Through the window, she saw Fu Wenshun drive Jin Yinshin back to the villa. She even thoughtfully straightened his clothes. Jing Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. They're having an affair right at my doorstep. Can they be so blatant now? Back inside, Jing Xiao finally mustered up the courage to ask hesitantly, You're back. I have something to tell you. Jin Yinshin said he was tired and wanted to rest first. Looking at his retreating figure, Jing Xiao felt despair. She had wanted to ask him for money to save her father, but now, looking at the man who shared her bed, she couldn't bring herself to speak. The next day, at King Shuiyuan, desperate, Jing Xiao went to the director and asked for an advance of 400,000. The director was so shocked he swore. You know you don't have that many scenes. Don't think you can ask for the sky just because we have a connection. You don't have to say anymore. I won't lend it to you. Before Jing Xiao could explain, the director flatly refused. Han Lingfeng, seeing Jing Xiao's embarrassment, said comfortingly, Come to my dressing room. I'll help you with whatever trouble you have. Inside the dressing room, Han Lingfeng magnanimously presented a check for 400,000 on the table. Jing Xiao cupped the life-saving money in her hands, thanking him profusely. Although Han Lingfeng said that a mere 400,000 couldn't repay Jing Xiao for saving his life, Jing Xiao was clearly not ungrateful. She swore she would repay him. After work, Jing Xiao clutched her bag containing the check, not daring to let go for a second. Back home, she realized she had caught a cold from filming the underwater scene. But seeing Jin Yinshin return, she still dragged her tired body to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The phone in her bag rang. Sorry, could you get that for me? But as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. She had intended to ask her husband to answer the phone, but inadvertently revealed the secret in her bag. Busy in the kitchen, Jing Xiao couldn't free her hands, so she asked Jin Yinshin to check the caller. As soon as she said this, she suddenly thought of something. She turned and rushed towards the living room. It was too late. Jin Yinshin held the check from her bag, his face grim. Explain this to me. Give it back to me first. I need that money. Don't damage it. Give it to me. She tried to snatch the check from his hand. Seeing her anxiousness, Jin Yinshin's patience had reached its limit. His inner rage ignited. He furiously tore the check to shreds. Jing Xiao stared at the scattered pieces, her heart turning to ashes. That was her father's life-saving money. But Jin Yinshin, still chauvinistic and self-righteous, said, "Are you calm now? I need to know about this check. Just answer me honestly." Jing Xiao clenched her fists in anger. The resentment that had been building up for so long finally erupted. "You have no right to tell me what to do and what not to do." He slowly raised his head, tears welling up in his eyes. "Am I even lower than your dog? Do I have to kneel to talk to you?" Jin Yinshin remained unrepentant. "What do you mean? Are you blaming me?" Jing Xiao furiously ripped off her apron. She threw it in Jin Yinshin's face. "It's simple. I quit. I married you out of guilt over Yaya's death. But that doesn't mean I'm beneath you, your maid. What's wrong with me earning money to support myself? My family has an emergency and needs money. What's wrong with me borrowing money?" Jing Xiao roared. "You've been absolutely useless in all of this. And you blame me for embarrassing you, for disobeying your orders." Jin Yinshin, "Don't be so selfish." She turned to leave. Jin Yinshin, taken aback by Jing Xiao's outburst, deflated. He instinctively grabbed her arm. "Where are you going so late?" But Jing Xiao was determined to ignore him. She turned around, her voice filled with anger. "I'd rather take responsibility for Yaya's death, be sued, be beaten, even go to jail, than stay with you." She flung off his hand. She stumbled towards the door, but after a few steps, collapsed into Jin Yinshin's arms. Jin Yinshin, drenched in a cold sweat, immediately called Wu Bai to get a doctor. He also ordered him to find out what was happening with Jing Xiao's family. The next morning, Jing Xiao opened her eyes and suddenly remembered that today was the day she had to repay the money. She was about to contact Han Lingfeng when she saw the check Jin Yinshin had left on the table. She wanted to refuse, but with no other choice, she decided to use it for the emergency. General was squatting by the door with a leash in his mouth. Jin Yinshin had already instructed General to escort Jing Xiao, but it was pouring rain outside. So Jing Xiao, thinking she was clever, left General at home and went to the meeting place alone. Scarface looked at the check Jing Xiao handed him, delighted. "The money's here. Where's my dad?" Jing Xiao asked anxiously. Scarface, looking at Jing Xiao's delicate features, had a wicked thought. "Your father isn't feeling well. He can't move. Come with me to get him." Trembling, Jing Xiao backed away, but she was outnumbered. Scarface grabbed Jing Xiao and threw her into the car. "Scream all you want. The louder the better. Ha ha. A girl's father is kidnapped by thugs. To prevent her father from being killed, she goes alone to meet the thug leader. Because of the sudden downpour, Jing Xiao leaves General at home. She goes alone to the meeting place with the check Jin Yinshin left. But General is clearly no ordinary dog. He quietly opens the door and secretly follows her. But the thug, after receiving the check, not only changes his mind, but also, seeing Jing Xiao's delicate features, has wicked thoughts. Just as he's about to act like a beast, General leaps from behind the car and bites Scarface's shoulder, knocking him down. His accomplices grab sticks, ready to finish him off. At this tense moment, a shrill sound pierces the air. The thugs fall to their knees. Their hands are mysteriously pierced. They look up to see Jin Yinshin standing imposingly in the distance. Jin Yinshin takes off his coat and drapes it over Jing Xiao. Overcome with relief, Jing Xiao finally breaks down, burying her face in his chest and sobbing. "I thought I'd never see you again." Jin Yinshin gently bends down and comforts her. "It's all over now." Back at the villa, Jin Yinshin sternly tells the police, "I've taken care of those men. They won't bother you again. Remember, if you're ever in danger again, tell the police. And your father, if you don't want to see him, I'll send him to a rehab center. You don't need to worry about the money. Can I leave now?" Jing Xiao interrupts. Her words seem to unsettle him. "Wait, what do you mean?" Jing Xiao turned her head weakly, struggling. "Jin Yinshin, I'm truly afraid of you. I'm afraid of your cold words, and even more afraid of your kindness. I can never obey you completely. I'm not a good wife, and I can never be what you want. So, please let me go, okay?" Hearing these words, Jin Yinshin frowned. "Have you forgotten our marriage agreement? Unless I grow to dislike you and initiate the divorce," Jin Yinshin said, throwing down his tie and advancing on her step by step, "you cannot leave. You cannot hide, and you have no right to refuse." He suddenly leaned down and pinched Jing Xiao's cheek, his eyes radiating an undeniable dominance. Jing Xiao panicked. This man was always so unpredictable. Jin Yinshin suddenly leaned down and sealed Jingxiao's lips with a kiss. Fueled by anger, he pressed against her with his leg, his movements growing more forceful. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, the two of them, disregarding the danger, danced a ballet in the bathroom. The next morning, Jin Yinshin kissed Jingxiao's ear lingeringly, then turned and went downstairs. Listening to his receding footsteps, Jingxiao's eyes filled with endless sorrow. Downstairs, Jin Yinshin called Fu Wenshin. I agree to what you proposed. I'll go. Wait for me there. Hearing Jingxiao coming downstairs, Jin Yinshin turned and told her, pack your things. We're going on a trip tomorrow. In her room, while packing, Jingxiao received a call from Bai Bing. It turned out that tonight was the crew's wrap party. The director had booked a large private room and invited everyone. Jingxiao wanted to refuse, but Bai Bing's persistent coaxing wore her down. I'm only close to you. I don't know anyone else. If you don't go, I'll be so awkward. Jin Yinshin, standing outside the door, heard everything clearly. He walked forward and gently wrapped his arms around Jingxiao's waist. Jingxiao quickly explained, it's the crew's wrap party. If you don't want me to go, I won't. Jin Yinshin, surprisingly, said, it's fine, you can go. If it gets too late, I'll come pick you up. Jingxiao stared at him in surprise. She couldn't believe this quiet man had finally come around. Jin Yinshin looked at her sincerely. I've reflected on my behavior. I should be more respectful towards you. I won't interfere with you in the future, but I hope you'll tell me beforehand. Okay, it had to be said, the CEO was finally getting it. However, something unexpected always seems to happen at parties. For the sake of a game, a brother and sister almost made a mistake. At the entrance of the KTV, Jingxiao, dressed maturely, arrived on time. Bai Bing was already waiting. Opening the door to the private room, Jin Shimo was singing on stage. Watching the handsome Jin Shimo sing a love song to her, Jingxiao blushed. Jin Shimo quietly sat down beside her. Seeing Jin Shimo's grin, her heart pounded. Jin Shimo struck a cheesy, handsome pose. Wasn't I amazing tonight? Jingxiao was speechless. There really were such shameless people in the world. Someone suggested playing the king's game. Jingxiao looked eager to try. Clearly, Jin Shimo wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He deliberately moved closer to Jingxiao and quickly drew a card. Bai Bing, who had drawn the king, said schemingly, I remember Jin Shimo's card is number 7. So, the task is for number 7 to deeply kiss someone for 1 minute. Opposite gender only. Jingxiao covered her mouth in surprise. She slowly turned over her card and said awkwardly, Bai Bing, what kind of request is this? I can't do that. The onlookers, eager for drama, insisted that she had to follow the rules and couldn't cheat. This put Jingxiao in a difficult position. She didn't have any male friends in the crew. Would she really have to keep in the family? Jin Shimo looked expectant, glancing sideways at Jingxiao. Jin Yinshin, who had been waiting outside the door, had called several times with no answer. To prevent any accidents, he decided to go inside. Inside the private room, under pressure from everyone, Jingxiao held her card and nervously said in a coquettish voice, Shimo, what should I do? You're my only male friend here. Could you do me a favor? She gently tugged on Jin Shimo's clothes. Jin Shimo was also flustered by this sudden display of affection, his face flushing red. Though excited, he feigned indifference. You're such a burden to me, he declared. Seeing Jingxiao choose Jin Shimo, Bai Bing had second thoughts. Maybe we should forget it, she suggested. Jin Shimo put on a serious expression. After all, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. No way. If you don't accept the consequences of the game this time, how can we play again? He said, looking anxiously at Jingxiao. Hey, you're not expecting me to make the first move, are you? Jingxiao understood. She quickly stood up. With both their hearts pounding, she cautiously leaned in towards Jin Shimo. Both of their faces flushed crimson. Feeling each other's breath, the atmosphere grew charged. Just as they were about to kiss, a familiar voice rang out. Jingxiao stopped abruptly. A wave of panic washed over her. Jin Yinshin appeared at the doorway, radiating authority. Jingxiao, it's late. Time to go home. Jingxiao put on a reluctant expression. I lost the game. It wouldn't be right to just leave. I have to deep kiss someone of the opposite gender for 1 minute. That's easy, Jin Yinshin said, pulling Jingxiao towards him and kissing her without hesitation. They kissed for a full 3 minutes and 28 seconds. The onlookers couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Isn't Jingxiao, CEO, Jin's wife? Bai Bing was shocked. Could Jingxiao be Jin Shimo's sister-in-law? A wicked idea began to form in her mind. This scheming woman, to achieve her goals, was willing to offer herself up. That day, in the private room of the crew's rap party, Jin Shimo was overjoyed at the prospect of kissing Jingxiao. Unexpectedly, his older brother's sudden appearance ruined his plans. Dejected, Jin Shimo tried to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Red wine, white wine, and more followed in quick succession until the table was covered in glasses. He showed no signs of stopping. The director kept trying to persuade him. "The party's over. Why are you drinking so much? Let me get someone to take you home." Jin Shimo shook his head, saying he would contact someone, and told the director not to worry. After everyone left, he unsteadily got to his feet. He stumbled after a few steps and nearly fell. Suddenly, a delicate hand caught him. Bai Bing, with a sweet and innocent look, helped Jin Shimo up. She said in a soft voice, "Brother Shimo, let me help you downstairs." And so, they slowly made their way to the parking lot. Jin Shimo, dazed and confused, leaned against his car. "Thank you for walking me here. You can go now. I'll call someone to pick me up." But just as he was about to make the call, he lost his balance and nearly dropped his phone. Bai Bing quickly caught the phone and handed it back to him. Looking at the cute girl before him, Jin Shimo felt dizzy. "There's someone called Uncle Zhang in my phone. Call him and ask him to pick me up. I'll rest for a bit," Jin Shimo mumbled, sitting down in his car. He slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping man, the usually sweet and innocent Bai Bing revealed a wicked smile. This was the idol she had never been able to get close to. The scene changed. Jin Shimo was lying on a hotel bed. Hazily, he felt someone sitting on top of him, taking off his clothes. As his vision blurred, he mistook the passionate Bai Bing for Jingxiao. Bai Bing leaned against him gently, her delicate hands caressing every inch of his face. As her fingers continued to explore downwards, Jin Shimo swallowed hard. "Shimo, I like you so much," Bai Bing whispered against his face, her fingers lightly tracing his lips, teasing him. They felt each other's breath, their eyes hazy, their cheeks flushed. Jin Shimo's breathing grew more rapid, the fire within him needing release. Looking at her full, red lips, he finally couldn't resist and kissed her. And so, their wonderful night quietly began. The next day, at the airport, Jingxiao asked Jin Yinshin with a puzzled look, "Where are we going?" "To Fu Wenshin's estate," Jin Yinshin replied without hesitation. "Their estate is in the mountains, quite secluded, so don't wander off. It's best to stay by my side at all times." "What?" Jingxiao pulled her hand away from Jin Yinshin's. "I don't want to stay by your side and get in the way of your date with your old flame," she complained. Jin Shimo slowly opened his eyes. A strange girl's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Jin Shimo, you're awake." Jin Shimo, his breath reeking of alcohol, turned his head in surprise. Bai Bing was looking at him with a shy expression. "You were amazing last night," she complimented him repeatedly. Jin Shimo pushed her arm away. "I remember you're Jingxiao's friend. Why are you on my bed?" he roared. Bai Bing feigned innocence. "Jin Shimo, don't you remember? You asked me to take you to a hotel to rest. Then you said you liked me and pulled me onto the bed." Jin Shimo pounded his head in distress, claiming he was too drunk to remember anything. Seeing her scheme succeed, a wicked smile crept onto Bai Bing's face. "This man is so beautiful," she thought. In front of Fu Wenshin's villa, Jingxiao was still upset about Jin Yinshin meeting his old flame. Fu Wenshin arrived and asked Jin Yinshin with concern, "How was the trip?" Jin Yinshin replied playfully. There were a few minor hiccups, but they were quickly resolved. He then leaned closer to Jingxiao and comforted her. "All right, stop sulking. He's a man." Jingxiao exclaimed in surprise. "There are men this beautiful." Fu Wenshin, pinching his chin, teased, "Your little wife is really adorable. Look closely, cutie." He pulled open his collar, revealing his toned 8-pack abs. "I'm a real, genuine, no fooling around man." "Oh my god, he really is a man." Jingxiao gasped. "But he's so beautiful." Seeing Jingxiao's infatuated expression, Jin Yinshin quickly covered her eyes. Suddenly, with the roar of a motorcycle engine, a man sped between them, nearly hitting Jingxiao. Furious, Jin Yinshin scooped Jingxiao up. "Are you crazy?" The man on a motorcycle slowly took off his helmet. "I am crazy. I want to kill you right now." With a bang, he threw his helmet to the ground and pulled out a toy gun. "If I'm going to kill someone, I need to look the part. For Ran Ran, I'll do anything." Compared to the agitated Jiang Haoyan, Jin Yinshan appeared calm. Ran committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. You need to face reality. Hearing this, Jiang Haoyan became even more agitated. You cold-blooded animal. We shouldn't have saved you back then. Seeing the two men at loggerheads, Fu Wenshan quickly stepped in to stop them. Enough, Jiang Haoyan. I brought Jin Yinshan here for you two to reconcile. If you think I don't have enough face, then get out of here. Jiang Haoshan was clearly Bu Fuqi. Jing Xiao was trembling with fear. Jin Yinshan whispered to her, "It's a personal matter. I'll explain it to you later." Looking at the conflicted Fu Wenshan, Jin Yinshan said magnanimously, "Since I agreed to come and resolve this, I won't go back on my word. I'll listen to your arrangements. But there's one thing. My wife is easily frightened. Whatever you do, don't scare her." Inside the villa, Jing Xiao asked anxiously, "Jin Yinshan, tell me the truth. Are we really here for vacation?" "A vacation for you, a life or death test for me." "Probably," Jin Yinshan said casually. Jing Xiao's jaw dropped. She had thought they were going on their honeymoon, but it seemed like it could be a matter of life and death. Jin Yinshan told Jing Xiao, Fu Wenshan, and I were once best friends. Then, Hao Qian fell in love with a girl named Jiang Ran, but she seemed to be more interested in me. Because of her, Hao Qian and I haven't spoken in years. After Jiang Ran learned about my marriage, she ended her life in an extreme way. Jing Xiao sighed after hearing this. They were truly devoted to each other. Elsewhere, Fu Wenshan, angered by Jiang Haoyan's sudden change of heart, punched him in the face. "You bastard. You told me you wanted to reconcile with Jin Yinshan, so I shamelessly begged him to come. Now you want me to help you mess with him. What are you thinking?" Haoyan rubbed his jaw angrily. "Reconciliation is impossible. Did Ran die for nothing? Jin Yinshan is a selfish, cold-blooded animal. I, Jiang Haoyan, will get justice for her." "Then do it yourself," Fu Wenshan said, clearly disagreeing with his plan. Just as he turned to leave, Jiang Haoyan grabbed him. "I just wanted to teach him a lesson. You know I can't do anything to him on my own. Aiken, you have to help me. You're the only one I have now." Fu Wenshan hesitated. It seemed Jin Yinshan couldn't avoid this tribulation. This man, for the woman he loved, was prepared to hurt his own brother. The next morning at the breakfast table, Fu Wenshan was teasing Jing Xiao about being lovely and generous. Then a familiar voice rang out. "Looks like I came at just the right time." It was Jiang Haoyan. An embarrassed Fu Wenshan lowered his head and said nothing. "Don't stop on my account. I want to see what this cold-blooded monster looks like with a touch of humanity," he said as he sat down, looking arrogantly at everyone. Jin Yinshan seemed to see through everything. "Tell me, what are you here for?" "I came here specifically to forgive you." Jiang Haoyan pulled 2 bullets out of his pocket and threw them on the table. "For Aiken's sake, I'm willing to forgive you. But you have to duel with me. As long as you win, we can let bygones be bygones." Jin Yinshan looked at the bullets on the table without any hesitation. "No problem. I accept." But Jiang Haoyan pointed at Jing Xiao with a cunning look. "Not with you, but with her." He looked at the surprised and frightened Jing Xiao. He continued, "A dispute that started over a woman should naturally be resolved by a woman. I'll also send a woman to compete. It's just that I'm afraid your woman isn't up to the challenge." Seeing the man's arrogance, Jing Xiao slowly stood up. "Don't try to goad me. Could it be that you know you can't beat my man, so you're picking on me, the easy target? So, who's the one who isn't up to it?" Jiang Haoyan slammed his hand on the table in anger. "I'm talking to Jin Yinshan. It's not your turn to interrupt. Who do you think you are?" Jing Xiao was instantly enraged. Just as she was about to teach him a lesson, Jin Yinshan stopped her. "Calm down. It's not a big deal. We accept the challenge." "So what?" Seeing Jin Yinshan so calm, Jing Xiao became apprehensive. She whispered in his ear, "But I don't know anything about shooting. I'll ruin it for you." But Jin Yinshan wasn't worried at all. "It's okay. I can teach you." Jiang Haoyan, completely ignoring the embarrassed Fu Wenshan, looked at them with a wicked smile. Seeing his goal achieved, he slowly stood up. "Then it's settled. See you at the shooting range in 3 days." With a series of bangs, Jing Xiao finished a day of practice at the shooting range. Only 1 out of 10 bullets hit the bullseye. An anxious Jing Xiao roared in frustration. She angrily took off her headphones and complained, "This won't do. My hand won't obey me. At this rate, I'll definitely lose the duel the day after tomorrow." Jin Yinshan patiently comforted her. "At least 1 hit the bullseye. That's progress. It seems you really want to win." "Of course," Jing Xiao said eagerly. "Otherwise, how will you and Jiang Haoyan reconcile? Even if you win, I won't reconcile with him." Jin Yinshan said as he took her water bottle. He then placed the pistol in Jing Xiao's hand and put his arm around her waist, whispering, "Come on, I'll help you." Jing Xiao was puzzled. "Why can't you two reconcile, even if I win?" Jin Yinshun interrupted her. "You don't need to think about anything else right now. Steady your breathing and look straight ahead." A soft bang, and the bullet hit the bullseye. Jing Xiao's eyes widened. "That's amazing. I only told you some simple techniques, and you've already reached this level. It shows you have some talent." The encouragement was clearly effective on Jing Xiao. Could she really become a sharpshooter? Jin Yinshin gently adjusted her head. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Jing Xiao blushed involuntarily. Her thoughts drifted. Just as she was lost in thought, Jin Yinshin flicked her forehead, bringing her back to reality. Jing Xiao clutched her head and cried out, "Ouch." She pouted. "You distracted me." Meanwhile, Jiang Haoyan found Fu Wenxin and secretly handed him a specially made pistol. He instructed him to have Jing Xiao use this gun in the competition the day after tomorrow. Clearly, this isn't a fair match. This man would actually put his own brother in mortal danger over a woman. They're going to have a life or death duel. He's obviously hoping for an accident. Late at night, Jiang Haoyan handed Fu Wenxin a tampered gun and instructed him to give it to Jin Yinshin's woman for the competition the day after tomorrow. Even if he's a professional sniper, he definitely won't be able to hit the target. Fu Wenxin was speechless. Even if Jin Yinshin is skilled, there's no way he can train a sharpshooter in 3 days. Do you really have to go this far? I never thought you were this kind of person. Jiang Haoyan looked at Fu Wenxin with a cunning expression. I have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Nothing stays the same, especially people, he said as he took the cigar from Fu Wenxin's mouth and took a long, slow drag. Fu Wenxin looked at the domineering man before him, his expression complex. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. He turned his head shyly. With his back to Jiang Haoyan, he said, "I'll arrange for her to use this gun." The time for the final round was fast approaching. A nervous Jing Xiao couldn't help but mutter to herself, "What if the opponent is strong? What if I mess up? How can they entrust such an important task to me?" Jin Yinshin, however, was very calm, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. He gently leaned down and softly kissed Jing Xiao's lips. "Just don't be afraid," he said. At this moment, Jiang Haoyan also arrived at the scene with his woman. Seeing how poised and efficient the woman was, Jing Xiao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But there was no target set up at the venue. The cunning Jiang Haoyan explained the rules of the competition. One person stands next to an apple, and the other person shoots from a distance. Jing Xiao shuddered in fear. Doesn't that mean using a person as a target? She tugged hard on Jin Yinshin's arm, trying to dissuade him. "This isn't fair at all. Jin Yinshin, let's not participate in this duel." Jin Yinshin's expression became serious. "I never thought there would be a day when you would use the methods meant for a mortal enemy against me." Jiang Haoyan toyed with the apple in his hand, a look of disdain on his face. "After all, a life is at stake. We have to raise the stakes, don't we?" Jin Yinshin chuckled softly. "You want to gamble with lives? I'll play along." Before they had time to think it over, the two stood at a distance. An apple was hung on each side. Before Jing Xiao could react, bang, the short-haired woman hit the apple with one shot. Jiang Haoyan was unharmed. "Your turn, little sister." Jing Xiao held the gun, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. "I'm going to hurt him. I might even kill him." She shakily raised the gun, hesitant to pull the trigger. Jiang Haoyan stood to the side, fanning the flames. "It seems your little wife only has a sharp tongue. Well, Jing Xiao, it's your turn." Looking at Jin Yinshin's determined gaze, Jing Xiao's heart leaped into her throat. Consumed by fear, she felt incredibly anxious. She shook her head, trying to stay clear-headed. "Jing Xiao, you can do it. Believe in yourself. Raise your gun." A faint smile played on Jin Yinshin's lips. It was this trust and firmness that calmed Jing Xiao's nerves. "Good girl. Shoot." Jin Yinshin slowly closed his eyes. Bang! The apple in the distance shattered. Jing Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. Disbelief etched on her face. "I actually hit it." Jin Yinshin slowly turned his head, looking at the shattered apple. "Yes, you did it, but it seems we lost." Turning his head, she saw a cut on Jin Yinshin's cheek, oozing blood. Jin Yinshin. A distraught Jing Xiao rushed into his arms. Seeing that Jin Yinshin wasn't dead, Jiang Haoyan gritted his teeth in frustration. He clearly wasn't going to let it go. Even injured, the CEO didn't forget to flirt. Jingxiao trembled as she cleaned Jin Yinshin's wound on the sofa. After all, the man in front of her had almost died by her hand. Hey, if you keep shaking like that, I'll have more than just this one wound. Jingxiao looked at him apologetically and whispered, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't shoot accurately, and I hurt you. Jin Yinshin sighed, indicating it wasn't her fault. That gun you used was probably tampered with. There was a high chance of an accident. You only gave me this small scratch. You're truly my lucky star. So don't blame yourself anymore. But Fu Wenshun gave me the gun. Could he be planning something against you? Jingxiao worried, her hand applying the medicine becoming erratic. Only when Jin Yinshin's face contorted in pain did Jingxiao realize she'd been distracted. Saw thee, I'll blow on it for you. She leaned closer to his cheek, gently blowing on the wound. Feeling Jingxiao's soft and tender breath, Jin Yinshin swallowed repeatedly, half his body melting. Finally unable to resist, Jin Yinshin pulled Jingxiao's waist, pushing her onto the sofa. This isn't how you apply medicine, little girl. Then how should I? Jingxiao clearly hadn't realized Jin Yinshin's predatory intent. Come, let me teach you a new way to apply medicine. Jin Yinshin ripped off his tie and showered Jingxiao's lips with kisses. Kissed breathless, Jingxiao was about to succumb when she suddenly remembered something. She pushed Jin Yinshin off her. Wait, you're still injured. You're absolutely not allowed to get frisky with me. You got hurt because of me. I have a duty to make you better. Clearly, the man hungry for affection wasn't going to give up so easily. He lifted Jingxiao's clothes, exploring her skin, his lips unconsciously kissing her neck, tracing every inch of her face. Jingxiao was already losing control, her lips slightly parted, her eyes glazed over. You are my medicine. Having you is enough, Jin Yinshin whispered in her ear, until Jingxiao completely melted in his arms. On the other side of the room, Fu Wenshun kicked Jiang Haoyan off of him. He asked in a panic, Haoyan, what are you doing? Don't you like this? Fu Wenshin's face was full of surprise. He hadn't expected his secret to be discovered. A long time ago, I realized you like being with me. You like collecting things I'd used. Fu Wenshun trembled, his secret exposed. Jiang Haoyan continued to tempt him. I didn't understand before, but now I do. Now I'm right here in front of you. Don't you like this? As long as you help me, I'll give you anything. Fu Wenshin's mind was in turmoil. I just don't want to hurt Yinshan anymore. Jiang Haoyan turned around angrily. Forget it. I don't need you. I'll figure it out myself. Looking at the man so close, Fu Wenshin grabbed him. I'll agree. Please don't go. The next morning, Jiang Haoyan sent someone with an envelope. This is the time and place for the next duel. Please take a look. Jin Yinshin's expression became complex after reading the letter. Hearing about another duel, Jingxiao warned that Jiang Haoyan is up to no good. Let's not participate. Let's go home early. Jin Yinshin slowly tossed the envelope into the fire. Then I'll send you back tomorrow. Really? Jingxiao stood up excitedly. Then she paused. Wait, you'll send me home. What about you? Jin Yinshin's gaze was firm, as if he had already accepted his fate. I can't leave yet. Debts must be paid. Lives owed must be repaid. This CEO was flirting so early in the morning. Waking up early, Jingxiao was about to get out of bed when she quickly retreated back under the covers. The mountain weather was fickle, and the temperature had suddenly dropped. She curled up, shivering under the blankets. What am I going to do? I'm so afraid of the cold. Jin Yinshin smiled mischievously. Cold. He pulled Jingxiao close, pressing her against him, even wriggling occasionally. Get closer, and you won't be cold. Jingxiao, blushing, looked at him with parted lips. What kind of way to warm up is this? I think you just want to cuddle. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, as if electrified, and her body temperature rapidly rose. And so, to ward off the cold, the two began their morning exercise. 2 hours later, Jiang Haoyan sent someone with the location of the next duel. This time, it was a two-person mountain climbing competition. Whoever climbed the highest by the day after tomorrow wins. Jin Yinshin had planned to send Jingxiao home early, but hearing it was mountain climbing, Jingxiao's worried heart finally relaxed. I thought it would be another dangerous event. Well then, I'll graciously stay. You better be nice to me from now on. But Jin Yinshin's expression was grave. You're thinking too simply. That mountain peak is covered with snow year-round. The mountain climate is very changeable. The mountain is full of venomous snakes. There's a risk of amputation if you're bitten. Not only that, but there are also ferocious wild beasts in the mountains. Jing Xiao was terrified. She immediately covered Jin Yinshan's mouth, warning him not to scare her with nonsense. Jin Yinshan gently held Jing Xiao's hand, looking at her tenderly. What I said is true. Besides, there's Jiang Haoyan. He won't miss any opportunity to kill me. Being with me will only bring you endless danger. If I really die, won't you be truly free? I'll contact a plane for the return trip. He turned around, preparing to leave. Jing Xiao suddenly grabbed his hand. Under Jin Yinshan's surprised gaze, she whispered, I won't leave you. You brought me out from home, so you have to bring me back safe and sound. Jin Yinshan was deeply touched by Jing Xiao's words. Her unwavering loyalty made him feel the warmth of family again. He excitedly pulled Jing Xiao into his arms, reluctant to let go. Thank you, Jing Xiao. I promise you. As the helicopter landed, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain early, ready to set off. Jing Xiao suddenly stopped the pilot and handed him an envelope. Please give this to Mr. Fu Wenshun when you return. It contains what I want to say to him. And so, the two began their arduous climb. Elsewhere, Jiang Haoyan, having disembarked from the plane, stood frozen in place. He looked at the cloud-covered mountaintop, his expression serious. It looks like it's going to snow, and a blizzard at that. Let's go. We're not going up the mountain. I'm not going to die with Jin Yinshan in the mountains. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao, almost exhausted, plopped down on the ground to rest. Suddenly, she squeezed her thighs together, trembling all over. She needed to use the restroom. Jin Yinshan found a suitable spot for her to relieve herself. At that moment, Jin Yinshan also noticed the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from behind him. Jin Yinshan rushed back without hesitation. He saw a brightly colored python poised to strike in front of Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao trembled with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't move. It's a venomous snake. But the snake wasn't deterred by Jin Yinshan. It opened its jaws wide and lunged towards Jing Xiao. Jin Yinshan dashed in front of Jing Xiao and kicked the snake. Unfortunately, the snake turned and bit Jin Yinshan's leg. This was supposed to be a mountain climbing competition, but the opponent wanted Jin Yinshan dead. Seeing the impending blizzard, Jiang Haoyan secretly descended the mountain. But Jin Yinshan wasn't so lucky. Not only was he bitten by a venomous snake, the temperature in the mountains plummeted, and it began to snow heavily. Jing Xiao supported Jin Yinshan as they slowly made their way along the mountain path. A worried Jing Xiao reminded him, your wound has only been treated superficially. Quickly signal Fu Wenshun for help. Jin Yinshan frowned. The temperature is too low now. We can't wait for rescue in the snow. We have to find shelter first. But this was just an excuse to protect Jing Xiao. Already poisoned, he knew his time was short. He knew he had to get Jing Xiao to safety. Even if he died, she could still make it out. Besides, Fu Wenshun might not come and rescue them. Jin Yinshan remembered a cave in the 2 o'clock direction. So, Jing Xiao supported Jin Yinshan, and the two limped towards the distant cave. Elsewhere, after reading Jing Xiao's letter, Fu Wenshun was shocked. He painfully handed the letter to Jiang Haoyan. Take a look. He knew everything. He decided to repay his debt to you with his life. Jiang Haoyan slammed the letter onto the table. Nonsense. How could Jin Yinshan have such a conscience? Don't be naive. He immediately caressed Fu Wenshan's cheek, comforting him. I know you're upset right now, but they're already on the mountain. There's no turning back, is there? Fu Wenshun broke out in a cold sweat. He never imagined Jiang Haoyan could be so ruthless. But when Fu Wenshun was alone, the contents of the letter kept replaying in his mind. He had no appetite and even less desire to talk to anyone. Seeing him refuse to eat or drink, the housekeeper worriedly reminded him, young master, please eat something. A person experiences many things in life, but nothing is more significant than life and death. Hearing these words, Fu Wenshun had a realization. In the face of life and death, all grudges should disappear. Suddenly, a bright light flashed outside the window. Fu Wenshun knew it was a flare fired by Jin Yinshan. Clearly, they were in trouble. Inside the cave, Jing Xiao hurriedly reported to Jin Yinshan, I've already fired the flare. It's dark now. I'm sure Fu Wenshun will see it. But Jin Yinshan, sitting beside her, didn't respond. Jin Yinshan, why aren't you talking? Jing Xiao turned and patted his shoulder. The next second, Jin Yinshan collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes were tightly closed, his face covered in sweat. His once handsome face was paler than paper, and his eyelids were already purplish black. Jing Xiao, belatedly realizing what was happening, cried out, "Oh no." The snake venom was taking effect. She cut open Jin Yinshin's pant leg and broke out in a cold sweat. The snake bite had worsened, and half of his calf was purple. Although the wound had been treated, the venom was still in his body. Jing Xiao's eyes widened in fear as she looked at Jin Yinshin's pained face. She couldn't care less at that moment, and immediately pressed her mouth to his leg, sucking out the venom. Several hours later, Jin Yinshin slowly opened his eyes and softly called out to Jing Xiao beside him. Jing Xiao gently comforted him. "Don't worry. Dawn is coming soon. I believe Fu Wenxian should find us soon." Looking at his bandaged wound, Jin Yinshin suddenly became extremely anxious. "Did you bandage my wound?" The venom. I sucked it out for you, but we'll still need to treat it when we get back." Before she could finish, Jin Yinshin flew into a rage. "Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous that was? But I couldn't just watch you die." Jing Xiao's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him with heartache. Jin Yinshin sighed and handed her his backpack. "Leave as soon as it's light out. It snowed all night. Be careful walking." Jing Xiao took the backpack, confused. "Aren't we waiting for rescue here? Rescue won't come." Jin Yinshin lowered his eyes, despair in his gaze. "Your only hope of survival is to leave on your own." These two were framed by a friend, entrapped in a mountain forest with a blizzard approaching. To protect the girl, the male lead was bitten by a venomous snake. Helpless, they could only hide in a cave and send out a distress signal. But Jin Yinshin's words shattered Jing Xiao's hopes of rescue. "Rescue won't come. Your only chance of survival is to leave on your own." Jing Xiao's jaw dropped in astonishment. Her heart, which had momentarily settled, leaped back into her throat. A set of footprints appeared on the snow-covered mountain path. Jing Xiao dragged the injured Jin Yinshin forward with difficulty. Jin Yinshin, growing weaker, leaned on Jing Xiao's shoulder. "Jing Xiao, please, put me down. Neither of us will make it out this way." Jing Xiao, stubborn, looked at the distant mountain path and said firmly, "No. Jin Yinshin, listen to me. You promised to bring me home. If you dare lie to me, I will never forgive you." But Jin Yinshin didn't answer. Jing Xiao turned her head and realized he had fainted again. Jing Xiao kept calling his name, her eyes filled with terror. "Jin Yinshin, you bastard. Don't you dare die. Do you hear me? You absolutely cannot die. I have to get you out of here." The petite Jing Xiao used all her strength to drag Jin Yinshin slowly forward, but she lost her footing, and with a painful scream, they tumbled down the slope. Moments later, Jing Xiao slowly opened her eyes and looked around for Jin Yinshin. Just as she was about to get up, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She looked at his injured leg, then at the unconscious Jin Yinshin. "I can't collapse like this. I have to get my man out of here." Elsewhere, Fu Wenxian, having had a profound realization, called for a helicopter and confirmed the location of the signal flare. He immediately notified the rescue team to begin the rescue operation. But just as he was about to board the helicopter, Jiang Haoyan rushed over and stopped him. "Where are you going? We've already succeeded. Why are you still trying to save him?" Fu Wenxian's eyes revealed endless sorrow. "I can't just watch him die. Even though you're willful, reckless, and even if you lie to me, trick me, and use me, I don't mind, because I'm willing. But nothing in this world is more important than life and death. I care about you, but I can't let him die because of it." The frantic Jiang Haoyan grabbed his arm and urged him. "Even if Jin Yinshin dies, it's just an accident. It has nothing to do with us. As long as you don't go, I'll always be by your side." Fu Wenxian, resolute, flung his arm away. "I don't need you. Go. I don't want to see you again. It's over between us. Forever." He resolutely boarded the rescue helicopter. But when he arrived at the cave, he only found the extinguished fire and blood-soaked bandages. Sir, we found footprints not far from here. They should have gone down the mountain. Inform Charlie to start the search immediately. Hurry." Meanwhile, Jing Xiao once again secured Jin Yinshin to her back with a rope. Her legs felt weak, as if she might collapse at any moment. An incredibly firm resolve supported her as she slowly moved forward. "Jin Yinshin, dying is a lonely thing. I won't let you leave me alone. I will get you out of here." Just then, she heard the barking of dogs behind her. Turning around, she saw the rescue team. You're safe. Jing Xiao suddenly felt the world go dark. Then she collapsed onto the snowy ground with a thud. The woman, dragging the injured and unconscious man, walked through the snow-covered mountain forest. Despite her injured leg, she never gave up. Fortunately, the rescue team arrived in time and saved the two who were on the brink of death. Jin Yinshin woke up 3 days later. As soon as he opened his eyes, he anxiously asked about Jing Xiao's whereabouts. Fu Wenchun, who was watching over him, patiently comforted him. She's right next to you. She only suffered minor injuries, nothing serious. She must be exhausted. After all, when we found you, she had almost carried you down the mountain. Even without us, she would have gotten you out of the snow. Jin Yinshin looked at the sleeping Jing Xiao and gave a tender smile. He vowed never to mistreat the wife who had saved his life. I'm relieved you're awake. Rest now. I'll come back to see you later. Seeing Jin Yinshin awake, Fu Wenchun's worried heart finally relaxed. You don't need to come back. Fu Wenchun, who was about to leave, froze at Jin Yinshin's words. You two saved my life. Back then, my grandfather left me in the old house in the countryside on the verge of death. You saved me and became my friends. Maybe it's nothing to you, but to me, it's an unrepayable kindness. I owed you both my life. Now I've repaid it. From now on, no matter what happens, no matter the reason, there will be nothing between us. He pulled out his four, as if making a final farewell to his younger self and them. Fu Wenchun, in pain, wanted to say something but stopped himself. He stumbled out of the hospital and finally collapsed into his butler's arms. He kept repeating, "It's over. Everything is over." Late at night, the sleeping Jing Xiao suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, unable to breathe. She woke up to find Jin Yinshin placing a thick book on her chest. You're using me as a bookshelf. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? She then bit Jin Yinshin's hand hard. So arrogant. Jin Yinshin looked at the petite woman before him, thinking it was time for a lesson. He slowly slid closer to Jing Xiao, pulling up the corner of the blanket. With his other hand, he mischievously reached under her clothes. Jing Xiao instantly jolted upright. She quickly jumped out of bed, ready to make a run for it. But Jin Yinshin, not having gotten what he wanted, immediately turned on the dramatics, clutching his wound and repeatedly moaning, "It hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Jing Xiao immediately became worried. Jin Yinshin seized the opportunity to grab her arm. He looked at her with a challenging glint in his eyes. You're getting bolder and bolder. With that, he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. Looking at the predatory Jin Yinshin, she couldn't help but remind him, "Are you crazy? We're in a hospital." But Jin Yinshin couldn't be bothered. He started his advances. Jing Xiao looked at him, blushing. "But there will be noise." Jin Yinshin chuckled softly. "That's why you'll have to be quiet." With that, he kissed her. Meanwhile, in a coffee shop, Bai Bing greeted the man sitting across from her. "It was Jin Shimo. I gave you the money you wanted. Why are you looking for me again?" A wicked smile spread across Bai Bing's lips. "I heard you'll be working with Jing Xiao on the next film. I want you to recommend me for the second female lead." Jin Shimo couldn't help but laugh. "Just because we slept together, you really think you're something special." But Bai Bing was clearly prepared. She slowly pulled out something incriminating on Jin Shimo. Jin Shimo froze. He couldn't believe he had fallen into such a predicament. The male celebrity had an inappropriate relationship with a fan who secretly recorded their encounter. And now she was using it to blackmail him into recommending her for the second female lead role. But Jin Shimo was clearly unmoved. "Just because we slept together, you really think you're something special. Go ahead and expose it. I'll lose if it even makes a ripple." "Does Jing Xiao know you like her?" Bai Bing asked with a wicked grin, staring at the stunned Jin Shimo. "You were calling her name that night. Want to hear it?" Jin Shimo looked at the recording on the phone, his face filled with horror. Bai Bing smugly reminded him, "Jing Xiao is your older brother's wife, your sister-in-law." What a juicy piece of gossip. Enraged, Jin Shimo snatched the phone. He smashed it to pieces, then roared at Bai Bing, "You've gone too far." Bai Bing recoiled from Jin Shimo's outburst. "It's useless. I backed it up to the cloud. Unless you agree to my demands, I'll tell your brother. I'll tell Jing Xiao." Jin Shimo hesitated for a moment. He slowly said, "I can get you into the industry, but I don't have the final say on the second female lead for that film. There's a banquet the day after tomorrow. I'll introduce you to the investors. Just wait." Hearing this, Bai Bing immediately perked up. "Great, I'll be waiting." The next morning, Jin Shimo arrived at his brother's house with a large bouquet of sunflowers. Seeing Jin Shimo, Jing Xiao showed a look of disdain. "What are you doing here? Your brother isn't home. If you're looking for him, go to the company." Jin Shimo said seriously, "I'm here to see you." Do you have a friend named Bai Bing? Don't interact with her anymore. She's not a good person. Jing Xiao looked puzzled. Why are you suddenly saying this? Did something happen between you two while I was gone? Something indescribable. Jin Shimo instantly blushed. He wanted to say something, but couldn't refute her. Forget it. I've warned you. Believe it or not. With that, he swaggered off. Jin Shimo reluctantly met with Bai Bing to fulfill his promise. He told her bluntly, everyone there tonight are investors. They have the power to decide on roles. To put it bluntly, only if you please them will you have a chance at getting the role. Please them. Bai Bing's heart leaped in her throat. Aren't I with you? Why do I have to cater to them? Entering the hotel, Jin Shimo whispered to her, I'm just a small-time model. You didn't really think you were set just by hooking up with me, did you? Bai Bing was scared. What if they demanded that kind of thing? Standing at the door of the private room, she hesitated. Jin Shimo took the opportunity to urge her, come on. It's already against the rules for me to bring you here. If you don't behave, you'll be damaging my connections. Suddenly, his expression became complex, his tone resolute. This is your last chance. Are you going in or not? Bai Bing clutched her dress, her inner turmoil evident. My dream is about to come true. I can't back down now. It's just lying down, that's all. She resolutely lifted her head. I'm ready. Let's go. With that, Jin Shimo slowly pushed open the door to the private room. As soon as they entered the hall, a balding man who called himself Mr. Lee came forward. Jin Shimo, you've graced my party with your presence. I am truly honored. Jin Shimo exchanged pleasantries. You're an investor in our film. Of course I had to come. Hearing the word investor, Bai Bing's eyes lit up. She grabbed Mr. Lee's hand and launched into a self-promotion. Hello, I'm Bai Bing. I'd like to play the second female lead in the film Chin Island. I wonder if Mr. Lee could offer me some guidance. The greasy, balding man looked at Jin Shimo with a puzzled expression. Jin Shimo, did you bring this girl? I thought everyone in the industry understood my rules. What's going on here? Bai Bing, afraid her opportunity would slip away, quickly explained, I insisted he bring me. If you're going to blame anyone, blame me. Jin Shimo's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Lee, as you can see, she pestered me relentlessly. That's why I asked for your help. So that's how it is, Mr. Lee said, looking at Bai Bing with a renewed smile. Elsewhere, Yilu anxiously sought out Jin Yenshin to tell him a secret, and you might still be alive. To become famous, the aspiring actress was willing to sell her body. But it was all a trap. Using business as an excuse, the greasy, balding Mr. Lee took Bai Bing to a hotel room. Inside, he poured 2 glasses of wine. You seem so nervous. Is this your first time? Bai Bing, mistakenly thinking she was being clever, assumed that inexperience would appeal to a successful man. Yes, Mr. Lee. It's my first time. Mr. Lee's face changed dramatically. I thought everyone knew my preferences. Why did you bring me someone inexperienced? Get out. Don't bother me. Bai Bing panicked. No, please, Mr. Lee. I can learn whatever you want. I'll do anything. Unbeknownst to her, this was all part of Mr. Lee's cruel game. Seeing Bai Bing's desperation, Mr. Lee tossed her 2 pills. Take these. They'll help you relax and make the experience more enjoyable. Bai Bing stared at the pills, trembling, but she had come this far. To become famous, she had to do this. Within moments, Bai Bing collapsed onto the bed. The sinister Mr. Lee quietly instructed his men to bring in a video camera. Meanwhile, a distracted Jin Yenshin returned home. He leaned against Jing Xiao's shoulder, sighing, I'm so tired. Jing Xiao gently stroked his face. You scare me. I thought something was wrong. Jin Yenshin suddenly kissed her. The kiss stunned Jing Xiao. She quickly pulled away. Jin Yenshin's expression was grave. Just moments ago, Yilu had told him a secret. His former fiancée, Linya, was not dead. The next morning, Bai Bing woke up and grabbed Mr. Lee's shirt. Mr. Lee, when can I sign the contract for the film? Mr. Lee impatiently hung up his phone and snapped at her. When did I ever say you could be in that film? Seeing Mr. Lee's change of heart, a heartbroken Bai Bing cautiously reminded him, you can't just use me and throw me away. Jin Shimo told me I could play the second female lead after. Mr. Lee gave a sinister smile. You think you're good enough for a film. You willingly let me use you, didn't you? You know what you did to Jin Shimo. You like recording things, don't you? I recorded everything last night. I can send it to you so you can relive the experience. And if you try anything funny, I'll let all your fans enjoy the show. Bai Bing was terrified. Watching Mr. Lee leave, she couldn't help but cover her face in anguish. Meanwhile, Yilu drove Jin Yenshin to a hospital and handed him some documents. It was almost certain that Inyu was still alive. She had changed her name, but her appearance couldn't have changed. It might be related to her health. This was the hospital she frequented. He glanced over and saw two figures walking out of the hospital. Jin Yinshin was shocked. The woman before him was clearly his deceased fiancée. He immediately rushed out and excitedly asked, "Enya?" But the woman clenched her fists, turned away, and trembled uncontrollably. She leaned against her mother in terror, repeatedly saying, "I'm not Enya. You've mistaken me." Her mother also looked worried. "It's a long story," she said. "Do you have time to come home with me now?" Jin Yinshin asked, looking at the frightened woman. The worried Jin Yinshin decided to investigate. The woman pretended to be distraught. She deliberately avoided her former fiancé. Not only that, but she was also very agitated. A shipwreck had kept them from getting married. Now, the missing Enya, having changed her name, had reappeared before Jin Yinshin. Her mother explained everything. Enya had encountered a storm at sea. After the passenger ship sank, Enya lost consciousness and was rescued by a passing fisherman. When she woke up again, she was already at the fisherman's house. But the fisherman didn't rescue her. Instead, he locked her up and forced her to marry him. Finally, Enya entrusted a little girl from the village to deliver a letter to me. That's how I knew she was still alive. Otherwise, I would never have seen her again. When you first came back, she looked terrible. I wanted to tell you sooner, but she was adamant that you shouldn't see her like that. Overcome with emotion, Enya's mother suddenly grabbed Jin Yinshin's arm and pleaded, "Yinshin, you're the person Enya cares about most in this world. She's always loved you. Now she's very unstable. Could you please spend more time with her?" Jin Yinshin understood what Enya's mother meant. It wasn't just simple companionship, but fulfilling his promise to marry Enya. But now, his relationship with Jingxiao was also progressing smoothly. How could he handle Jingxiao? Meanwhile, Jingxiao, having resolved her father's troubles, felt her relationship with Jin Yinshin growing stronger. So she decided to continue her studies and fulfill her dreams. After completing the enrollment procedures, the professor handed her an application for a foreign university. He not only hoped she would bring honor to the university, but also hoped she and Lin Zian would succeed at the same university. Jingxiao awkwardly told the professor that she was already married. Although shocked, the professor didn't want to miss out on an excellent student. He decided to keep Jingxiao's application open. If she had any thoughts about studying abroad within 3 months, she could contact him anytime. At the office door, Jingxiao was suddenly pulled into a hug by her friend Qinshi. To celebrate Jingxiao's return to school, she decided to take her out for barbecue. However, at the thought of greasy food, Jingxiao felt a wave of nausea. She rushed to the bathroom and threw up. She suddenly realized, "Jingxiao, are you pregnant?" Sure enough, Jingxiao was 5 weeks pregnant. The doctor's words made her a little worried. The doctor advised that intimacy shouldn't be too frequent during pregnancy, especially during the first 3 months. "But it looks like you've clearly overdone it." She was overjoyed and jokingly praised Jin Yinshin's stamina. Jingxiao, following the doctor's advice, planned to bring Jin Yinshin to her next checkup. However, she didn't know that Enya was still alive. How would Jin Yinshin handle their relationship? His former fiancée, who had been lost at sea, had now been found. Jin Yinshin went to the neighboring house to investigate. However, he clearly couldn't believe Enya had returned from the dead based solely on Lin Mu's words. He slowly went upstairs and opened Enya's door. Seeing Jin Yinshin, Enya cried, her face streaked with tears. "Yinshin, don't you recognize me?" As she spoke, she grabbed Jin Yinshin's hand and placed it on her face. "Touch me. It's really me, Enya. Can't you feel it?" Jin Yinshin lightly stiffened. Until the truth of the matter was thoroughly investigated, he wouldn't readily believe anything, whether he saw it with his own eyes or heard it with his own ears. And he could no longer contain her excitement and longing. She rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "I missed you so much. I thought I'd never see you again." Jin Yinshin embraced her and gently comforted her, saying he would come back to see her in the evening. After leaving, Jin Yinshin immediately ordered his men to verify some things. In the evening, his assistant brought the information to his office. It turned out that the surveillance footage from all the places where Enya had appeared had been deleted. He had a report and an assessment from the hospital, but all the data proved that Enya wasn't lying. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't believe Enya, but rather that he didn't trust Lin Mu. He knew exactly what kind of person Lin Mu was. Meanwhile, Jingxiao returned to her apartment. It was 8 p.m., but the apartment was empty. She muttered to herself complaining that Jin Yinshin had started staying out all night. That night, Jin Yinshin drove to the Lin residence and quietly stayed by Nya's side. Anya woke up at 1 a.m. Looking at the sleeping Jin Yinshin, she gently covered him with a blanket. Only at this moment did she feel truly alive. Regarding the marriage, Anya wanted to ask several times, but hesitated. After all, she had to settle things with Jingxiao. She thought to herself that since she was back, everything that belonged to her needed to be reclaimed. The next morning, Jin Yinshin carried Anya downstairs to the dining room. Seeing the scene, Lin Mu, sitting on the sofa, was beaming. After breakfast, Lin Mu anxiously asked Jin Yinshin regarding the marriage, shouldn't you talk to Anya? Jin Yinshin remained silent, then got up, preparing to take Anya to the hospital for a checkup. Fortunately, there was nothing seriously wrong with her health. On the way home, Anya hesitated, then finally couldn't help but ask Jin Yinshin, I want to see Jingxiao. Jin Yinshin's gaze was deep, his voice low. In a while, when you're feeling better. I'm fine, Anya said firmly. Sooner or later, we have to meet. Helplessly, Jin Yinshin agreed, setting the meeting for that evening. Back at the house, Lin Mu learned that he was going to meet with Jingxiao and was visibly excited. Great, she should meet her. I can't stand the sight of her. She really thinks the position of Jin family's young mistress is hers. That evening, Jin Yinshin brought Anya to his apartment. Jingxiao returned home from work and froze at the scene before her. Anya was sitting on the sofa, petting Jiang Jun. Jingxiao thought she was hallucinating until Anya greeted her. Anya, is that you? She asked hesitantly. Yes, it's me, Lin Anya. I'm not dead. Jingxiao could no longer contain her joy and rushed over, hugging her tightly. No one could understand her feelings at that moment. The relief after such a burden had been lifted. Anya's supposed death had been weighing heavily on her. Now, she was finally free. Learning that Anya hadn't eaten, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare food. She glanced into the living room. Jin Yinshin and Anya were sitting together, talking about something. Anya's face was full of smiles, and she kept laughing softly. Jiang Jun was lying on Anya's lap, lazily mi-jug yanjing. A pang of sadness welled up in Jingxiao's heart. At this moment, she felt like an outsider. Anya, the fiancé who was supposed to be lost at sea, had reappeared. But her former fiancé, Jin Yinshin, was no longer single. Finally, after some hesitation, Anya decided to meet Jingxiao, Jin Yinshin's current wife and her former friend, intending to take back everything that originally belonged to her. But at the dinner table, the words caught in her throat. All three remained silent, not mentioning a word about it. The next day at the Lin residence, upon learning that Anya hadn't mentioned the marriage to Jingxiao, Lin Mu flew into a rage. Anya, however, remained optimistic. She's my friend. I don't know how to bring it up, but she knows I loved Jin Yinshin, and she knows that before I disappeared, he was my fiancé. Now that I'm back, he'll definitely give that position back to me. He's a good person. Lin Mu sneered, are you stupid? You've been back for days. You've seen him. Why hasn't he mentioned giving that position back to you? Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? He married Jin Yinshin. Jin Yinshin, the CEO, who would willingly give up such a good position. And you remained silent. Lin Mu continued her aggressive questioning. Jin Yinshin was originally your fiancé. That's why you're so hesitant. If Jingxiao gets pregnant, you could just wait and cry. Dropping these words, Lin Mu left the room. But Anya couldn't sleep. Her mother's words were like a curse, replaying endlessly in her mind. The next day, Jingxiao brought Chun Qian to visit Anya. While they were exchanging pleasantries, Jin Yinshin also arrived at the Lin residence. In front of everyone, he gave Anya a pink diamond necklace and personally put on her. Jingxiao and Chun Qian stood by the side, not saying a word the entire time. They were like outsiders with no room to speak. Finally, Jingxiao excused herself, saying she had something to do, and bid farewell to Anya. On the way back, Jingxiao quietly told Chun Qian, I can see that you still love Jin Yinshin very much. The reason I haven't offered a divorce is because I've also fallen for him. Jingxiao forced a smile, tinged with bitterness. So, tonight, I'll put an end to this. On the other side, Lin Mu, for the sake of her daughter's happiness, finally couldn't help but speak to Jin Yinshin. You only married Jingxiao for revenge. Now that Anya is back, shouldn't you reconsider? You haven't forgotten your grandmother's last wish, have you? She said you should marry Anya. Jin Yinshin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Mu. A crashing sound was heard as a cup was slammed on the table. He didn't say a word, turned around, and left the Lin residence. Elsewhere, Jingxiao took Chun Qian home to pack. Chun Qian, looking at Jingxiao's tear-stained face, finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you want a divorce? What about the baby in your belly?" Jing Xiao slowly raised her hand and placed it on her abdomen. She whispered, "I want to keep it." "Are you crazy?" Chen Qian was shocked. "There are some things I have to remind you of. You and Jin Yinshen are getting divorced. If the child is born, it will be into a single-parent family. And you're only 20, still in college. Your future is still bright. Having a child at this time might ruin it." Jing Xiao smiled gently. "I'm so afraid of that feeling of loneliness, as if I'm the only one in the world. In the future, you will be my family. At least I won't feel lonely anymore." Chun Qian didn't say anything more, but her heart ached with the urge to cry. If they really divorced, Jing Xiao would not only lose her love and her husband, but even her future. So, she decided this time she would stand up for Jing Xiao. She was the CEO's fiancée, but disappeared for a year due to an accident. Now that she's back, she's determined to take back everything that belongs to her from her friend, Jing Xiao. Unbeknownst to her, Jing Xiao is already 5 weeks pregnant. Finally unable to stand by and watch, Chun Qian decides to privately meet with Enya and stand up for Jing Xiao. Soon, Enya arrived at the coffee shop as agreed. Chen Qian got straight to the point. "Enya, can you give Jin Yinshen back to Jing Xiao?" Enya was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chen Qian sighed and slowly said, "Jing Xiao and Jin Yinshen are already married. You're young, beautiful, and from a good family. You'll definitely have better options." Actually, Chun Qian just felt that Jing Xiao had nothing, while Enya could have so much more. And he turned her head, the smile gone from her face. She said coldly, "Chun Qian, although we're friends, you've always favored Jing Xiao. Have you ever thought about how deep my feelings for Jin Yinshen are? Before I disappeared, he was my fiancé. After I came back, he became Jing Xiao's husband, and Ye's emotions gradually became agitated. Have you considered my feelings?" Chen Qian took Ye's hand, her voice full of pleading. Jing Xiao is still young. It's really not good for her to carry the stigma of divorce. If you step back now, it will be good for both of you. And he shook off Chun Qian's hand and said angrily, "Jin Yinshen was originally mine. Why should I back down? In this world, besides him, I don't care about any other man. No one can understand the suffering I've endured this past year. It was all because I took his place and went abroad that led to the current consequences. The responsibility is all his. Do you understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled out the money for the meal and handed it to the waiter. Without waiting for the change, she pushed open the door and left. Chun Qian stared quietly out the window, understanding in her heart that the 3 best friends would never be the same again. Late at night, Jing Xiao couldn't sleep because of her recent worries. These past few days, she had mostly been alone at home. It was cold and quiet. She sat quietly on the sofa, a mixture of bitterness and relief welling up in her heart. After all, Jin Yinshen originally belonged to Enya. Besides, the two of them were so in love. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. Jing Xiao turned her head and saw Jin Yinshen holding a conspicuous manila envelope. It was already 1 a.m. Jing Xiao was surprised. A look of surprise flickered in Jin Yinshen's eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke slowly. "There's something I need to show you." He pushed the manila envelope in his hand towards her. Jing Xiao opened it and saw the 5 large characters on the document, "Divorce Agreement." Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Every breath felt like a sharp needle pricking her heart. She thought she was prepared, but when the moment arrived, the pain was still suffocating. The lawyer had clearly marked the division of assets in the agreement. The villa would be left to Jing Xiao, along with 10 million. "I don't want a villa. I'll keep the check," Jing Xiao said softly, her hand unconsciously resting on her stomach under the table, gently stroking it. After all, she had a child now. She couldn't just think of herself. She had to think of her child. He quickly picked up a pen and resolutely signed his name. At this moment, he realized that signing his name could also be a form of pain and torment. He bit his lip and pushed the divorce agreement back. "I've signed it. Contact me when you have time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." He walked straight into the elevator, ignoring Jing Xiao's attempt to stop him. After he left, Jing Xiao slowly crouched down, hugging her knees tightly. Tears streamed down her face, falling silently onto the floor. They had lived together, shared a bed for over a year. Unconsciously, her feelings for him had become deeply ingrained. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and cried out loud. This pregnant woman had chosen to divorce her husband. She had guided her husband's missing ex-fiancé back to him. After signing the divorce agreement, Jin Yinshen turned and left the apartment. Jing Xiao had expected this outcome, but when the moment arrived, her heart still felt as if it had been sliced open. opened by a knife. After hesitating for a long time, she finally dialed Enya's number. Enya, no matter how many times I say I'm sorry, I can't make up for the harm I've caused you. Iva divorced Yin Yunskin. Enya paused, but there was a hint of joy in her voice. Really? Yes, Jing Xiao replied, trying to control her grief, her voice as light as a feather. We've already signed. He'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize it when he has time. Thank you. Enya's breathing was a little rapid. After hanging up the phone, her heart overflowed with happiness. Upon hearing the news, Lin Mu was overjoyed. She immediately got up and prepared a guest room for Jin Yinshin to move into the house. Jing Xiao sat on the sofa all night, unable to sleep. As the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, she returned to the bedroom to see if she had left anything behind. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Jin Yinshin and Enya walked in side by side. Seeing Jing Xiao, Enya smiled brightly and waved to her. Looking at the smile on her face, Jing Xiao straightened up. So Jin Yinshin hadn't gone to a hotel last night. He had gone to Lin Mu's house. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to have a radiant smile and what a perfect match looked like. Jing Xiao forced a smile and quickly excused herself, pretending to have something to do. Jin Yinshin's eyes were deep and unreadable as he watched her retreating figure. Accompanied by Chun Xian, Jing Xiao found a quiet, elegant apartment and settled in temporarily. Then, Enya called, saying she wanted to talk to her properly. Jing Xiao agreed. In the evening, Jing Xiao and Chun Xian arrived early at the agreed-upon location. However, they were stopped at the entrance. They were told they couldn't enter without a VIP card. The winter weather was bitterly cold, and their faces and hands quickly became numb. After a long wait, Enya finally arrived. However, Jin Yinshin and Yi Lu were with her. Yi Lu, always playful and teasing, greeted Jing Xiao with, well, little sister-in-law, long time no see. The atmosphere immediately froze. Enya's face stiffened slightly. Jing Xiao, embarrassed by the address, quickly explained that she and Jin Yinshin were already divorced. What she had thought would be a simple meeting had turned into a gathering of five. It was clearly not a situation she wanted to be in for long. Jing Xiao was about to leave when Enya took her arm, preventing her from escaping. Inside the private room, no one spoke except Yi Lu. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and Yi Lu, being his usual annoying self, continued to call Jing Xiao little sister-in-law. Jin Yinshin remained silent, smoking. Chun Xian frowned, unable to stand it any longer. She grabbed Enya's arm and pulled her out of the room. Jing Xiao, worried that Chun Xian would cause a scene, hurried after them. Around the corner, Chun Xian flung Enya's hand away. What do you mean by this? Enya shook her head, feigning ignorance. Seeing Enya's pretense, Chun Xian finally exploded. Do you think Jing Xiao is easy to bully just because she's kind? Why did you have to choose today for a party? You just divorced Jing Xiao and you want to celebrate. Are you trying to mock her or show off something? As a friend of many years, if you had any decency, you wouldn't do this tonight. I didn't realize you were so scheming. Enya, pampered since childhood, had never heard such harsh words. Her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. Jing Xiao, just arriving, was about to comfort Enya, but someone was faster. Jin Yinshin strode around the corner, his long arm encircling Enya's shoulders. His gaze, sharp as a sword, landed on Chun Xian, filled with coldness and malice. A wave of fear washed over Chun Xian. She looked away. Jin Yinshin, his brow furrowed, stared icily at her. I'll give you one chance. Repeat what you just said, word for word, to my face. For love, the girl played mind games with her former friend. He had been missing for a year. Upon his return, he decided to take back everything that belonged to him from his friend. Finally, as he wished, Jing Xiao and Jin Yinshin divorced. But he was playing games. Knowing Jing Xiao was heartbroken from the divorce, he still insisted on bringing everyone together for a party. The atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely awkward. Finally, Jing Xiao's best friend, Chun Xian, couldn't hold back and confronted him. Jin Yinshin, without distinguishing right from wrong, frowned, his gaze icy. He stared intently at Chun Xian and said in a low voice, I'm giving you a chance. Repeat what you just said to my face. Chun Xian, still young, was momentarily flustered by Jin Yinshin's powerful presence. Jing Xiao finally couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. We can handle our own little squabbles. It's not appropriate for you, a man in his 30s, to interfere. Jin Yinshin's expression changed abruptly, his eyes darkening as he stared at Jing Xiao. So it's okay for you to bully her like this. Jing Xiao took a deep breath and retorted, her words sharp and clear, we didn't bully ya. Calling her scheming and making her cry doesn't count as bullying. Don't use the word scheming to describe her, Jin Yinshin said coldly, his face grim and his mood foul. Jing Xiao was left speechless. After all, she had heard clearly what Chen Qian had accused Nya of. Learn to recognize what kind of friends you should make. Not everyone deserves to be called a friend. Jin Yinshin finished, then took Nya's hand and walked forward. As he passed Jing Xiao, his gaze held a trace of disgust. Your judgment in friends is just as poor. He dropped the words like a stone. Jing Xiao's heart ached as if it had been poisoned. On the way back, Jing Xiao leaned against the window, lost in thought. If she hadn't let you board that cruise ship, she would probably still be dating Lin Zian, young and full of hope for the future and career. Now it was too late to say anything. On the sofa, Jing Xiao unconsciously stroked her belly, murmuring softly, tomorrow is Mom's birthday. It's good that I have you with me this year. Jing Xiao ate a bite of instant noodles. The depression and gloom of the day finally dissipated somewhat. Then the phone rang. It was Jin Yinshin's lawyer, arranging to meet the next day at the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce procedures. Jing Xiao laughed self-deprecatingly. Divorce and birthday on the same day. Who else could have such luck? The next morning, on the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jing Xiao hesitated repeatedly, then decided to go to the mall to pick out a gift. Because she and Anya shared the same birthday. She would never forget how Anya had suffered for her for a year. Arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Jin Yinshin sat on the sofa in a black suit. The staff were already waiting. Seeing that they had both signed, they stamped the documents and handed them 2 red booklets. As she reached out to take the booklet, Jing Xiao's heart trembled uncontrollably. She knew this time it was truly over. On the way back, she drove to the Lin residence. But Anya wasn't home. She couldn't be reached by phone either. The gift would have to wait until the next day. To celebrate Jing Xiao's birthday, Chen Qian took her to the mall to choose a gift. Jing Xiao stared listlessly at the big screen, then froze. Playing on the screen was a scene of Jin Yinshin celebrating Nya's birthday. Jing Xiao felt as if something was stuck in her chest. The more romantic it was, the more pathetic and wretched it made her feel. Fortunately, she had the boisterous Chen Qian with her. They had a happy birthday together. The next day, Jing Xiao was preparing lunch when she heard a knock at the door. Opening the door, she was surprised to see Jiang Jun lying on the ground. Although curious, Jing Xiao didn't pay much attention, thinking he would eventually leave on his own. Elsewhere, Anya returned home with mixed emotions. Upon learning that Jiang Jun was missing, Lin Mu was indifferent. Just a dog. Your task now isn't to find the dog. It's to get engaged to Jin Yinshin. Do you understand? Lin Mu won't rest until she sees Anya engaged. Anya, tired of arguing with her mother, picked up her phone and called Jin Yinshin. Knowing Jiang Jun well, Jin Yinshin guessed where he might have gone. He took out his phone and dialed Jing Xiao's number several times, but it was disconnected. A sharp look crossed his face. He grabbed his coat and walked out the door. This domineering CEO, divorced yet still entangled with his ex-wife, all because his dog was missing. Jin Yinshin, based on his understanding of his dog, concluded Jiang Jun had gone to Jing Xiao's. He tried calling her, only to find he'd been blocked. So, he used his connections to find Jing Xiao's current address. When the door opened, Jing Xiao stood frozen. Jin Yinshin stood at her doorstep, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. Is something the matter, Mr. Jin? She asked coldly. You brought Jiang Jun here without a single phone call. Jin Yinshin looked down at her. Jing Xiao glanced down at Jiang Jun. For almost 5 or 6 hours, he had stayed at the door without leaving. But what did it matter? Jing Xiao didn't bother explaining. Since Mr. Jin has found him, please leave. But Jin Yinshin seemed not to hear, walking straight into the apartment and looking around. The next moment, he sat on the sofa, his long legs crossed, as comfortable as if he were at home. He remained unmoved by Jing Xiao's harsh words. Furious, Jing Xiao went to the water dispenser, filled a glass with hot water, and threw it at Jin Yinshin. He jumped up from the sofa, staring at Jing Xiao with a menacing glare. If you don't want to stay here and be insulted, take your dog and leave immediately, Jing Xiao said resolutely. Otherwise, that entire bottle of purified water is all for you. The anger in Jin Yinshin's chest finally erupted. He sneered, You're welcome to try. I'm waiting. The two were at a standstill for a long time. Defeated, Jing Xiao called Anya. Half an hour later, Inya arrived in a hurry. With things as they were, Jin Yinshin had no choice but to leave. But a sense of loss lingered in his heart. He hadn't expected Jing Xiao to be so resolute. Back at his mansion, it was 2 a.m. Jin Yinshin looked around the enormous room. He felt like something was missing. He couldn't help but think of Jing Xiao's apartment. He tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Early the next morning, Jing Xiao got up, packed her things, and went to school. Chun Xian was already waiting at the gate. As they were about to enter the school, a black Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside. Anya, accompanied by Jin Yinshin, arrived at the school gate. Jin Yinshin said coldly, "You two go ahead. I have something to discuss with the principal." Then the three of them walked into the classroom together. The classmates murmured. Their gazes shifted between Jing Xiao and Inya. The looks directed at Jing Xiao were filled with disdain. A group of classmates surrounded Inya, pushing Jing Xiao and Chun Xian aside. Jin Yinshin is disgusting, Chun Xian muttered. Her words were overheard by the surrounding classmates, who immediately responded with sarcasm. "Oh, how sour. We didn't hear you complain when Jing Xiao was with Jin Yinshin. She's the disgusting one, clinging to Inya's fiancé." The situation escalated, and the classmates' words became increasingly unpleasant. Chun Xian's face hardened. She glared at the group of women. "I dare you to say that again." Jing Xiao calmly took out her phone and started recording them. "What are you doing?" Someone finally noticed. "Recording your wonderful insults. My lawyer will be in touch with you shortly. You'll pay for slandering me." One of the more aggressive girls retorted. "So you think you're so special, showing off your money?" "Yes, I'm showing off my money. I'm very rich, so don't provoke me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I'll post this video online, and my lawyer will contact you. Feel free to continue if you want." Jing Xiao sat down casually, completely ignoring them. The classmates looked at each other, none daring to speak. Her attitude was serious and firm, not like she was lying. Then a phone rang. Jing Xiao's eyes widened. She stared at the screen in disbelief, checking it several times before she could believe it. The call was from Jin Shimo. Had he returned? This girl was verbally abused at school just because she divorced her CEO husband. While Jing Xiao was arguing with the group, her phone rang. Before she could react, a voice boomed from the other end. "Silly woman, come downstairs. I'm in your cafeteria right now." He hung up the phone and walked into the cafeteria. Sure enough, he saw Jin Shimo sitting at a table, eating. "What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Have you lost your soul from being so happy to see me?" Jin Shimo's peach blossom eyes narrowed, just as beautiful as when they first met. An indescribable joy welled up in Jing Xiao's heart. She rushed over and hugged Jin Shimo. "You really came back." Faced with the sudden embrace, Jin Shimo was slightly stunned. Then the corners of his lips curled upwards. He slowly uttered, "It's still the same unwashed hair smell I remember." Jing Xiao showed no mercy and pushed him away. "I haven't washed my hair for 3 days. Does your nose belong to a dog?" Jin Shimo chuckled. Outside the cafeteria, Jin Yinshin walked down the center, surrounded by the principal and other senior school officials. Suddenly, he inadvertently glanced into the room opposite and saw an embracing couple. Following his gaze, the principal also looked over and his face changed dramatically. He muttered, "Oh no." There were many couples in the school, but they were all university students, so the school didn't usually interfere. But now, they had been caught red-handed. The principal cleared his throat and said to the dean of students, "Go and bring those 2 students to me." The dean hurried over and began to scold Jing Xiao and Jin Shimo. Jing Xiao was going crazy, utterly speechless. Jin Shimo, however, looked languid and winked at the dean. "Kid, you have good taste." The dean's face darkened immediately. The dignified dean of students was actually called Kid. Where was his authority? Jing Xiao's eyebrows twitched. She wished she could kick Jin Shimo's, but the dean stepped forward, grabbed Jin Shimo's ear, and dragged him out. While walking, he yelled at Jing Xiao, "You follow me." "Old man, let me go." Jin Shimo protested. As they got closer, Jing Xiao's face changed drastically. She hadn't expected Jin Yinshin to be there as well. Jin Shimo also froze slightly. "Big brother." The principal stammered, then started lecturing Jing Xiao. "I don't object to dating, but dating in the cafeteria during class time. What's the meaning of this?" Jin Shimo jumped in. "We were going to do it in the dorm, but we didn't have the key." "Nonsense." The principal was clearly losing face and became extremely angry. He asked Jing Xiao, "Which class are you in? What's your name?" Before Jing Xiao could speak, Jin Shimo interjected again. "Don't you have any sense? How dare you bully my girlfriend? Let me tell you, my older brother donated your school library. Believe it or not, I'll tear it down." Tear down the library. I'd like to see you try. Jin Yinshin crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Jing Xiao. This statement indirectly confirmed that he was Jin Shumo's older brother. So it's the second young master. The principal rubbed his hands, no longer uttering a word of reproach. He even looked at Jing Xiao with a hint of kindness. Jin Yinshin's expression turned serious as he addressed the principal. Are your school regulations very lax, allowing dating during class time? Of course not for others, but for the second young master, it's no problem. The principal was trying his best to flatter him. I like that. Principal, you're quite perceptive, Jin Shumo said happily. I'll go back for a bit. I'll come pick you up after school. With that, Jin Shumo took the key from his brother's hand and ran off with a grin. Seeing this, Jing Xiao also intended to leave, but Jin Yinshin blocked her path. Stay away from him. Don't harbor any thoughts you shouldn't. What does that have to do with you? He and I will never be possible. Jing Xiao retorted impatiently, showing him no warmth. I don't know you anything now. You think I'm still afraid of you? She then walked away resolutely. Jin Yinshin was left speechless. He gave the principal a cold glance and turned to walk out of the school. This rich second generation was actively pursuing his divorced sister-in-law. After returning from abroad, Jin Shimo learned of Jing Xiao's divorce and decided to pursue her. However, he didn't know that Jing Xiao was already pregnant. That evening, Jin Yinshin accompanied his younger brother to their mother's house. Although Jin Yinshin's relationship with his mother was strained, the bond between brothers couldn't be broken. Jin Yinshin's mother rushed to hug Jin Shimo when she saw him. Jin Shimo's grandfather was also in a good mood and asked the kitchen to prepare dinner. At the dinner table, Jin Shimo's grandfather brought up the subject of his grandson's marriage. Shimo, you're not young anymore. It's time to start dating and settle down. There's no need for you to go back to the entertainment industry. Start working in the company. Unexpectedly, Jin Shimo wasn't as resistant to the company as he had been before. He excitedly told his grandfather, "That's great. We finally agree on something. I'm not young anymore, and it's time to start a family and a career. As for a partner, you and Mom don't have to worry. I already have someone in mind." Jin Shimo's grandfather was delighted to see his grandson so enthusiastic. "Tell me, which family's young lady is she?" Mentioning the woman he liked, Jin Shimo's eyes crinkled with a smile. "She's the Jing family's daughter." Jin Shimo's grandfather seemed puzzled. Where in this vast world was there a prestigious Jing family? Jin Yinshin, sitting to the side, interjected calmly, "It's Jing Xiao, my ex-wife." "What nonsense!" Jin Shimo's grandfather erupted in anger. "Over my dead body. Don't even think about it." But Jin Shimo, young and impetuous, was determined to pursue the woman he loved. His attitude was firm. "I've adored her for a long time. Now that she's finally divorced, I absolutely won't let her go. Just give her to me, and I'll do anything you ask, including joining the company. Otherwise, forget it. You can't stop me from pursuing true love." Jin Shimo's face was filled with determination, as if he wouldn't give up until he won Jing Xiao over. I have to say, compared to Jin Yinshin's fickleness, I admire Jin Shimo's open-mindedness and courage to love. Jin Shimo's grandfather was furious. After a moment of contemplation, he looked sternly at Jin Yinshin and said, "Give Jin Shimo the position of vice president in the company, and you teach him the ropes." Jin Shimo grumbled to himself. "Starting as vice president, that's some serious nepotism. You're the second young master of the Jin family. You're not going to be a vice president, you're going to be a janitor." Clearly, Jin Shimo's grandfather had his own plans. Having said this, he threw down his chopsticks and returned to his room. Jin Yinshin also sensed his mother's disapproval and didn't stay long. Jin Shimo followed his older brother back to the house. On the sofa, Jin Shimo repeatedly emphasized that he would definitely win Jing Xiao over. Jin Yinshin remained silent, a hint of sadness in his heart. After all, she was the woman he had shared a bed with for a year. Suddenly, Jin Shimo touched his nose and said excitedly, "Big brother, I'm going to throw a welcome home party. Do you want to come?" Jin Yinshin glanced at him coldly, without a word. Little did he know that Jin Shimo planned to hold the party at Jing Xiao's house and invite Nya. The next day, Jing Xiao received a call from Jin Shimo. Hearing that he wanted to hold a party at her house, she didn't refuse. Jin Shimo arrived first at noon, and Nya arrived afterward. Halfway through the meal, and you receive a call from Jin Yinshin, who planned to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Jin Shimo squinted at Nya. "That's nice. You and my brother are really loving." And you smiled softly. "Aren't you jealous? You used to like me quite a bit." Jin Shimo said, "I've never regretted anything I've said. That was youthful ignorance. I like Jing Xiao now. You don't have her charm. And you didn't reply, thinking he was joking, but Jin Shimo had his own plans. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Jin Yinshin's expressionless gaze swept over Jin Shimo and Jing Xiao, whose heads were almost touching at the table. Jin Shimo swirled the lamb in the hot pot, acting like the host as he invited his older brother. Come on, big brother, sit down and have some. Jin Yinshin ignored him, sitting silently on the sofa, staring out at the flowers and plants on the balcony. After the meal, Enya picked up her coat from the rack, preparing to leave with Jin Yinshin. Suddenly, Jin Shimo stood up and stopped them. Wait a minute, I have something I need you both to witness. He then turned and walked into the kitchen. This rich young man was actually going to propose to his divorced sister-in-law in front of his older brother. Jin Shimo, using the welcome home party as an opportunity, had brought Enya and his brother together. After the meal, Jin Shimo suddenly stood up and said, wait a minute, I have something I need you both to witness. He then turned and went into the kitchen. When he came back out, he was holding a bouquet of roses, but they were rare white roses. Jin Shimo's usually playful peach blossom eyes were unusually serious. He gazed deeply and tenderly at Jing Xiao. Do you know what white roses represent? Before Jing Xiao could answer, Enya anxiously asked, what do they represent? Jin Shimo said solemnly, they represent that I am worthy of you. You're the only one worthy of me. He then turned his loving gaze back to Jing Xiao. Although I'm charming and handsome, I've thought about it carefully and seriously, and in this world, only you are good enough for me. So, will you be my girlfriend? Jing Xiao was instantly frozen in place. Enya's eyes widened. A second later, she covered her mouth with her hand, almost crying out in surprise. Jin Yinshin's face was dark, his expression a mixture of complex emotions. If you have to ask when I started liking you, maybe it was when you were stunt double and emerged from the water. Or maybe it was when you were fighting with me, so wild and rough. Anyway now, besides you, I can't stand the sight of any other woman. Jin Shimo continued talking, lost in those beautiful memories. Jing Xiao swallowed, still like a statue. So please don't question this pure love of mine. Jin Shimo's face was full of affection, without his usual flippant manner. Hey, silly woman, take the flowers. What are you spacing out for? Jin Shimo's arm was getting sore. He couldn't help but remind her. Jing Xiao, who had been stunned into silence, finally recovered. Looking at the bouquet of white roses, she didn't know what to do. Jin Yinshin's eyes were deep and dark like whirlpools. Then he said coldly, let's go. Jin Shimo quickly stepped forward, blocking their way. No way. At this important moment, witnessing the greatness of love, how can you guys be so unsupportive? When she takes the flowers, then you can leave. Jin Yinshin sneered. Whether she takes the flowers or not, what does it have to do with us? Jin Shimo nearly stamped his foot in frustration. This is your brother's first confession. It concerns my future lifelong happiness. How can you leave? Jing Xiao had never seen Jin Shimo so sincere. Her mind was a mess. She just felt he was a troublemaker. At this moment, Jin Yinshin said indifferently, just take them. Don't delay us. Jing Xiao's heart tightened slightly. She closed her eyes and then slowly opened them again. Then she took the flowers from Jin Shimo's hand. Thank you. I like them very much. Jin Yinshin's eyes were icy. His Adam's apple bobbed, revealing an impatient expression. Jin Shimo, move aside. Jin Shimo stepped aside and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jing Xiao. Then he waved to the two of them. Big brother, sister-in-law, go ahead. Don't let us hold you up. Don't interrupt our moment. Inside the car, Jin Yinshin crossed his legs, his gaze fixed on the window, lost in thought. After the two left, Jing Xiao put the white roses aside. She put her hands on her forehead and said helplessly, Shimo, can we stop this? Jin Shimo was a little annoyed. His sincere feelings were being treated like a joke. You think I was just messing around? What was I messing around with? Causing havoc in heaven or raiding the peach banquet? Jing Xiao was speechless. She quickly apologized. Jin Shimo didn't blame her further. He squinted his peach blossom eyes and stared intently at Jing Xiao, muttering softly, not bad. My type. He stared intently, not even blinking. The more he looked, the more he felt his judgment was good. Jing Xiao had never been stared at like this before. Her cheeks flushed. She pushed him. Let's talk seriously. I can't agree to be your girlfriend. Jing Xiao looked back at him, speaking each word with particular emphasis. What? Jin Shimo panicked. This rich, second-generation confessed to his divorced sister-in-law in front of his older brother, but was unexpectedly rejected. Although Jing Xiao accepted Jin Shimo's roses in public, after everyone left, she seriously told Jin Shimo, I can't agree to be your girlfriend. Hearing this, Jin Shimo was slightly shaken. Why? Give me a reason. Jing Xiao said softly, I do like you, but that kind of liking is between friends, not romantic love. That's okay. Over time, liking can turn into love. I'm only 20. I can wait. Some of my brother's age can't. Jin Shimo said seriously, deliberately taking a jab at his brother. Jing Xiao gave a wry smile. Anyway, it won't work. It would feel very awkward. Besides, I've been divorced. Even if we put all that aside, your mother would never agree. Jin Shimo hesitated for a moment. He slowly said, we can keep it a secret from my mother. That's not a problem. When she finds out, I'll deal with it. Jing Xiao told him seriously, you're very responsible, but I'm exhausted right now. I don't want to get involved in another relationship. I just want to be alone right now. You'll have better options. Jin Shimo raised an eyebrow. A barely perceptible shadow of disappointment flickered across his eyes, but he remained insistent. It doesn't matter. I can wait. No matter what you say, I've set my sights on you. This young master's first confession was actually rejected. See what you make of that. Jing Xiao didn't say anything, but she was truly touched. Jin Shimo continued to talk incessantly. He was like a salesman, trying his best to sell himself. It was strangely poignant. But no matter what, Jing Xiao still didn't agree. After a while longer, Jin Shimo finally left, looking dejected. Sitting in the car, he looked rather lonely, feeling the sting of rejection. Elsewhere, Anya, leaving the hospital, received a phone call from her mother. Her mother told her that dinner was very elaborate and that she hoped Anya would bring Jin Yinshin home with her. But Jin Yinshin frowned, making an excuse that he had something to do and would join them next time. Despite the rejection, Anya was in a very good mood. Like a cheerful butterfly, she told her mother, Mom, you can rest easy. Shimo is pursuing Jing Xiao. They're the ones who are meant to be together. Meanwhile, Jin Yinshin said goodbye to Anya and went alone to Jing Xiao's apartment. Jing Xiao, opening the door, stared blankly for a moment before finally reacting. He didn't leave, but continued to block the doorway. Jin Yinshin stared at her arm blocking the doorframe, his brow furrowed. What have you done that you're so ashamed of that you won't let me in? He said, forcefully pulling down Jing Xiao's arm. Before Jing Xiao could speak, he squeezed his imposing frame through the doorway and entered the apartment. His gaze swept across the living room and landed on the white roses arranged on a coffee table. His eyes narrowed, darkening slightly. He reached out, plucked a petal, and disdainfully tossed it away. By the time Jing Xiao looked up again, the bouquet of white roses was nothing but bare stems. Jing Xiao angrily pushed him away and said furiously, Get out of my apartment. You're not welcome here. Jin Yinshin's expression darkened. He sat down on the sofa, crossing his long legs casually. If Jin Shimo can stay, why can't I? Jing Xiao replied with unusual swiftness. Yes, he can stay. You can't. Jin Yinshin sneered. I like to see who dares to make me leave today. Jing Xiao tugged at her hair in frustration. I'm your brother's girlfriend now. As the older brother, don't you find that awkward? Jin Yinshin was silent for a moment. He slowly said, You and Jin Shimo have no future. First, you won't get past Jin Shimo's grandfather and his mother. Second, you won't get past me, so you should just give up. Jing Xiao wasn't angered. It's not up to you to tell me what to do anymore. Now, if you'll excuse me. Just as she finished speaking, Chun Qian called, needing to find some information. 5 minutes later, Jing Xiao emerged from the bedroom to find Jin Yinshin asleep on the sofa. Jing Xiao was furious. The ensuing heated argument extinguished any lingering hope Jin Yinshin might have had. This CEO is divorced, yet he keeps pestering his ex-wife. He clearly cares, but won't admit it. And when he sees his younger brother confessing to his ex-wife, he tries to interfere. Jin Yinshin, after leaving the hospital, made an excuse to leave Anya and went alone to his ex-wife's home. No matter how harshly Jing Xiao spoke to him, she couldn't get him to leave. He ended up falling asleep at Jing Xiao's place. Looking at the sleeping Jin Yinshin, Jing Xiao was fuming. She threw the book in her hand directly at him. Jin Yinshin's eyes fluttered open, his brow furrowing. He always had trouble falling asleep, sometimes staying awake all night. It was hard to believe he'd fallen asleep in just a minute or two. In truth, he had become accustomed to Jing Xiao's presence. He only felt comfortable and at ease around Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao was losing her patience. Are you going to leave or not? She demanded. Or do I have to call Enya? She opened her phone and started searching for Enya's number. But Jin Yinshin reacted quickly and snatched the phone away. Don't be ridiculous. It's annoying. Oh, Jing Xiao chuckled coldly. So, Mr. Jin can be reasonable after all. Jing Xiao looked down at him intently. Then tell me, as a man who already has a woman he likes, why are you still lingering in another woman's home, refusing to leave? How do you justify your behavior, Mr. Jin? Have you ever considered that it might be annoying to others? And what will you think? You're practically begging to go to the Lin residence, but not to my small, shabby apartment. Jin Yinshin remained silent. Jing Xiao continued to press him. Do you have a penchant for two-timing, Mr. Jin? Or is it because we've spent so much time together that you've fallen in love with me? Jin Yinshin sneered. You're delusional, he said, each word precise. You're thinking too much. Jing Xiao felt a slight sting in her heart, but she maintained an indifferent expression. Since you don't have even the slightest bit of affection for me, are you perhaps hoping to sleep with me? Jing Xiao deliberately drew out the last word. She was going all out to prevent this from happening again. Sleep with you. Jin Yinshin's voice deepened. The fire within him ignited. Do you dare? Dare? What's there not to dare? Jing Xiao said firmly. We've done it often enough before. What's one more time? But would CEO Jin dare to sleep with me behind Enya's back? Aren't you afraid of leaving evidence? Jin Yinshin's irritation slowly subsided after hearing those words. Jing Xiao had said everything that could be said and everything that couldn't. For a while, only silence flowed between them. After an unknown amount of time, Jin Yinshin finally spoke. If you don't want me here, you could just say so. Why spout all that nonsense? Are you that resistant to me being here? Yes, I am, Jing Xiao said firmly. Mr. Jin has a woman he likes, and she's a good friend of mine. I don't want any rumors reaching her ears. That's why I don't want you here. Not one bit. Jin Yinshin's eyes were deep and unreadable. A hint of resignation colored his voice. I won't come again. Jing Xiao straightened up, feeling a sudden sense of relief, yet also a slight pang of pain. After dressing, Jin Yinshin strode towards the door. A girl needs to be careful, and youth and Jin Shimo really have no future. Jin Yinshin threw down the last sentence, his usual composed and elegant demeanor returning. He put on his coat and quickly left. Jing Xiao stood on the balcony, watching his car disappear from sight. Keeping him away severed their connection and also prevented her from falling deeper. Jing Xiao shook her head helplessly. Meanwhile, Jin Yinshin returned to his apartment, feeling lost. Lying in bed, sleep evaded him. He was wide awake. He found himself thinking about that apartment filled with flowers and plants. As if bewitched, he slowly opened a drawer, took a sleeping pill, and sighed softly. He hadn't needed them since being with Jing Xiao. The next morning, Jin Shimo was about to go to Jing Xiao's apartment when his mother stopped him. She wanted him to attend a rather important wedding. The heartbroken girl decided to leave the city she had lived in for so long, and the secret of her pregnancy was accidentally revealed. It was the day of the Pei family daughter's wedding. The Pei family's social standing was second only to the Jin family. All the prominent figures were present. Soon it was time for the bride to toss the bouquet. Enya, though a little embarrassed, stood at the front. The bouquet landed right in her arms. She smiled, but a tinge of bitterness and disappointment lingered in her heart. The reporters, of course, wouldn't miss this important moment. Microphones were thrust towards Jin Yinshin, asking if they had any plans to get engaged. After all, they were considered the most anticipated couple. Jin Yinshin's expression was unreadable. No one could guess his thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Why wait? I might as well share in the joy today. He then asked Jin Shimo to go buy a ring. Looking at Enya, his voice low, he said, Enya, will you marry me? Silence fell over the room. Enya covered her mouth in surprise, tears streaming down her face. She had waited for this day for so long. Amidst the cheers of the guests, Jin Yinshin took out the ring and slipped it onto her finger. The image of Jing Xiao's fair, rosy face suddenly flashed in his mind, vivid and intense. His hand froze midair. Jin Shimo's voice brought him back to reality. His eyes darkened slightly as he composed himself. He picked up the ring and slowly placed it on Enya's finger, an inexplicable, almost oppressive feeling in his heart. And he stared at her finger, ecstatic and moved. From now on, she could bear the title of Jin Yinshin's woman, standing proudly by his side. Jin Yinshin's proposal was just an interlude in the grand wedding, but it undoubtedly stole the show. Jing Xiao watched the spectacle unfold on television. Although she had anticipated this, The sharp pang in her heart was undeniable. At the Lin residence, Lin Mu hummed a tune, happily preparing engagement invitations. Their engagement was set for 20 days later, and he took a few invitations and left. Moments later, she arrived at Jingxiao's apartment. After hesitating, she handed Jingxiao an invitation. A flicker of sadness crossed Jingxiao's eyes. She accepted the invitation and told Nya she would be there. The day of Nya's engagement arrived quickly. Jingxiao's simple attire clashed with the hotel's glitz and glamour. Her classmates, all dressed to the nines, looked down their noses at her. But Jingxiao remained indifferent. At noon, Jin Yinxin and Nya finally entered. Jingxiao quietly retreated to an unnoticed corner. Amidst the cheers, they exchanged rings. In the corner, Jingxiao's breath hitched. A searing pain tore through her. Her hands, hanging at her sides, slowly clenched. The one who falls in love first is always hurt the most. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to be heartbroken. She berated herself repeatedly. She knew she shouldn't have come, yet she did, putting herself in this predicament. Despite Jin Shumo's attempts to comfort her, the pain lingered. Finally, she excused herself and stumbled back to her apartment. There was nothing left for her in this world. The next morning, Jingxiao felt a little dizzy, her legs were cold, and her stomach felt uneasy. In the bathroom, her eyes fell upon a bloodstain on her pants. She nearly fainted, her heart pounding in her chest. Without hesitating, she grabbed her coat and hailed a taxi straight to the hospital. It was during this examination that she accidentally revealed her secret. Due to a moment of carelessness, the secret Jingxiao had hidden for so long was discovered. Attending Nya's wedding, Jingxiao was heartbroken. Waking up the next day, her legs felt weak and her stomach uncomfortable. In the bathroom, she suddenly noticed the bloodstain on her pants. Without a second thought, she rushed to the hospital. On the way, she kept silently praying that her baby would be all right. Fortunately, the examination showed that everything was fine. The doctor prescribed some medication, gave her some precautions, and Jingxiao prepared to return to her apartment. On the way, she bumped into Nya, who was also at the hospital for a checkup. Jingxiao initially intended to take a taxi home, but she couldn't resist Nya's insistence. So she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Nya proudly showed off her renovation blueprints to Jingxiao, explaining how she planned to personally design the villa for herself and Jin Yinxin. Jingxiao's expression stiffened slightly. As they were talking, Lin Mu called to say that a guest had arrived at the Lin residence and asked Nya to return. Jingxiao heard clearly and offered to have Nya drop her off so she could take a taxi back. It was during this short journey that Jingxiao left the paper bag containing her hospital report and medication on the seat. Due to her pregnancy, Jingxiao was very sleepy. She returned home and collapsed on her bed, falling fast asleep. When she awoke, night had already fallen. She opened her bag, searching for the medicine she had brought back from the hospital. She turned it upside down, but couldn't find it. Even the report was missing. Recalling the places she had been today, she realized it was most likely left in Nya's car. At this thought, Jingxiao's back went cold and a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Trembling, she took out her phone and called Nya. After countless attempts, the call finally connected half an hour later. Nya went to her car and saw the plastic bag Jingxiao had left on the passenger seat. Jingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. She wanted to ask Nya not to look inside, but felt it would be impolite. The words reached her lips, but she swallowed them back. She quickly dressed and headed towards the Lin residence. After hanging up the phone, Nya casually placed the paper bag on the coffee table and went upstairs. Lin Mu, leaning on the sofa with one hand on the remote control, noticed the bag from the corner of her eye. I've told you so many times not to go to the city hospital. People with status should go to private hospitals. Lin Mu grumbled as she picked up the plastic bag and took out the medicine bottle. Seeing that it contained multivitamins and folic acid, Lin Mu's brow furrowed. Aren't these pills taken after getting pregnant? Lin Mu suddenly became very excited and quickly called Nya downstairs. Her eyes scanned Nya's stomach back and forth, and she muttered to herself, "You really made your mother proud. Secretly pregnant and didn't even tell me. You sly girl." And Nya was busy blow-drying her hair, apparently unaware of the gravity of the situation. "Mom, what are you talking about? Those pills are Jingxiao's." Lin Mu's eyes widened, her voice sharp. Whose are they?" The sudden outburst startled Nya. "They're Jingxiao's. What's wrong?" Do you know when these pills are taken? Lin Mu's face was frightening. Even you found it alarming. These are pills taken during pregnancy. Is she pregnant? And you was stunned. Impossible. Maybe she's getting them for someone else. You're really naive. Let me tell you, if Jing Xiao is pregnant, then it must be Jean Yinshan's. Lin Mu eagerly opened the bag and took out the report. Her eyes grew wider and wider. Her hand, painted with red nail polish, crumpled the report. See for yourself. She's already more than 2 months pregnant. And Ya's legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. She snatched the report from Lin Mu's hand and read it line by line. It was indeed clearly written. Just then, Jing Xiao's phone rang, and he straightened up. And yeah, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I know, she replied absent-mindedly. Jing Xiao, how would she face the impending storm? A cunning woman, for her own benefit, forced her best friend to have an abortion. She wanted to clear all obstacles for her love. Because of Jing Xiao's carelessness, Anya discovered her pregnancy's secret. Anya's mind went blank. She never imagined that Jing Xiao would be pregnant, let alone that she would keep it a secret. Lin Mu gritted her teeth in anger. If Jean Yinshan learned about Jing Xiao's pregnancy, he would definitely reconsider his engagement to Anya. He's a menace. Lin Mu was extremely agitated, muttering incessantly. Anya's thoughts slowly returned. She carefully placed the report back in the bag, claiming she had a way to handle the situation. Just then, Jing Xiao arrived at the front door. Anya, feigning sleeplessness, went with Jing Xiao to a nearby cafe. Anya, who usually only drank milk, surprisingly ordered 2 strong coffees. Jing Xiao was quite surprised. However, remembering the doctor's advice, she excused herself, saying she wasn't feeling well and suggested they have coffee another day. And you said meaningfully, "Are you sure you can have coffee with me another day? I've seen what's in your bag." A chill ran down Jing Xiao's spine. She involuntarily clutched her medicine bag. Her worst fears were confirmed. Jing Xiao felt as if her throat was constricted. This cold-blooded, heartless man was threatening his ex-wife to get rid of her baby, completely disregarding their past relationship. Pregnant Jing Xiao had originally planned to leave the city alone, but by a twist of fate, Anya had discovered her pregnancy. Anya's threats to her had no effect. Finally, for her own happiness, she decided to tell Jean Yinshan. She went straight to the meeting room unimpeded and found Jean Yinshan. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke directly. Whispering in his ear, she said, Jing Xiao is pregnant. She's 2.5 months along. She wants to keep the baby. Jean Yinshan's expression instantly froze. No one could discern the deep emotions on his face, nor could they guess his thoughts. After a long hesitation, he seemed to have made a decision. He grabbed his coat from the sofa and hurried out the door. "Don't follow me," Jean Yinshan said, his voice cold and commanding. He went alone to Jing Xiao's apartment. Jing Xiao sat on the sofa, her expression indifferent. Hearing footsteps, she didn't look up. She had already anticipated this. Jean Yinshan entered, raised an eyebrow, and looked down at Jing Xiao. His cold aura was intimidating. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "Getting rid of the child is in your best interest, and in the child's best interest." Jing Xiao was deeply hurt by his callous tone. Then, she took out a stack of cash from the drawer and handed it to Jean Yinshan. "Here's your 10 million. I have to keep this child. Call me selfish, call me manipulative, but this is my child. No one can take him away from me. I'll leave this place. I'll disappear from your lives." Jean Yinshan's eyes darkened, his aura icy. His words left no room for argument. "I won't let this child be born. Be prepared. I'm giving you until 1 p.m. to go to the hospital. I'll come pick you up." Jing Xiao clutched her stomach, her teeth biting her lip until it almost bled. She felt a chill run through her, her voice trembling. "I want him." "You can't have him," Jean Yinshan retorted sharply, then turned and left the apartment. And Yin Shimo had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Jean Yinshan come out, and you couldn't contain her anxiety. "Should I contact the hospital now?" Jean Yinshan paused, his narrowed eyes falling on her. And he was too frightened to say another word. She took his arm and hurried into the car, a flicker of joy in her heart. Shimo quickly went upstairs. Jing Xiao sat on the cold floor, clutching her stomach, her face pale, lost in thought. He Xin Kengda of Fu Sha Shun and carried her to the bed. "Do you want to keep the child?" Shimo asked carefully. Jing Xiao, as if grasping at a straw, quickly asked, "Do you have a way?" No, Shimo said angrily. I'm no match for Jin Yenshin. He always means what he says. Once he's made a decision, there's no changing his mind. Hearing this, Jing Xiao slumped back onto the floor, repeatedly hitting her head. It's all my fault for not leaving this place sooner. Shimo looked at Jing Xiao with heartache and pity. He took out his phone and called Jin Yenshin. She's being tortured by you. It's just being a father. I'll take the child when it's born. Jin Yenshin didn't listen to his rambling and hung up directly. Anya, sitting in the passenger seat, was completely relieved. She had heard Jin Yenshin contacting the hospital, which clearly meant he didn't want the child. Thinking of this, she was both happy and apprehensive. She rejected a call from her mother and went to a restaurant with Jin Yenshin. Jin Yenshin had no appetite and seemed distracted. He was also intermittently irritable. Anya remained silent. She took out her phone and sent a text message to her mother. Don't worry, she won't be able to keep the child. But she never imagined that haste makes waste. To satisfy her own selfish desires, Anya and her mother conspired to have people kidnap her best friend and force her to have an abortion. After learning about Jing Xiao's pregnancy, Anya tried several times to persuade her to get rid of the child, but Jing Xiao refused. Left with no other choice, she told Jin Yenshin. The indifferent Jin Yenshin, disregarding any familial connection, made an appointment with a doctor planning to take Jing Xiao to the hospital at 1 p.m. Anya's worries had initially subsided, but things rarely go as planned. In the restaurant, Jin Yenshin repeatedly checked his watch, growing increasingly agitated. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and told his secretary to postpone the appointment with the doctor for a day. Anya opened her mouth to speak, dissatisfied, but didn't dare say anything at such a sensitive time. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao frantically packed her luggage like a madwoman. As the appointed time approached, she had only one thought: to escape, and the sooner the better. But where can you run to? Jin Shimo cruelly reminded her. In less than an hour, Big Brother will catch you. Jing Xiao, who had been holding on strong, finally collapsed. She crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Why was it that the more desperately she tried to hold on, the more she lost? Jin Yenshin returned home and collapsed onto the bed without taking off his clothes. Outside, Anya paced back and forth, clenching her teeth. She couldn't understand why Jin Yenshin had agreed to go to the hospital to have the baby aborted, only to change his mind at the last minute. Just then, her mother called. She carefully went to the bathroom and answered. Anya's mother was even more anxious, firing questions like bullets. Well, did they go to the hospital? Did they go into the operating room? The barrage of questions left Anya at her wit's end. Not yet. We had arranged for a doctor this morning, and they were supposed to go to the hospital this afternoon. But just now, he changed his mind and postponed it for a day. Anya's mother was also thrown into disarray, unable to guess Jin Yenshin's intentions. Amidst the chaos, Anya suddenly asked her mother coldly, "Mom, how about we secretly take her to the hospital to get it done?" The words shocked even herself, and she covered her mouth, unable to believe she had said them. Hearing this idea, Anya's cunning mother immediately agreed. What if Jin Yenshin backs out? Leave this to me. You pretend you know nothing in front of Jin Yenshin and push all the blame onto me. Anya felt like she was going crazy, her heart pounding. Anya's mother was decisive. It was indeed me. It has nothing to do with you. By the time you and Jin Yenshin have children, if this bastard tries to interfere, it will be too late. She hung up, and he gripped her phone tightly. Although she felt guilty, she knew if Jing Xiao's baby was born, everything would be too late. Finally, she gave up struggling and joined forces with her mother. She kept reassuring herself. It was Jing Xiao's fault. She had been given fair warning and still refused to listen. Jing Xiao was the one who had wronged her. Thinking this, she felt slightly at ease. Jing Xiao had just seen Jin Shimo off when a rapid knock came at the door. Opening the door, she found 3 burly men standing outside. Before she could speak, she was hoisted onto their shoulders and thrown into a car. Anya's mother was already waiting at a private clinic. The clinic was in a remote location, staffed by only one shifty-looking doctor. The price had already been negotiated and paid. Half an hour later, Jing Xiao was brought in, gasping for breath. Seeing Anya's mother, she was pushed into the operating room before she could speak. Although Jing Xiao struggled fiercely, she was no match for the men. She was restrained and unable to move. No matter what threats she uttered, it was useless. She gasped for air a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her, threatening to drown her. Let's discuss something. Jing Xiao made a last-ditch effort. Little sister, there's nothing to discuss with you. You just need to close your eyes. When you wake up, everything will be over. Jing Xiao trembled all over, her hands involuntarily gripping the sheets beneath her. You haven't even heard me out, have you? Maybe you'll be interested. This vicious woman, for the sake of her own love, conspired with her mother to kidnap her best friend and bring her to a private clinic to force an abortion. But things didn't go as planned. On the rudimentary bed, Jing Xiao trembled. To save her child, she made a final struggle, negotiating with the doctor. But the doctor didn't seem interested. Outside the clinic, Anya's mother hadn't left. She hid outside, listening carefully to every movement inside. She wouldn't leave until the child was gone. At first, loud noises, like arguing, came from the room. Moments later, it became quiet again, as if anesthetic had been administered. Outside the door, Anya's mother muttered to herself, but her mood was good. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from inside. It was a sound of pain and despair. Just then, the door opened, and the doctor came out, his face covered in sweat, complaining about Jing Xiao's stubbornness. But Anya's mother didn't care about that. She anxiously asked if the child was gone. Although the doctor confirmed it, the suspicious woman wanted to see for herself. She stepped inside. Jing Xiao lay on the bed, her face pale and bluish, sweat still dripping down. Her pants were clearly just pulled on haphazardly. The room reeked of blood. Anya's mother didn't look again. She ordered the 3 men to take Jing Xiao home and immediately called Anya. Don't worry, everything is done. Back home, Jing Xiao struggled to get out of bed, pulled out her suitcase, and stuffed all the clothes from her wardrobe into it. Accompanied by the downpour, he hailed a taxi and disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, Anya, unable to bear the guilt of her actions, went to Jin Yinxin's room. Deliberately downplaying the situation, she told Jin Yinxin, "My mom just took Jing Xiao to the hospital." Jin Yinxin's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Anya desperately tried to explain. "My mom took her to the best hospital. Whether it's today or tomorrow, the result is the same." Jin Yinxin was furious. He threw his phone at Anya and roared, "That's my child. Even if I don't want it, I'm the one to decide, not some woman. Call your mother right now." Jin Yinxin's voice was as cold and fierce as the raging storm outside. Terrified, Anya shakily took out her phone and searched for her mother's number. Just then, someone delivered a package. Inside was a box with a note. "Here's your child." Jin Yinxin's gaze flickered. His chest felt like it had been stabbed. He snatched the phone from Anya and called Anya's mother. "You like making decisions on your own, don't you?" His voice was as sharp as a blade. "Who gave you the nerve to disregard me like this?" Anya's mother's heart pounded. She already guessed what had happened. "I know you're busy and don't have time, so I took matters into my own hands. Besides, the result is the same no matter who takes her to the hospital. I'm Anya's mother. Don't use that as an excuse." Jin Yinxin raged. "I don't like others making decisions for me. My affairs are none of your business. Cross that line and don't expect any mercy. Who do you think you are? Don't even think about begging me. Dare her to set foot in here again." And you didn't dare utter a word, much less confess the truth. Jin Yinxin grabbed his car keys and drove through the heavy rain to Jing Xiao's house. He kicked the door open, only to find the house empty. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao was alone on a bus leaving the city. She gently caressed her belly, harboring a secret. This unfortunate girl, betrayed by her best friend, almost lost her child. Trembling on the bed in a private clinic before the anesthetic took hold, Jing Xiao took out a check for 10 million, and the doctor's eyes lit up. At the last moment, they reached an agreement. The doctor would pretend to perform the abortion and save the baby. Escaping the clutches of danger, Jing Xiao boarded a bus leaving the city that night. The bus drove through the storm, finally stopping the next day. She arrived at Granny Lan's house in Lanchi. Early in the morning, Jean Shimo discovered Jing Xiao was missing and stormed into his brother's study, demanding answers. And he feigned innocence, claiming it had nothing to do with Jin Yinxin. Jin Yinxin, sleepless and worried, had his men search every corner of the city, but they couldn't find Jing Xiao. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grabbed his coat and rushed out. Jean Shimo anxiously followed him into the car. They drove all the way to Granny Lan's house in Lanchi. Granny Lan and Jing Xiao put on an act to deceive the two brothers. As they were leaving, a worried Jean Shimo forced 20,000 yuan into Granny Lan's hands. "Granny, I left in a hurry and didn't bring much. If Jing Xiao really comes back, tell me secretly. She's upset with my brother, not me. We're still good friends. If she comes back, give this money to her. She has no money and no job. I'm worried about her." Their search fruitless, the two brothers left Lanshi, dejected. Looking at the money Jin Shimo left, Jing Xiao burst into tears. Jin Shimo was so thoughtful, yet she had hurt him the most. Lanshi was big, but there was no place for her. The next morning, Jing Xiao packed her bags, said goodbye to Granny Lan, and decided to fly to America, leaving this place that brought her so much pain. Though scared and uncertain, she was resolute. Meanwhile, to avenge Jing Xiao, Jin Shimo frequently went to Inya's family home and caused chaos. There wasn't much left unbroken in the house. This time, Jin Yenshin completely ignored his brother's antics. Inya's family couldn't call the police and had to endure it. Months later, Jing Xiao overcame many difficulties and finally settled in America. She met Bai Ran, who saved her life and gave birth to her daughter, Jing Inen. Through hard work, she landed a job at a design company. She thought she had severed all ties with the past, but fate had other plans. For years later, her company sent her back to the city to expand their overseas partnerships. This time, however, she had another admirer by her side, a domineering CEO. As the plane landed, Jing Xiao's thoughts raced. If it weren't for circumstances, she would never have returned to this place. This place that caused her so much pain. As soon as she stepped off the plane, a swarm of reporters rushed towards her. Jing Xiao loathed such scenes and deliberately slowed her pace. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Jing Zong is getting off the plane. Get ready for the interview." The next second, a throng of reporters scattered, moving like a wave. Following their direction, Jing Xiao saw a familiar figure. She froze, rooted to the spot, her mind blank. Surrounded by the crowd was Jin Shimo, handsome and elegant, radiating youthful energy. Compared to 4 years ago, he possessed a more mature and composed demeanor. It turned out Shimo had become the city's most eligible bachelor. While talking on the phone, his gaze wandered across the airport. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure. His heart leaped. He ran towards the woman, but the airport was bustling. By the time he reached the spot, the woman had vanished. He stopped, his breath slightly ragged. A self-deprecating smile touched his handsome face. He must be imagining things driven mad by longing. Unbeknownst to him, a nervous Jing Xiao hid behind a stone pillar. However, the world is a small place. Those destined to meet will eventually meet. This woman, abandoned by her husband and betrayed by her best friend, was forced to wander in a foreign land. 4 years later, having achieved success in her career, she returned to the place that had brought her so much heartache and despair. But things had changed, and you hadn't married Jin Yenshin. Shimo held a prominent position in Jinsher Group, but remained unmarried. She had thought she would never see them again. Yet, fate had other plans. After settling back in her hometown, Jing Xiao hadn't even had time to rest before receiving a notification about a company dinner that evening. Meanwhile, Jin Yenshin, to welcome Shimo back from his business trip, also arranged a welcome dinner. As luck would have it, both gatherings were scheduled at the same restaurant. At the entrance of the hotel, Jin Yenshin stepped out of the car. Over the past 4 years, his coldness had become even more pronounced, his noble aura undeniable. Shimo followed, and he stood between them, dazzling and eye-catching. But just as Shimo stepped into the hotel, his attention was captivated by a familiar figure. He tugged on Inya's arm, his long legs propelling him forward in pursuit. Moments later, he returned, his expression slightly indifferent and listless. He clearly hadn't caught up. At the dinner table, Inya, observing Shimo's demeanor, couldn't help but ask how his girlfriend's search was going. Shimo, looking bored, replied, "Someone like me, a prime bachelor, has no trouble finding women. It's you and my brother. When are you two getting married? You've been engaged for 4 years, living together. When are you getting the certificate?" Jin Yenshin stared at him, a murderous glint in his eyes. "Can't you shut up even while eating?" Jin Shimo immediately surrendered. However, his words struck a chord with Inya. For the past 4 years, she had indeed wanted to get married. But ever since Jing Xiao left, Jin Yenshin seemed to have lost interest in marriage. No one could guess what he was thinking. Although they lived together, they had never shared bed. Meanwhile, Jing Xiao, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, found herself struggling to refuse the enthusiastic toasts from her colleagues. Fortunately, Pei Shouting noticed her predicament and stepped in to deflect the drinks and make excuses for her. Finally, he stood up, intending to escort her back to the hotel. Jing Xiao, however, had drunk a bit too much. Her head was spinning, and her steps were unsteady. Pei shouting put his arm around her shoulders, but made no untoward advances. Just then, the door to the private room opened, and Ye, the first to emerge, froze upon seeing them, as still as a statue. Jin Yinshun, grabbing his coat, noticed in Ye's reaction and followed her gaze. He froze, his face hardening. The cigarette between his fingers forgotten burned his hand. After a long silence, Enya finally regained her composure and called out, Jing Xiao. The name, neither too loud nor too soft, was clear enough for everyone to hear. Jin Shumo straightened up, then frantically pushed past Enya. He saw Jing Xiao in the man's arms. Jing Xiao's mind went blank. From a moment she returned, she knew that being in the same city, they were bound to meet. But she never expected the encounter to be so sudden. After a long pause, Jing Xiao gathered her thoughts and offered a polite smile. 4 years was enough to change a person. She was no longer the same Jing Xiao. Jin Zong, long time no see. As she spoke, Pei shouting extended his hand to Jin Yinshin and kissed it. Jin Yinshin didn't reciprocate, his eyes flicking over Jing Xiao, his demeanor remaining aloof and indifferent. Jing Xiao didn't even glance at him, treating him as if he were air. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Pei shouting smiled faintly, retracting his hand and continuing to support Jing Xiao. Jin Shumo, who had been holding back his anger, finally erupted. He rushed forward and shoved Pei shouting hard. A woman, defying all obstacles, secretly gave birth to her ex-husband's child. Years later, the child, by a twist of fate, encountered her biological father. However, neither of them was aware of their blood relation. One day, while Jin Yinshin was inspecting a project site, he accidentally bumped into an who was on her way to school. An loathed school and, at a young age, had learned the art of feigning injury. Falling to the ground, An clutched her leg and said angrily, "Mister, you knocked me down. My leg hurts a little. Let's go to the hospital and get it x-rayed. Let's see if it's broken inside." Jin Yinshin usually disliked children. Perhaps due to blood ties, he felt a fondness for the clever little girl in front of him. He bent down and picked it up, his usual coldness replaced by tenderness. "Call your mom, and then I'll take you to the hospital." Hearing that she had to tell her mom, An's little face was filled with conflict. "Anan, where have you been?" A hurried voice called out, getting closer. Byran then ran over, her face pale and annoyed. "How could you run off like that? Do you know how dangerous that is?" Anan shrank back. "This mister hurt my leg. He's going to take me to the hospital now. I definitely can't go to kindergarten." Byran was extremely anxious. "Are you your mother?" Jin Yinshin asked in a low voice. "Yes, I am in Byran's heart. Godmother is also mother." Byran stood her ground. "I want to take her to the hospital to have a look. I'll bring her back safely afterwards." As she spoke, an assistant handed over Jin Yinshin's business card. Byran felt reassured. If the man in front of her was bad, he wouldn't have waited with an until now. Moreover, the man's aristocratic air didn't seem fake. And so, got into Jin Yinshin's car, praising the car along the way. Jin Yinshin sat in the back seat, his eyes unusually gentle. He usually disliked children, but he had extraordinary patience with this little girl, surprising even himself. "What's your name?" Jin Yinshin couldn't help but ask. "Mister, my name is Jing and for peace." Jin Yinshin's gaze deepened, his expression thoughtful. He somehow thought of the woman who had trapped him. He even felt that. The little girl's fair, delicate face and eyes had an uncanny resemblance to his own. "Little girl, how old are you? What's your zodiac sign?" Anan thought for a moment. "I'm 4 years old, year the rabbit. I'll be 5 next year." Jin Yinshin paused, suddenly feeling a little obsessed. The examination was quickly completed. It was just a bump, and there really wasn't any problem. In a blink of an eye, the car returned home. At the same time, a taxi stopped in front of the residential complex. Jing Xiao paid and got out of the car. As she looked up, she unexpectedly saw the scene before her. Jin Yinshin was actually holding it in. Her legs went weak, and her heart was in turmoil. How could they be together? After Jin Yinshin left, Jing Xiao hurried home and pulled Byran into the bedroom. She asked her about the cause and effect of the situation and repeatedly told her never to let Nan see him again. Why? Byran's face was full of confusion. Nan really likes him. She was reluctant to part ways. Jing Xiao didn't intend to hide it from her. She said frankly, he isn't An's father. When I was pregnant, I begged him to let me keep the child. He didn't even think about it and wanted to get rid of it. So, Don't let him and an interact again. The more contact they have, the worse it will be. After hearing this, Bai Ran didn't mention it again. Back then, abroad, she had witnessed how difficult Jingxiao's pregnancy had been. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Anan ran quickly to the door. Through the peephole, she saw a man standing outside. Ran, there's a man outside. Should we open the door? What should you do when your father is being unreasonable? Jingxiao will tell you the answer. That day, Jin Shimo secretly came to Jingxiao's home. Seeing Anan, he paused slightly. Where did this child come from? Jingxiao chose to be honest. She told him everything about the 10 million yuan, and keeping it in Jin Shimo wasn't petty. Seeing Jingxiao's sincerity, he decided to help her keep the secret. He wouldn't let his older brother know about An's parentage, and he certainly wouldn't let him take it away. But what was meant to be would always happen. That day, to celebrate Bai Ran's birthday, the three of them went to the tallest building in the city. Suddenly, An's little face lit up, and she shouted excitedly, "Mister." In the next second, she let go of Jingxiao's hand and ran off. Before Jingxiao could react, and was already in Jin Yinshin's arms. It was too late for them to avoid the encounter. Anya, with a joyful expression, came over and took Jingxiao's arm. Jingxiao wanted to leave, but An was holding on to Jin Yinshin and refused to let go. As a result, all four of them, including An, ended up sitting in a private room. Anya glanced at An, then at Jingxiao, noticing a strange resemblance, especially the similar look in their eyes. Finally, Anya couldn't help but ask, "Whose little princess are you? You're so pretty." Hearing the compliment, An, eager to speak, was about to reply when Jingxiao quickly picked up a tangerine from the table and stuffed it into her mouth. The movement was a little rough and accidentally poked Jin Yinshin's face, leaving a visible mark. At that moment, Bai Ran spoke up first, saying that An was her child. But Anya kept looking at An, finding her more and more like Jingxiao. After the meal, Anya offered to have Jin Yinshin drive them home. Jin Yinshin readily agreed. As further refusal seemed pretentious, Jingxiao and the others had no choice but to get into his car. After they left, Anya's heart pounded in her chest. She quickly called her mother. "Mom, are you sure things went smoothly back then?" Anya's mother was full of confidence. After all, the shifty-looking doctor had witnessed it with his own eyes. Elsewhere, Jingxiao treated Jin Yinshin as her chauffeur. Sitting in the back seat, she said indifferently, "Mr. Jin, please. This is my address." Jin Yinshin glanced at the empty passenger seat, feeling a surge of annoyance. A short while later, the car arrived at the residential complex. Bai Ran, carrying An, hurried out first, afraid he might let something slip. Jingxiao followed closely behind, but was stopped by Jin Yinshin. "We haven't seen each other for 4 years, and Miss Jing is quite rude. You cut my face and didn't even offer to pay for it." Jingxiao said coldly, "How is my rudeness any of your business? Besides, I didn't even see your face get cut." Jingxiao didn't want to linger for even a moment and turned to leave. For years had passed, and Jingxiao's once fragile heart had become much stronger. Jin Yinshin didn't seem to realize that his shameless behavior had angered her. He took another step, blocking her path. "You must apologize to me today." Jingxiao was getting impatient, but couldn't be bothered to argue. However, the increasingly presumptuous Jin Yinshin reached out and grabbed her wrist. "How dare you?" Jingxiao finally couldn't help but yell. As she spoke, she lifted her leg without any hesitation and kicked Jin Yinshin in the groin. A direct hit. She completely disregarded Anya's feelings. Caught off guard, Jin Yinshin groaned, his long, straight legs crossing as he slowly rubbed the injured area. "Don't mess with me again, or I'll kick you every time I see you." Jingxiao turned around angrily, leaving Jin Yinshin reeling. For the next few days, Jingxiao devoted herself to her work. The purpose of this trip back home was to design a shopping mall for the Repay Corporation. After reviewing the similar surrounding buildings, she decided to break the mold. In a blink of an eye, she designed a unique set of blueprints. However, she wanted to make some revisions and didn't immediately submit them to the company. It was this oversight that allowed Anya to plagiarize her work. This girl not only coerced her best friend into having an abortion, but now she was stealing her designs. That afternoon, Jingxiao, working from home, received a call from Anya inviting her for coffee. Unable to resist Anya's persistent pleas, Jingxiao took her blueprints and went to the cafe. Anya feigned guilt and said, "For years ago, my mother acted on her own and hurt you. I didn't know about it. I'm so sorry. I've been wanting to find a chance to apologize to you. I'm truly sorry." Jingxiao smiled faintly. "It's not your fault, but I will never forgive your mother. Little did she know that Inya's mother's actions back then were entirely based on Inya's suggestion. Now, Inya was pretending to be an outsider, seeking psychological comfort. It was utterly disgusting. But the more infuriating things were yet to come. While talking, Inya received a call from her friend, Xiaona, and invited her to the cafe as well. Jingxiao wanted to go home, but was stopped by Inya. Half an hour later, the three of them sat together, chatting idly. Then, Pei Shouting called and asked Jingxiao to quickly revise the blueprints, as they were due that evening. Time was tight. Jingxiao couldn't afford to be distracted, so she took out her blueprints and started revising them in front of the two women. While drawing, Inya chatted with Xiaona, occasionally glancing at the blueprints. After all, they all studied the same major. At that moment, Inya's manager urgently called her back to the company and scolded her. Why are your designs always in the same style? There's nothing outstanding about them. Hurry up and change them, or I'll have to tell Mr. Jean to replace the designer. Inya, always proud and arrogant, refused to accept the manager's criticism. They both went to Jean Yinshin to complain. Fortunately, Jean Yinshin was impartial and gave Inya 3 more days. Otherwise, he would replace the designer. Leaving the office, Xiaona was waiting for her. Inya felt powerless and had a terrible headache. She was completely out of inspiration and had no new ideas. Suddenly, Xiaona's eyes lit up. She excitedly told her, I just saw your friend's design. It's quite good. I'm sure you saw it too. Why don't you use hers? No way. And you refused outright. That would be considered plagiarism. So what? Xiaona said nonchalantly. Just be quick. Finish drawing before she submits it. Then just deny it. And you kept shaking her head, feeling that she couldn't do such a thing. Sitting at her desk, she started to sketch, but her mind was blank. She had no idea what to draw. Picking up her pen, her hand moved uncontrollably, sketching randomly. When she finished, she was startled. Unconsciously, she had drawn Jingxiao's design. She was about to crumple the paper, but hesitated. The manager happened to walk by at that moment. Staring at the drawing, his eyes lit up. This design is very innovative. Mr. Jean will definitely like it. It's perfect. And you froze, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately couldn't speak. Watching the manager leave, she should have immediately chased after him, but her feet felt like they were glued to the floor. After all, Jingxiao's design was truly stunning. Meanwhile, Bairan anxiously called Jingxiao. The old house you own is going to be demolished. The people in charge are already there. Jingxiao refused without a second thought. That house held all her family's memories, her childhood, and her parents. The area was acquired by Jinsher Corporation to build a large plaza. With the deadline approaching, Jean Yinshin decided to personally negotiate. Unexpectedly, this visit almost exposed An's true parentage. The girl plagiarized her friend's blueprints, once again pushing her friend into the spotlight. But this time, her friend decided not to remain silent. Recently, the area where Jingxiao's old family home is located was acquired by Jinsher Corporation to build a large shopping mall. Construction is set to begin in a few days. Despite the Jinsher manager's persuasive words, Jingxiao firmly refused to allow the demolition. Left with no other choice, a hesitant Jean Yinshin decided to personally negotiate with Jingxiao. After all, Jingxiao's kick last time almost finished off his brother. So, Jean Yinshin took Yi Lu with him to Jingxiao's rented apartment. The car stopped outside the residential complex. Jean Yinshin didn't get out, his gaze fixed on a spot not far from the complex's entrance, and then started acting up to distract her mother. Mommy, I can't walk anymore. My tummy is about to explode. Mommy, come and see me. And Anne's voice was so loud that Yilu almost jumped out of his skin in the distance. The little girl was calling him Mommy. Did you hear that? Jean Yinshin was also stunned. The next second, he pushed open the car door. Jingxiao turned around and met his gaze. Her heart leaped in her throat, and had called her Mommy more than once. Could he have heard? Jean Yinshin stared at Jingxiao intently. Why did she call you Mommy? Jingxiao feigned composure. She scoffed. I am her mother. What's so strange about her calling me Mommy? You're really minding other people's business. Jingxiao's attitude was dismissive. Without even looking at him, she picked up an N and prepared to leave. Jean Yinshin hurried after her and stopped her. Jingxiao was about to raise her leg to kick him, but he quickly got straight to the point. Let's talk about the demolition. There's nothing to talk about, Jingxiao said firmly. No matter what, I won't agree. Give up. She then walked into the supermarket without looking back. Yi Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. I find that little girl looks a lot like you. Her nose and eyebrows are practically identical. Are you sure Jing Xiao's child was taken away back then? After a long silence, Jin Yinshin's deep voice slowly responded, and Ye's mother confessed to me. There won't be a problem. On the other side, Jing Xiao's heart only calmed down after she left. It seemed her decision to return to the country wasn't a good one. Just then, Bai Ran called, sounding anxious. Come back quickly. Something happened. Jing Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Her first thought was of an end. She rushed home immediately. When she got home, Bai Ran immediately showed her the computer. Look at the news online. It's all about you. Jing Xiao looked and saw that it was indeed headline news. Jinshi's top designer and Pay Corporation's new designer have clashing blueprints. Who is plagiarizing whom? Since Nya was Jin Yinshin's fiancée, the comments were naturally biased. Jing Xiao was bewildered. She quickly called Pei shouting. Pei shouting was also confused. How could your blueprints have been leaked? Jing Xiao frowned. I haven't contacted anyone from Jinshi. Could there be a spy in the company? Who is the other designer? Pei shouting paused. Jinshi's top designer, Lin Nya. She's won quite a few awards over the years. Jing Xiao was shocked, her expression stiffening. After hanging up, she sat down heavily in a chair, muttering, how could it be Nya? Bai Ran also found it strange. She knew Jing Xiao well and knew she wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Jing Xiao rubbed her temples, thinking carefully. Suddenly, she recalled the scene in the cafe where she was revising her blueprints. Nya and her friend were sitting opposite her. With this realization, everything clicked into place. She tried calling Nya, but the call didn't connect. She calmly stood up and told Bai Ran to take care of it. I need to go to Jinshi. The girl who plagiarized her friend's design was confronted at the company. Feeling guilty, she was speechless when questioned. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the girl's manager rushed over, claiming he had taken the wrong blueprints, leading to the misunderstanding. Little did they know that Inya's mother had orchestrated this whole charade. After everyone left, Inya hid in a deserted corner and called her mother. Is everything resolved? Inya's mother's question confused her. Mom, how did you know? Is that manager the person you mentioned who could help me? Inya's mother sounded proud. I gave him $5 million to take the blame. I'll handle the rest. And you stop wasting time. Hurry up and marry Jin Yinshin so you can stop worrying all the time. After hanging up, Inya remained silent for a long time. She also wanted to get married. Meanwhile, to appease Jing Xiao, Jin Yinshin quickly held a press conference. He not only cleared Jing Xiao's name, but also publicly declared her his dream lover. Jing Xiao's expression was somber. Jin Yinshin was destined to be the one she would let down. But what followed on the live news broadcast made Jing Xiao's head spin. Jinshi Corporation had already reached an agreement with the local government. For the sake of urban development, several new high-speed rail lines would be built in the Jiangbei district. Jing Xiao's old family home fell within the relocation area. If Jing Xiao insisted on not demolishing it, she wouldn't just be going up against Jinshi, but the entire Jiangbei district. The warm memories of his childhood would be completely shattered along with the relocation. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still any longer. He angrily took a taxi to Jin Yinshin's office and questioned him about the relocation. You're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? Otherwise, why would it involve higher-ups? Jin Yinshin rarely spoke. It's driven by profit. I'm just an investor, not the main party. Besides, that line has been planned for 3 years. It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Hearing this, Jing Xiao's anger dissipated. She remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, that place holds all my childhood memories. It's the only place I can call home here. Jin Yinshin paused, then said in a low voice, that's not enough to persuade me. Your reasons are insignificant in the face of billions in investment. Then consider I wasn't here, Jing Xiao retorted, not backing down. Have your secretary contact me about the compensation. She turned and left resolutely. After Jing Xiao left, Shumo, who had been eavesdropping outside, became anxious. Brother, don't let them demolish it. She has no family here. That's her only haven. But Jin Yinshin remained unmoved. Why are you speaking up for her? There are plenty of people more pitiful than her. Brother, Shumo raised his voice, thought for a moment, then sighed softly. She actually liked you. 4 years ago, before he came back, I asked him about it. Shumo deliberately paused for effect, picked up a glass of water, sat on the sofa, and looked mischievous. Jin Yinshin froze. He grabbed a nearby document and threw it. Get to the point. If you have nothing to say, leave. Clearly, Jin Yinshin was interested. Shumo wasn't annoyed at all and said softly, he admitted he liked you. He just never showed it in front of you. At this moment, Jin Yenshin felt a strange sensation in his heart. He felt exhilarated, his heart beating faster. He couldn't help but want to hear more from Shumo. He even felt an urge to see her. Suddenly, he thought of something. He immediately notified all the senior executives of the project that there was an emergency meeting. Would he finally be able to win the beauty's heart this time? CEO Xie, in order to win the favor of his ex-wife, spared no expense in modifying a multi-billion-dollar construction project, calling an emergency meeting with the company's senior executives late at night. Late at night, Jing Xiao didn't want her old family home to be demolished, so she went to Jin Yenshin to argue her case. The originally cold and ruthless Jin Yenshin was now filled with passion because of the secret Shumo revealed. It turned out that before the divorce, Jing Xiao had already developed true feelings for Jin Yenshin. So this time, he decided to overcome all obstacles and fulfill Jing Xiao's wish. In the meeting room, Shumo quietly turned on the recording function of his phone. Jin Yenshin got straight to the point. The high-speed rail plan needs to be modified. Exclude the Jiangbei area. Shift the entire main line 7 kilometers north. Everyone was shocked. After all, the plan had already been finalized, and the project had received strong support from local leaders. It was simply too late to change it now. Some even found it baffling. Only Shumo smirked. He understood the reason behind it. Jin Yenshin also explained the purpose of the modification. By shifting north, the residents of the Jiangbei district will be exempt from relocation. This will not only save time, but also save costs. The usually carefree Shumo suddenly had a bright idea. 7 kilometers away are fields and rivers. Not only will construction be faster, but it will also reduce the trouble caused by resident relocation. But a senior executive immediately raised a question. What you said makes sense, but this plan will cost much more than the budget. However, the CEO's thinking was, after all, above ordinary people. Jin Yenshin paused for a moment and told everyone, we can build stops and amusement parks in the suburbs to increase land utilization. This will not only boost tourism, but also facilitate residents' travel. Instantly, all the executives were impressed. This ingenious method was truly brilliant. After the meeting, Shumo quietly sent the recording to Jing Xiao. Jin Yenshin, on the other hand, couldn't wait to rush to Jing Xiao's home. The desire to see her was overwhelming, intense, and swift. Jing Xiao, who was working overtime, was overjoyed when she heard the content of the meeting. She quickly called Shumo and sincerely thanked him. Shumo, however, was unusually frank, without any hesitation. Jing Xiao, you should thank my brother. I told him you liked him. In my opinion, my brother likes you too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to modify the plan. Jing Xiao froze, her heart pounding. She tried to suppress her emotions and remain calm. Then she slowly smiled. He's just maximizing Jinshi's profits. It has nothing to do with me. Come on, Shumo scoffed. Then why didn't he shift the line initially? Why did he modify the plan only after you went to see him? That's just something to tell the old fogies in the company. Perhaps this was fate. Jing Xiao didn't know how to accept it. She could only chat for a few more sentences before hurriedly hanging up and burying herself in her work. She finished her design drafts late at night. Pei shouting offered to drive her home. But at that very moment, Jin Yenshin was rushing to Jing Xiao's home. Heavy rain started pouring halfway through the drive. Recalling Shumo's words, Jing Xiao looked grave, lost in thought. Pei shouting, glancing at her several times, found himself increasingly drawn to this fair-skinned woman. After getting out of the car, he chivalrously offered Jing Xiao his coat to keep her dry. But as Jing Xiao opened the coat and took a few steps, Pei shouting joined her under it. Jin Yenshin, who had been waiting, watched the two from afar, a strange fire burning in his chest. The show was about to begin. This overbearing CEO, holding a meeting one second, was now acting like a spoiled brat in front of his ex-wife's house the next. Late at night, Pei shouting escorted Jing Xiao home in the rain. To avoid getting wet, they walked close together under Pei shouting's coat. Unexpectedly, Jin Yenshin was standing at Jing Xiao's doorstep, witnessing everything. The three faced each other. Pei shouting was the first to speak. Mr. Jin, what are you doing here so late? Jin Yenshin bristled at the question. So, you could be here, but I can't. Pei shouting could sense the hostility in his tone. Jin Yenshin snorted coldly and turned to Jing Xiao. Are you done with work? Before Jing Xiao could answer, Pei Shouting asked, puzzled, are you and Mr. Jean close? They both answered simultaneously, giving completely opposite replies. Jean Yinshin glared at Pei Shouting, consumed by jealousy. Forgetting his CEO persona, he resorted to childish tactics. Close or not, we've slept together. Does that count as close? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Jing Xiao, gritting her teeth, kicked Jean Yinshin. Jean Yinshin, unfazed, stared at Jing Xiao. Tell him, am I right? Pei Shouting, having absorbed this bombshell, also stared at Jing Xiao, eager for an explanation. We were legally married, but we've been divorced for 4 years. Mr. Jean, please refrain from saying things that could be misunderstood. Jing Xiao was speechless. She hadn't expected Jean Yinshin to stoop so low. But the worst was yet to come. Pei Shouting chuckled. Since you're divorced, I can pursue you openly, right? Divorce is common these days. Jing Xiao, you don't look that old. I'm 28, a good match. Jing Xiao smiled slyly. Mr. Jean should be 35 or 6, right? 11 or 12 years older than me. Quite a bit older. Jean Yinshin seethed inwardly. Vice President Pei, that you'd even stoop to pursuing a divorced woman. As an illegitimate son, your personal life is quite lively. Pei Shouting was momentarily taken aback. The subject of his illegitimacy was usually avoided. After a pause, he smiled faintly. Of course, as an illegitimate son who became vice president of Pei Corporation, I consider myself quite capable. Clearly, Pei Shouting had a story. Jing Xiao turned around, ignoring Jean Yinshin. Vice President Pei, would you like to come in? Your clothes are wet. I can dry them for you. Pei Shouting beamed, and the two of them, treating Jean Yinshin as if he were air, headed upstairs. Jean Yinshin exploded. He rushed forward, grabbing Jing Xiao's hand and pulling her down. Jing Xiao's face paled in fright. Pei Shouting quickly stepped between them, confronting Jean Yinshin. No matter how Jing Xiao struggled, Jean Yinshin refused to let go. Pei Shouting had a feeling he was outmatched. Jean Yinshin was rumored to be ruthless and cold-blooded. Now, he was proving to be not only childish, but also unreasonable. No one could do anything with him. Jing Xiao, caught between the two men, felt like she was being torn apart. The standoff continued until Jean Yinshin's phone rang. After rejecting the call several times, he finally answered. It was old Master Jean, urging him to come home for his mother's birthday. Jean Yinshin glared at Pei Shouting with murderous intent before reluctantly releasing Jing Xiao. He stormed back to his car in the rain. After exchanging a glance with Jing Xiao, Pei Shouting, like an arrow released from a bow, quickly disappeared into the rainy night. Upstairs, Jing Xiao noticed a pile of cigarette butts in the hallway, at least a dozen. Clearly, Jean Yinshin had a lot on his mind and had been waiting for a long time. But the relentless Jean Yinshin would not give up so easily. He went home and concocted a lie for Shumo. He hadn't been able to forget his ex-wife in the 4 years since their divorce. To appease her, he had even spent a fortune modifying a multi-billion-dollar construction project. But then he found his ex-wife getting cozy with another man. Furious, Jean Yinshin told Shumo, your dream girl is getting hot and heavy with some random guy at her place. The unsuspecting Shumo was so angry he started cursing. Unbelievable. She's got her eyes on another man. He immediately dialed Jing Xiao, like a husband who had caught his wife cheating. He launched into a tirade. Tell me, which random guy have you set your sights on? Jing Xiao was bewildered. He's the one who came to my place to avoid the rain last time. He's already left. After hanging up, Shumo's anger dissipated, and Jean Yinshin finally relaxed. Shumo then took the opportunity to suggest to his brother that there was vacant land in the Jiangnan district suitable for development, and that Jing Xiao should be the designer. Jean Yinshin chuckled, but didn't object. The next day, Shumo arrived at Jing Xiao's home early in the morning, inviting her to work as a designer at Jinshi. Jing Xiao initially wanted to refuse, but she couldn't withstand Shumo's persistent pestering. That afternoon, she arrived at Jinshi and signed the contract. On the way to the restroom, she bumped into that all-too-familiar figure. Their eyes met. From the moment she agreed to work at Jinshi, she had anticipated running into Jean Yinshin and Inya. Therefore, she remained calm and composed. However, Jean Yinshin had a mischievous plan in mind. He followed Jing Xiao to the sink and deliberately turned the water on full blast, splashing water droplets on her face. Are you crazy? Jing Xiao cursed under her breath and was about to turn and leave when Jean Yinshin suddenly pinned her against the wall. Shumo told you about the Jiangnan district project, right? Shouldn't you thank me? Seeing no way to escape, Jing Xiao simply stared at Jin Yenshin. That's your business, Mr. Jin. It has nothing to do with me. You made the decision. Why should I thank you? This ignited a fire within Jin Yenshin's chest, and he unconsciously pressed closer. Then, his expression softened, and his tone became calm. Jin Shimo said you used to like me. Is that true? Jing Xiao straightened up and replied, so what if I did? You said it yourself, used to like. What's the point of bringing it up now? I was too young back then, couldn't tell a person from a dog. I don't even bother hating you anymore. The moment I returned our child to you, you became a stranger. Jin Yenshin's temples throbbed. For 4 years, he had been plagued by nightmares about the child, as if possessed. Suddenly, his inner turmoil became unbearable. He gripped Jing Xiao's chin and kissed her. There was no tenderness, no lingering. It was a predatory, biting kiss. The action was so sudden and fierce that Jing Xiao's mind went blank. Jin Yenshin pinned her hands against the wall. Having tasted sweetness, Jin Yenshin's desire reawakened, and his actions gradually became gentler. Jing Xiao, finally regaining her senses, couldn't speak. She could only try to bite his tongue. However, Jin Yenshin easily evaded her each time. Not only did she fail to bite him, but she inadvertently fueled his passion. At this critical moment, the distinct sound of high heels approached. Shimo, is Jing Xiao in the restroom? It was Inya's voice. The footsteps grew closer. Shimo also followed. Jing Xiao's face paled, but Jin Yenshin, seemingly oblivious, continued as if nothing was happening. He was actually forcefully kissing his ex-wife in the restroom, completely disregarding his approaching fiancée. He continued as if nothing was happening. In the hallway, Inya kept questioning Shimo why he hadn't chosen her as the designer, but Jing Xiao instead. Shimo's face radiated happiness. Of course not. I finally have a chance to be alone with her. How could I give that up? As he spoke, Jing Xiao, still being kissed, could clearly see Shimo had reached the corner. One more step, and he would see them. Jing Xiao's heart pounded uncontrollably. She didn't know how to face the impending scene. Just then, she felt a tug at her waist and a sudden dizzying sensation. When she came to, she found herself in a dark, narrow closet. Her back was pressed against the wall, and Jin Yenshin's chest was pressed against hers, making it hard to breathe. And you arrived at the restroom, but didn't find them. So, she asked Shimo to call Jing Xiao. Terrified, Jing Xiao could hear Inya right outside the closet. Fortunately, the call Shimo made went unanswered. Jing Xiao's phone was in her bag back in the office. The closet was small, barely fitting 2 people. Jin Yenshin took the opportunity to embrace Jing Xiao. He knew she wouldn't dare make a move. Any sound would alert Inya outside. When the footsteps outside faded away, Jing Xiao gritted her teeth and slapped Jin Yenshin hard across the face. Jin Yenshin didn't get angry, but instead smirked. Did you like that? Jing Xiao felt incredibly guilty, feeling she had wronged Inya. Even though she was forced, she still felt a sense of guilt. That was disgusting. Don't you like Inya? How can you do this to her? You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey today. I did like you, but that was 4 years ago. I don't have any feelings for you now. If you ever try anything like this again, I'll call on you. Jin Yenshin didn't reply, only chuckled softly, clearly not taking her words seriously. Jing Xiao straightened her clothes and returned to the office, ignoring the obvious slap mark on Jin Yenshin's face. As night fell, Jin Yenshin couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with images of Jing Xiao. Since she left 4 years ago, he hadn't been interested in any other woman. It wasn't until he kissed Jing Xiao that his hormones were reawakened. The next morning, Jing Xiao went to the Pay Corporation first and was then dropped off at Jinshi by the enthusiastic Pei Shouting. However, encounters between rivals rarely end well. As she got out of the car, Pei Shouting, disregarding the onlookers, caught Jing Xiao off guard and kissed her. Jing Xiao froze. In the distance, Jin Yenshin's eyes narrowed. Shimo yelled and ran towards them. You got some nerve. Even I haven't kissed her, and you dare to do it right in front of me. If I let you leave here unharmed today, my name isn't Jin. With that, the 2 men started brawling. Jin Yenshin arrived, but showed no intention of stopping the fight. The executives and managers watching were all dumbfounded. Jing Xiao, worried someone would get hurt, rushed between the 2 men, just as a fist was about to land on her face in the chaos. Jin Yenshin reacted swiftly. With 2 quick steps, he pushed Jing Xiao out of the way, and Shimo as well. Then, feigning an accident, he landed a heavy punch on the unsuspecting Pei Shouting's face. Pei Shouting unexpectedly hit, felt blood trickle from his lip. Straightening up, he finally saw Jin Yinshun, who had suddenly entered the fray. Jin Yinshun pretended to slip and apologized to Pei Xiaoding. Pei Xiaoding, not one to back down, declared in front of everyone, "From today onwards, I'm officially pursuing you. I'll pick you up this afternoon." Jin Yinshun, however, was deeply provoked by Pei Xiaoding's actions. He felt he couldn't remain passive. He thought, 3 CEOs vying for her affection. Not only was she forcibly kissed and publicly confessed to, but the CEOs are even fighting over her. It's just like that old saying, people who like the editor's posts are sure to have booming romantic luck. Pei Xiaoding, having been punched, was obviously not going to let the matter rest. That day, he deliberately asked Jing Xiao out to dinner at a restaurant under the pretext of revising the blueprints. Unexpectedly, they ran into Jin Yinshun at the restaurant. The tension between the two men was palpable. Anya then extended a warm invitation, turning the 2-person dinner into a 4-person affair. Before the meal, Jing Xiao took out the blueprints and began discussing them with Pei Xiaoding. Completely absorbed, Jing Xiao unknowingly moved closer and closer to Pei Xiaoding. Their faces were now only a few inches apart. They chatted back and forth like a couple. Hearing Jing Xiao constantly praise Pei Xiaoding, Jin Yinshun seethed with anger. Suddenly, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Pretending to unbutton his suit jacket, he deliberately knocked over a glass of water. It landed squarely on Pei Xiaoding's trousers. Jing Xiao glared at Jin Yinshun, seeing through his scheme. She then got up and left the restaurant, returning 15 minutes later with a pair of elegant trousers in hand. Jin Yinshun clenched his fists in fury, his teeth grinding together. He wanted nothing more than to rip those trousers to shreds. Jin Yinshun, always petty, was certainly not going to let this go. That night, he called Jing Xiao. To ensure the design drawings are delivered on time, you must complete the remaining work at Jinshi. I'm the CEO of Jinshi. If you disobey this arrangement, you'll pay 200 million in penalties. Start work on time tomorrow. Before Jing Xiao could speak, he hung up. In Jin Yinshun's eyes, only by keeping Jing Xiao under his watch could he prevent her from getting involved with Pei Xiaoding. Shimo couldn't do anything. After all, the contract was clear. However, the subsequent design process wasn't smooth sailing. Jinshi attached great importance to this project and invested heavily in it. Jing Xiao put all her effort into creating unique villas. However, all her design concepts were rejected by Jin Yinshun. She even felt he was deliberately making things difficult for her. Gradually, she lost confidence in herself, feeling like something was missing and unable to design anything. Working day and night, she not only failed to receive any sympathy from Jin Yinshun, but was also met with harsh criticism in meetings. What kind of garbage design is this? You have no real skills, just using your reputation to deceive people. If you can't do the job, leave now. Go far away. The mocking laughter of those around her was endless. Jing Xiao clenched her fists and returned to her office in anger, ready to pack her things and leave. Before she even got home, Jin Yinshun's call chased after her. Pack your things. We're going on a business trip to City C tonight. Jing Xiao, already furious, unleashed a string of curses. You can have my life, but not my money. I'm not doing it. She was about to hang up when Jin Yinshun sneered. As a designer, if the client isn't satisfied, you can't even handle criticism. Is this your work ethic? If you don't have real skills, don't take on this responsibility. I'll be waiting for you at the airport. He hung up. Jing Xiao was furious. Abroad, she had relied on her true abilities to climb to the top. No one had the right to deny her. She immediately decided to go home and pack. With such a large project, she was determined to earn a substantial sum. But it was this business trip that would change the trajectory of her life. She was a top designer, yet she was being threatened with 200 million in penalties simply for participating in her ex-husband's company's high-end residential building project. Faced with Jin Yinshun's relentless mockery, Jing Xiao, who had initially wanted to leave, resolved to secure this design project. She immediately agreed to his demands and accompanied him on the business trip to City C. It was this trip that would bring about subtle changes in their relationship. But the most pressing problem at hand was that there was no one to look after her, and Bahrain was also on a business trip, and there was no one reliable to entrust her with. After much deliberation, she decided to take him along on the trip. Before leaving, Jing Xiao repeatedly warned Anin not to call her mommy. After all, Jin Yinshin didn't know that Anin was his own daughter, but Anin was just a child. At the airport, Jin Yinshin was already waiting. Anin was overjoyed to see him. For the first time, Jin Yinshin didn't find a child annoying. They had a wonderful time together on the journey. The plane landed at 10 p.m. After disembarking, they went directly to the most luxurious residential area in City C. The properties had sold out within 6 months of being on the market, demonstrating their popularity. It turned out that Jin Yinshin had specifically arranged this business trip. He hoped Jing Xiao could find inspiration there. After all, if this project in City C was successful, it would make her famous. Jing Xiao was captivated by the novel designs. She carefully observed every corner of the houses. The next morning, Jin Yinshin didn't take Jing Xiao to see the surrounding designs. Instead, he took them to the zoo. Jing Xiao didn't speak to him the whole way. However, Jin Yinshin kept giving her pointers, intentionally or not, from the utilization of open space to the layout of the construction. Every word benefited Jing Xiao greatly, and it was constantly held in Jin Yinshin's arms, watching everything with fascination. A zookeeper, mistaking their relationship, couldn't help but take several pictures of them with their camera and give them the photos. Jing Xiao stared at the photos, lost in thought. The scene truly resembled a family of three. Soon, Anin fell asleep. Jing Xiao remained aloof. "Mr. Jin, please take it into my room. I'm going to look at the surrounding designs." The residential area was vast. Walking around was time-consuming. Jing Xiao walked for 5 hours, her legs aching, but she persisted. Unfortunately, things took a turn for the worse. Exhausted, she missed a step and fell forward. A burning pain shot through her ankle. She couldn't stand up. It was already dark. She sat on the ground in despair, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She didn't know where she was or how to get back. 20 minutes later, a deep voice reached her ears. "Do you enjoy sitting on the ground?" Looking up, she saw Jin Yinshin standing before her, arms crossed. Jing Xiao didn't speak, stubbornly trying to get up. But as soon as she moved, a piercing pain in her ankle forced her back down. Jin Yinshin reacted quickly, catching her and then slowly squatting down. "Get on." Jing Xiao hesitated for a moment, but she had no choice. She climbed onto his back. Bathed in the soft light, Jing Xiao was lost in thought. The last time she was on Jin Yinshin's back was at school. It felt like yesterday, yet 4 years had passed. Jin Yinshin remained silent, his long, straight legs carrying them forward at a steady pace. The atmosphere was peaceful and quiet. Slowly, a thought formed in Jin Yinshin's mind. He wished this path would never end. Divorced for 4 years, she was now on her ex-husband's back because she had sprained her ankle. Although they were silent, Jin Yinshin cherished this moment of solitude, carrying her slowly along the quiet path. To ensure Jing Xiao designed a unique proposal, Jin Yinshin had brought her to City C's most luxurious residential area for inspiration. Jing Xiao lived up to expectations. Back in Jinshi, she sat at her computer, inspiration flowing, her fingers flying across the keyboard without pause. After a day and a night, she finally completed a design concept she was satisfied with. The next day, Jing Xiao took her organized design drafts to Jinshi's seminar. She stood confidently in front of the display, speaking eloquently. She explained everything in detail, from the residential building's theme to the surrounding supporting facilities. Not only did it integrate modern high technology, but it also incorporated many unique and innovative ideas. It was a truly intelligent new city. All the senior executives were astonished by the design, buzzing with discussion throughout the presentation. Finally, at the very end, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Unsurprisingly, the proposal was unanimously approved. Throughout the presentation, Jin Yinshin had gazed at Jing Xiao without blinking, his heart pounding and chest warming with every expression and smile. Some feelings were already beyond his control. After everyone left, while Jing Xiao was unaware, he leaned in and gently kissed her lips. Jing Xiao froze. By the time she recovered, Jin Yinshin had already left the office. Jin Yinshin looked at Jing Xiao's photo in his wallet, lost in thought. "Thinking about your Jing Xiao again." Yilu playfully patted his shoulder. Jin Yinshin's face darkened. After a long silence, he slowly said, "I can't keep her by my side anymore." Yilu was confused. Jin Yinshin sighed deeply. "I'm very attracted to her. Every expression, every smile, every movement of hers is captivating. I'm starting to doubt my self-control." He paused. "It's time to put everything back in its place. Choose an auspicious date for me. I'm going to marry Inya." Yilu exclaimed, Mary. Are you forcing yourself to sever those feelings for Jingxiao? Are you afraid that if this continues, you won't be able to control your feelings? Jin Yinshin remained silent. In his eyes, marrying Inya was a foregone conclusion. There was indeed no need to delay any longer. Only when it was a done deal would he be able to put an end to these inappropriate thoughts. The celebratory dinner that evening ended early. Despite Jingxiao's objections, Jin Yinshin pulled her into the passenger seat. He drove slower than a snail, as if engaging in a final farewell. Jingxiao clearly sensed that something was off with Jin Yinshin tonight. But as the car slowed to a stop at the entrance to the residential complex, Jin Yinshin pulled a very exquisite box from his pocket and pressed it into Jingxiao's hand. Then he stared at her, his gaze traveling from her eyebrows to the corner of her eyes, then down her delicate nose to her chin. The usual coldness was gone, his voice soft. Take it. Jingxiao, however, angrily opened the car door and threw the box onto the ground in front of Jin Yinshin. Then she turned and went upstairs without a word. But back home, the image of the discarded box kept flashing through her mind. Bai Ran, her expression grave, suddenly asked, Jingxiao, do you still love Jin Yinshin? He's getting married. Jingxiao's body stiffened. Her hand slipped, and the tip of the fruit knife she was holding sliced across her finger, blood welling up. Silent for a long time, she finally managed a dry smile, more painful than any tears. Suddenly, she remembered the box she had thrown away downstairs. Anxious, she hurried back down to look for it. 4 years ago, her ex-husband had forced her to have an abortion, offering her $10 million to keep the child. 4 years later, he had learned the truth about the child's parentage and now wanted to take the child away. That night, learning about Jin Yinshin's impending marriage, Jingxiao felt a mix of emotions. Remembering the gift she had thrown away, she went back downstairs and retrieved it. Inside was a crystal-clear jade pendant. Everything seemed to circle back to the beginning. Anin, however, was often in tears over this. She was very fond of Jin Yinshin. After all, they shared a blood connection, and this secret was about to be revealed. That day, Jin Yinshin drove, lost in thought and distracted. He almost hit Anin, who was coming out of kindergarten. Anin, upset about the marriage, ignored him. Helpless, Jin Yinshin, with an urgent meeting, temporarily brought Anin back to the company. Yi Lu stared at Anin. The more he looked, the more he felt she resembled Jin Yinshin. So, he secretly collected a few strands of An's hair. That afternoon, Jin Yinshin brought a sleeping Anin to Jingxiao. Nestled in Jingxiao's arms, Anin looked content, occasionally giggling and squeezing Jingxiao's chest. Jingxiao lowered her head and brushed Anin's hand away. This habit hadn't been corrected even at the age of 4. Anin mumbled sleepily in protest. You won't even let me squeeze now that you won't let me nurse anymore. So stingy. Jin Yinshin's eyes instantly darkened. Anan's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for both of them to hear clearly. Jingxiao's face flushed slightly, then she feigned composure. I'm not yours, she said, ignoring Jin Yinshin and turning to walk into the elevator. Jin Yinshin stood frozen in place. If Yilu's words hadn't been enough to make him suspicious, and Anne's mumbled words were certainly worth investigating. The next day, Jin Yinshin sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Yilu dangled a transparent bag in front of him. This isn't Anne's hair. Should we do it? Jin Yinshin understood. His gaze was deep, hesitant. All right, let's go now. Yilu was anxious. Don't you want to know the answer? I want to know, he said, pulling Jin Yinshin towards the hospital. Yilu handed the doctor 2 hair samples with a smile. Remember, rush this. Rush it. All that was left was to patiently wait for the results. The next day, Jin Sure had an important meeting. All the senior executives and managers were present. Suddenly, the door to the conference room opened. The secretary walked in and whispered something in Jin Yinshin's ear. The next second, Jin Yinshin stood up, his voice cold. Inform everyone that the meeting is suspended. Everyone looked up. Jin Yinshin never allowed anyone to interrupt his meetings. He was exceptionally strict. It seemed something big was about to happen. Jin Yinshin strode quickly to his office. The paternity test report lay before him. Jin Yinshun, usually so in command, felt his muscles tense. He tugged at his tie, feeling constricted. His long fingers trembled. His eyes followed the lines of the document, slowly moving downwards until they landed on the final analysis. Based on the DNA analysis, a parent-child relationship exists between the two individuals. Jin Yinshun froze. His usually calm heart pounded rapidly. His hands, accustomed to controlling billions, couldn't hold the thin piece of paper. An indescribable emotion filled him, a mixture of joy and disbelief. He rushed back to the conference room and announced the meeting was adjourned. Everyone murmured amongst themselves. The meeting had ended abruptly. The CEO was acting strangely today. Jing Xiao also had a bad feeling. He was a powerful, commanding CEO, and suddenly a daughter appeared. Learning that An was his child, Jin Yinshun rushed to the kindergarten and, with the principal's help, took An. He gazed tenderly at An's small face, his expression full of love, as if trying to make up for 4 years of missed fatherhood. He spent the day with An, eating, drinking, and having fun. Blood ties are a wondrous thing. Jin Yinshun, who had never taken care of a child before, got along exceptionally well with An. Finally, he brought her to the apartment where he had once lived with Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao was frantic. Finally, at An's insistence, Jin Yinshun called Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao quickly hailed a taxi and arrived at the apartment. To her surprise, the door code hadn't been changed in 4 years. She went straight to the living room and demanded of Jin Yinshun, "What's the meaning of this? Hiding someone else's child. I naturally have no interest in other people's children." Jin Yinshun's eyebrows lifted slightly, his expression unreadable. "But if it's my own child, that's a different story." Jing Xiao clenched her fists involuntarily. "I don't have time to play riddles with you. I'm taking it home." Jin Yinshun ignored her, pulling out the paternity test and tossing it over. Jing Xiao was shocked, though she had expected this day to come. She forced herself to remain calm. "For years ago, you were so adamant about getting rid of this child, so she has nothing to do with you." "Heh," Jin Yinshun scoffed. "Even so, she is still my daughter. Whether she has anything to do with you is not up to you. The court will decide, and I advise you not to delude yourself into thinking you can take it away." Jin Yinshun's voice was low and tinged with a certain nonchalance. Jing Xiao's composure faltered. Just as she had feared, Jin Yinshun was going to fight for custody of An. She didn't want to stay a moment longer. Scooping An into her arms, she turned and left. Jing Xiao was lost in thought the entire way, her mind elsewhere. Jin Yinshun's words weighed on her like a 1,000-pound stone, making it hard to breathe. He was powerful and influential. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted. The next day, to prevent An from being taken, Jing Xiao kept her home from kindergarten. Jin Yinshun waited at the kindergarten gates to no avail, then drove to Jing Xiao's home. He happened to run into Pei Shouting, who was there to give Jing Xiao a gift. At that moment, Jin Yinshun only had eyes for An. He had no interest in who Jing Xiao was associating with. He picked up An, intending to take her to the park. Jing Xiao, however, forcefully took An from his arms and pulled him to a nearby cafe to discuss the matter. After a moment of silence, Jing Xiao spoke coldly. "Your wedding with Anya is in a few days. You'll have your own children soon. And I remind you, you didn't want it in the first place. So there's no need for you to fight me for her." Jin Yinshun snorted. "It seems you're about to get married, too. Do you intend to take my child and marry the illegitimate son of the Pei family? Let me tell you, no one besides me is worthy of the title of An's father. She is my daughter. I will let everyone know of her existence." Jin Yinshun's hardline stance infuriated Jing Xiao. She grabbed a nearby glass of water and threw it at him. "For years ago, you were the one who didn't want An. For years later, you're the one fighting me for her. Why? I'll do everything in my power to stop you." At that moment, she hated Jin Yinshun with a passion. It felt like the whole world was against her. Furious, she returned home and used an excuse to get rid of Pei Shouting. She decided to tell An the truth. The daughter she had raised for 4 years was now about to be taken away by her biological father. Knowing An was his flesh and blood, Jin Yinshun was determined to win custody. He couldn't wait to tell An that he was her father. An, with an innocent look on her face, asked him, "If you're really my dad, why haven't you looked for me for 4 years?" Her childish words left Jin Yinshun speechless. Jing Xiao also decided to tell An the truth. "An, he is indeed your father, but he didn't want you back then." Saying these words felt cruel to Jing Xiao, but An's fondness for Jin Yinshun gave her a sense of crisis. Hearing this, and became upset. She got up and pushed Jin Yinshin out the door. I hate you. You didn't want me, so I don't want you. Go away, she cried as she pushed him. A wave of indescribable worry washed over Jin Yinshin. He was afraid that An's affection for him would disappear completely, despite saying she hated him and still liked him deep down. For a child lacking a father's love, the idea of a dad held a strong appeal. Jin Yinshin was also determined to win in and over. Every day, he would punctually deliver a mountain of gifts to An, but she refused them all. One night, Jin Yinshin collapsed in the pouring rain outside Jingxiao's door. Feeling sorry for him, An decided to forgive him. By a twist of fate, Jin Yinshin ended up staying the night at Jingxiao's. However, the next day, he resorted to trickery. While Jingxiao was out buying breakfast, he secretly took An away. At this point, Jingxiao wanted to kill Jin Yinshin. She called him, her voice strained with anger. Bring him back immediately. Jin Yinshin sneered. 5 days. I'll bring her back in 5 days. Compared to you hiding her from me for 4 years, that's very short. I'll be filing for custody of An. You'd better be prepared. With that, he hung up. Jingxiao panicked. She called him countless times, only to find that she had been blocked. Despite everything, Jin Yinshin kept his word. Right now, the most important thing wasn't finding An, but finding the best lawyer. An had a wonderful time during those few days away, though she often mentioned how much better it would be if Jingxiao were there too. Jin Yinshin often found himself thinking of Jingxiao because of An's words. Meanwhile, Jingxiao was suffering back at home. She barely made it through the 5 days. Then, Jin Yinshin informed her that the court date was set for 3 days later. Jingxiao panicked. She didn't know how she would live if custody was awarded to Jin Yinshin. What awaited her was even more despairing. Jin Yinshin had hired the most renowned lawyer in the area. Clearly, she didn't stand a chance. Hearing about the situation, Ran rushed back. But what could she do? The court date had already been set for 9 a.m. the next morning. Meanwhile, Jin Yinshin hadn't returned for several days. Anya, unable to bear missing him, went to his bedroom without permission. There, she discovered the paternity test. Everything went black before her eyes, and she nearly fainted. But the matter was settled, and she could only wait and see. The day of the court hearing arrived. Ran woke up especially early. After getting ready, she hailed a taxi and went straight to Jingxiao's place. For An's custody, she decided to find Jingxiao and negotiate. She wanted to tell him those long-buried matters of the past. But Jin Yinshin was always a man of his word. Could Ran succeed? He was a domineering CEO, yet he was willing to give up custody of his daughter, continuing to dote on her in another unimaginable way. Today was the day of the court hearing for An's custody. Ran got up early and found Jingxiao making a last-ditch effort. Standing at the door, she took a deep breath and slowly said, "There's some things I think you should know. When you divorced, you gave Jingxiao 10 million, but she didn't touch a penny. When Lin Mu kidnapped her and took her to the clinic to protect An, she gave the 10 million to the doctor. Finally, penniless, she went abroad. She was a college dropout. You can imagine how difficult it was for her to survive. Because of her pregnancy, she was eventually fired and stayed home. We scrimped and saved money for prenatal checkups. When An's amniotic fluid broke prematurely, she collapsed on the floor and, forcing herself, called for help. Due to her poor health, she hemorrhaged and almost didn't wake up. This is the critical condition notice I signed at the time." Tears welled up in Ran's eyes. After An's full moon celebration, our money ran out and we were evicted by the landlord. We were like homeless people staying in a convenience store with An for 3 days. It wasn't until Jingxiao's work won an award that the situation eased. "Mr. Jin, have you ever thought about Jingxiao's sacrifices? For An, she gave up college, gave up the 10 million you gave her, and almost lost her life. You also can't understand the hardships of raising a child. Jingxiao has always been stubborn. She wouldn't tell you these things." A tear rolled down Jin Yinshin's cheek. He silently looked at An's childhood photos, speechless. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, at the courthouse, everyone sat solemnly, waiting for Jin Yinshin. With the sound of approaching footsteps, Ran slowly walked into the hall. Jin Yinshin's eyes fixed on Jingxiao. Everyone else seemed to disappear. After a long silence, he uttered 3 words, "Let it go." Everyone was surprised. Amidst Ran's cheers, Jingxiao finally believed that Jin Yinshin had given up custody of An. The next day, Jin Yinshin held a press conference. Completely ignoring Anya, he directly announced to everyone that An was his child, but he would give up custody. Hearing this, Lin Mu, watching on TV, collapsed on the sofa with soaring blood pressure, and Inya's mind went blank, nearly fainting. Jingxiao was also startled. Clearly, Jin Yinshen felt guilty towards Nin. I will transfer 80% of my shares to my daughter's name. Before she comes of age, her mother will manage them on her behalf. After she becomes an adult, she can freely control them. Hearing this, Lin Mu's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he collapsed on the sofa. Inya's mind went blank, and she nearly fainted. Jingxiao was also quite shocked. It was clear that Jin Yinshen felt guilty towards Nin. Finally, unable to bear the shock, Inya called Jingxiao and demanded, "You actually hid Nin's birth from me. Do you know that this created a rift between me and Jin Yinshen?" But Jingxiao's apology didn't appease Inya. However, Jingxiao didn't know that it was Inya's scheme that forced her to have the abortion back then. That evening, Jin Yinshen was taking Inya shopping for wedding supplies when they ran into Jingxiao, who was with Pei shouting and Shumo. Jin Yinshen, harboring hostility, was about to expose the two CEOs' blind date from a few days ago. And he took the opportunity to pull Jingxiao aside and said falsely, "You're my best friend. I hope you won't lie to me again. I want to ask you, which of those two men do you prefer?" Receiving Jingxiao's denial, she was dissatisfied. To ensure her smooth marriage to Jin Yinshen, she played another trick. She learned that Jingxiao's first love, Lin Zian, was about to return to the country. Lin Zian was a wealthy heiress, but she repeatedly framed her best friend and deliberately sowed discord in front of her fiancé. That night, Jin Yinshen was accompanying Inya shopping for wedding supplies when they bumped into Jingxiao. Mei Jishi and Shumo were following behind. Jin Yinshen was immediately furious. He actively went up and started arguing with the two CEOs. And he took the opportunity to pull Jingxiao aside and deliberately try to set them up. But Jingxiao had no feelings for either of them. And you couldn't help but wonder, could it be that you like Jin Yinshen? At this moment, Jin Yinshen arrived behind them, holding an urn, and overheard their conversation clearly. Jingxiao was startled, but didn't show her emotions. "How could I possibly like him? You're overthinking it. Then you must not have forgotten your first love, Lin Zian," and you asked deliberately loudly, so Jin Yinshen could hear. "He's become a famous musician and is returning to the country in a few days." Hearing Lin Zian's name, Jin Yinshen's face instantly darkened. He shoved it into Jingxiao's arms, his eyes filled with jealousy. "I didn't realize Miss Jing's ability to play the field was so impressive." Jingxiao was also startled and instinctively took it in. Enya quickly took Jin Yinshen's arm, making an excuse to look at other things, and hurried away. Jingxiao, in order not to delay the other two CEOs' important matters, clearly rejected their affections. Back home, and cried and fussed. She didn't want Jin Yinshen to marry someone else. After finally coaxing and into sleep, Jingxiao collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. In her slumber, Jingxiao was awakened by a sudden wave of smoke, coughing incessantly. When she opened her eyes, her face was pale. Outside, flames raged, and acrid smoke filled the air. Tears streamed down her face, and it was weakened by the sound of the fire crackling. Jingxiao's face paled as she rushed into the bathroom. She frantically found 3 towels, turned on the faucet, and soaked them with cold water. One covered Nan's nose, and another covered Jiang Jun's. The fire in the living room was too intense to escape. Jingxiao moved to the window. She could see flames in the adjacent rooms as well. Gradually, the smoke began to thicken. She knew the fire was spreading towards them. Jingxiao hugged Nan tightly, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She then repeatedly went back and forth to the bathroom to get water, trying to save themselves, but eventually collapsed from exhaustion. Jiang Jun stayed by their side. When he saw embers falling, he would pull them away from Nan and Jingxiao with his mouth. He used all his strength to pull them into the bathroom. Back at his residence, Jin Yinshen's eyelid kept twitching. He held a glass of water, his brows furrowed. He had a feeling something was wrong. The television was broadcasting news about the fire at the Luo Lin Apartments. Jiangnan District, Luo Lin Apartments. Raging fire. These words flashed through his mind like a movie. Suddenly, 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared before Jin Yinshen's eyes. His heart pounded. His usual composure was completely gone. He grabbed his car keys and rushed out of the villa. The fire was massive and had already been cordoned off by firefighters. Doctors were busy working nearby. Jin Yinshen couldn't even hold his phone steady. His mind was filled with Jingxiao's beautiful face and Nan's sweetness. He walked directly to the yellow tape and tried to rush into the apartment, but was stopped by a firefighter. Only family members are allowed inside. Get out of my way, Jin Yinshin said, his deep voice laced with ice. Sir, you're not the only one with family inside. There are many people's families in there. The entire apartment building is engulfed in flames. If you rush in, you'll only die. We're already searching. I'm sure your family will be safe. Jin Yinshin stared at him intensely. I'm willing to give my life to go in there today. I can't imagine a life without Jing Xiao and Nen. Without them, there's no point in living. Jing Xiao and Nen are waiting for me. How terrified and helpless they must be. Thinking of this, Jin Yinshin's eyes reddened. He had no patience to argue. His eyes were bloodshot. He grabbed the firefighter's collar. He didn't know how, but the words just came out. If the woman I love and my daughter die in there, I'll take you down with me. Indeed, if it weren't for the people you loved most, who would risk their life to save you? Jin Yinshin grabbed a nearby fire suit and put it on. He then picked up a fire extinguisher, his face grim and strangely calm. Then, without looking back, he rushed inside. He was a powerful and domineering CEO. To save his ex-wife and child, he ignored the firefighters' warnings and rushed into the inferno alone. Surrounded by flames, Jin Yinshin activated the fire extinguisher. He took long strides, the raging flames reflecting red on his face. He calmly and collectedly searched the floor, his heart pounding in his chest. It had been a long time since he had experienced this feeling. Reaching their apartment, he twisted the doorknob. Everywhere he looked, there were flames. Besides the crackling fire, the only sound he could hear was his own heartbeat. He stared intently at every corner of the room. Jing Xiao, he called, his usually steady voice trembling, his tone uneven, but there was no response. He casually extinguished the flames that landed on him, ignoring even the burns on his arm. He rushed into the bedroom. It was still empty. He had made countless important decisions, but at this moment his legs felt weak. Then, a faint cough came from the bathroom. He was instantly overjoyed and rushed in. The flames were smaller in the bathroom. Jiang Jun was guarding Jing Xiao in and on the floor. Seeing Jin Yinshin, he weakly barked. Jin Yinshin gently patted Jing Xiao's cheek. Jing Xiao slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jin Yinshin's familiar face, all her fear and panic vanished. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here, Jin Yinshin said, kneeling down and taking out the fire suit he had brought with him. He put on her, then picked up An and quickly dressed her. The unconscious An's small face was flushed, her forehead burning hot. Jin Yinshin crouched in front of Jing Xiao, his tall and steady frame like a mountain that could withstand the collapse of heaven and earth. Come on, climb on. I'll take you in and out. Jing Xiao shook her head. Jiang Jun, take Jiang Jun in and first. Jin Yinshin raised his head, his eyes sharp. His deep gaze fell on Jing Xiao. Jiang Jun saved An and me. Without him, we will be dead. Take Jiang Jun first. I believe you'll come back for me. Jin Yinshin didn't say anything. He then, without a word, hoisted Jing Xiao onto his shoulder, holding it in his arms. Then he stared intently at Jiang Jun. You believe me, don't you? Jiang Jun whimpered softly, as if answering him, but his voice was much weaker, and he looked exceptionally frail. At this moment, Jin Yinshin couldn't bear the fear, much less the loss. His only choice was to leave Jiang Jun behind first. Jing Xiao watched Jiang Jun, tears streaming down her face. Without further hesitation, Jin Yinshin immediately turned and rushed out of the room. Every second was precious now, too precious to waste. Carrying Jing Xiao on his back and in his arms, Jin Yinshin moved through the surrounding flames, as if walking on flat ground. Each step was swift and sure. In this moment, he felt like he possessed the whole world. Ignoring the flames licking at his legs and arms, he carried them out of the apartment and handed them over to the doctor. He immediately turned to go back inside. Jing Xiao grabbed his sleeve, urging him to be careful. Jin Yinshin didn't look back as he rushed back into the inferno. The fire raged even fiercer, painting half of the dark sky a terrifying red. Jing Xiao stared at the apartment building, her heart in turmoil. Her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling. She prayed that he would return safely. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed, half an hour passed. Jing Xiao could bear it no longer. Clutching a chair for support, she tugged at a nearby firefighter, pleading, there's still someone on the third floor. Please, help me save him. The firefighters were too busy to listen. With an impatient look, the firefighter pushed Jing Xiao away. The fire was raging. The entire apartment building was like a giant fireball. Going to look for someone was certain death. Jingxiao's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Every second was an unbearable torment. Finally, unable to bear the emotional strain any longer, she gritted her teeth and stepped over the cordon. He was a decisive and domineering CEO, rushing into the sea of fire alone to save his ex-wife. Then he returned to rescue Jiang Jun, the pet who had been with him for many years. However, half an hour passed, and he still hadn't come out. Time ticked by agonizingly slow. Outside the apartment, Jingxiao, unable to endure the torment any longer, prepared to go in and find Jin Yenshin. Just as she was a short distance from the entrance, she caught sight of a tall, imposing figure emerging from the flames. He walked slowly, as if injured, holding the barely breathing Jiang Jun in his arms. But just as Jin Yenshin was about to step out of the apartment building, a huge chandelier hanging from the ceiling began to sway precariously. With lightning speed, it crashed down. Jingxiao screamed. Jin Yenshin shielded Jiang Jun with his body, letting the chandelier fall on his back. His tall frame slowly collapsed, blood streaming down his forehead. The doctor rushed him to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Jingxiao stayed by his side. Thankfully, and was unharmed, but Jin Yenshin lay inside, his fate uncertain. After a long time, the exhausted doctor emerged. Jin Yenshin's condition was not optimistic. Although the surgery was successful, he had suffered a severe head injury and remained unconscious. Even if he woke up, his condition was unknown. Jingxiao collapsed to the ground in despair, burying her face in her hands. She was still accustomed to Jin Yenshin's decisive and domineering demeanor. At 4 a.m., the Lin residence was brightly lit. Today was supposed to be Jin Yenshin and Inya's wedding day. Everyone was filled with joy until Shumo's phone call shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Inya rushed to the hospital without even taking off her wedding dress. Inya's mother was furious. Inside the hospital room, she kept ranting about how the wedding couldn't be postponed. She was obsessed with becoming Jin Yenshin's mother-in-law. Shumo had the bodyguards drag her out. The next day, Jingxiao took it into the hospital to visit Jin Yenshin. Inya's mother, already filled with anger, saw Jingxiao in an inn and exploded. If it weren't for you, this jinx, the wedding would have taken place today. She grew increasingly agitated and slapped Jingxiao across the face. Caught off guard by the slap, Jingxiao didn't hesitate to retaliate, slapping Inya's mother back. She owed Inya, but she didn't owe her mother anything. Hearing the commotion, Inya came to the room and called Jingxiao out, closing the door behind them. Her meaning was clear. She refused to let Jingxiao see Jin Yenshin. They stopped in a secluded area, and Inya finally unleashed her pent-up grievances. Jingxiao, you're my best friend. I forgave you for everything in the past, and even acknowledged Anne's existence. I've been more than generous. But why do you treat me like this? Why did this have to happen on my wedding night, causing the wedding to be canceled and leaving Yenshin lying unconscious in a hospital bed? Do you know how long I've waited for this day? And now it's all a joke. From today onwards, you and a need to stay away from him. If you feel any guilt towards me, don't come here again. Never come here again. I won't let you or see him. Inya's tone was cold and resolute, her face devoid of its usual gentleness. Jingxiao was speechless, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Jin Yenshin's grandfather and stepmother arrived at the hospital. Looking at Jin Yenshin lying in his bed, a glint of calculation flashed in his grandfather's eyes. Turning to Shumo, he said, "There's chaos within the Jin family now. Starting today, you will take over your elder brother's position and handle all company affairs." Everyone was shocked by the old man's ruthlessness. At this moment, a top doctor from abroad arrived at the ward. After examining Jin Yenshin's condition, the doctor presented a treatment plan. However, the situation was not optimistic. He had been protecting his ex-wife in the fire and was struck by a falling chandelier, leaving him unconscious. The doctor's words were not encouraging. There was a fragment in his brain that hadn't been removed. The success rate of the surgery was only 50%. Half a chance of life, half a chance of death. Even if successful, he might become a vegetative state. Hearing this, Jin Yenshin's grandfather used the high risk as an excuse to oppose the surgery. Inya's mother also showed no concern for the surgery. They simply didn't care about the procedure or its outcome. Fortunately, Shumo stepped forward and insisted on the surgery. Outside the ward, Jingxiao's hands trembled as she held Nen. She continuously prayed in her heart that he would wake up. Although the surgery was successful, Jin Yinshin didn't regain consciousness. Everyone was disappointed, and you wanted to enter the ward, but was stopped by Shumo, who excused it by telling her to go home and rest. Inya's mother also took Inya's hand, scolding her to go home and change out of her wedding dress. What do you look like wearing that? Everyone thinks you've escaped from some asylum. Inya's gaze fell on the mirror. Her wedding dress was wrinkled, her chin was dirty, her hair was messy, and her headpiece askew. Her shoes were twisted. She really didn't look like a normal person. She didn't refuse any further and nodded, leaving with her mother. Jingxiao, holding it in, was also about to leave, but Shumo called her back. I haven't eaten anything all day. I'm very hungry. I'll take it in to get something to eat. You watch over him for a while. Without further ado, Shumo picked up an inn and left. Jingxiao took a deep breath and entered the ward. Sitting by the bedside, she gazed at the sleeping man. Days without food or drink had left his lips chapped. She got up, poured a glass of warm water, dampened a cotton swab, and gently wiped his lips. Anin and I are both safe. It's just Jiang Jun who's a little badly hurt. The hospital said because he's older, his recovery will be slow. But thankfully, he's not in mortal danger. It's just you still sleeping. Aren't you embarrassed? Jingxiao murmured softly, and it misses you very much. He's been waiting for you to wake up. Jin Yinshin remained asleep, showing no reaction. Jingxiao was exhausted from the past few days and couldn't hold on any longer. She fell asleep by the bed. Returning, Shumo woke Jingxiao. Just as Shumo was about to take Nin back to the ward, they noticed the imprint on the man's arm from where Jingxiao had leaned. Shumo went back, took a warm, damp towel, and gently wiped it away. Jin Yinshin's eyelashes twitched slightly, but the movement was so subtle that no one noticed. After Jingxiao left, Inya arrived to relieve Shumo. Suddenly, she saw Jin Yinshin's eyelashes flutter. Thinking she was hallucinating, she rubbed her eyes. Looking again, Jin Yinshin was awake. Inya choked back a sob, unable to contain her joy and excitement. Tears of joy streamed down her face. How are they? Jin Yinshin's voice was unusually hoarse and low. Hearing this, Inya froze slightly. She hadn't expected his first words to be concern for others. After a moment, Inya recovered and told him everyone was fine. Jin Yinshin gave a slight grunt, clearly expressing relief. However, not seeing the mother and daughter when he first opened his eyes left him with a huge sense of loss and emptiness. After a pause, he couldn't help but ask, who has visited these past few days? The question seemed casual, but carried an underlying meaning. Inya suppressed all her emotions and told him everything that had happened, but she deliberately omitted the fact that Jingxiao had visited. After Jin Yinshin fell asleep again, she slipped into the bathroom and called her mother. He had risked his life to save his ex-wife, rushing into the fire. He ended up injured and almost didn't wake up. Not only did it disrupt his wedding with Inya, but it also revealed the harsh realities of the world. Fortunately, fate was on his side, and he woke up. Yet, when he saw Inya, his first question wasn't about the wedding. It was about Jingxiao, Anin, and Jiangjun. This time, Inya truly felt threatened. The next day, Shumo eagerly called Jingxiao to the hospital. Hearing Shumo's words, Jingxiao dropped her phone in excitement. But just as she got up to go to the hospital, she heard Inya call out to Shumo. The voice was loud and clear, even through the phone. Remembering Inya's words, Jingxiao made the excuse that she was going to see Jiangjun and didn't have time to go to the hospital. A flicker of coldness and displeasure flashed in Jin Yinshin's eyes. She wasn't coming to see her supposed savior first, but going to see Jiangjun instead. He didn't know that it was all because of Inya's interference. At noon, Yilu arrived. The two men caught up, and Inya didn't interfere, going for a walk on the hospital lawn. Lost in thought, Jin Yinshin asked Yilu, "Do you know what I was thinking on the way here? I was thinking if they died, what meaning will my life have?" The moment I arrived at the fire scene, all I could think about was them, worrying about whether they were scared, whether they were hurt, whether they were alive or dead. I made up my mind that even if it cost me my life, I would rush in and save them. It was at that moment that I realized I loved Jingxiao. I always have. By this time, Inya had reached the ward door. Hearing these words, her footsteps halted. She stood outside the ward, quietly eavesdropping. Jin Yinshin continued, "Perhaps back at Fu Wenqing's villa, I already had a soft spot for her. She's clearly timid and afraid, yet she stubbornly dragged me, severely injured from snake bite, down the mountain from the summit. That's why I've given in to her time and time again. Seeing other men pursue her makes me jealous. The image constantly surfacing in my mind is her delicate face when she's being stubborn, not Inya's. outside the door, and you felt as if a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds was pressing down on her chest. Her sharp nails dug into the tender flesh of her palms. Her hand rested on the doorknob. She pushed it open a crack, preparing to enter, when she heard Yi Lu ask, "What about Inya? What do you plan to do?" Her foot, already inside, slowly retreated. She leaned against the wall, rubbing her aching chest. At this moment, she even thought that even if Jin Yinshin loved Jing Xiao, it wouldn't matter. As long as he agreed to continue with the wedding, she could overlook it, not mind it. Jin Yinshin's long fingers gently massaged his temples. That throbbing sensation assaulted him again. This topic felt heavy at this time, but Jin Yinshin's personality was always decisive and unwavering. So, after a moment, he heavily uttered 3 words, "Forget it." This answer was within Yi Lu's expectations. "Then how are you going to tell Anya?" On her wedding day, she chased you to the hospital in her wedding dress. It's already made headlines. Now you want to call off the wedding. This won't be easy. Hearing Jin Yinshin say "forget it," and you couldn't bear it any longer. She angrily pushed the door open and walked in. Her gaze fixed on Jin Yinshin. "I also want to hear it. I want to see how you're going to tell me. Are you going to say you love Jing Xiao? Or are you going to call off the wedding with me?" This scumbag, two-timing, stringing along his fiancée for 4 years, secretly maintaining ties with his ex-wife. Jin Yinshin, having narrowly escaped death, finally admitted that the one he loved was Jing Xiao. His fiancée, Inya, was heartbroken. Tears flowed like a bursting dam. She loudly questioned Jin Yinshin. "Do you want to call off the wedding with me?" Jin Yinshin's voice was low, his gaze firm. "This is my fault. Since you also know that I love Jing Xiao, let's cancel our wedding." Inya's emotions surged. Tears streamed down her face. "I don't want to cancel the wedding. Yinshin, how can you do this to me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? I've convinced myself to ignore your involvement with Jing Xiao, but now you're telling me you love her. I absolutely will not agree to cancel the wedding. Have you forgotten the promise you made to Grandma?" Jin Yinshin paused, lost in thought. He didn't care about Inya's feelings at all. Back home, Inya's mother was startled by her tearful state. "Why are you crying?" Did Jin Yinshin fall into a coma again? Inya collapsed onto the sofa, completely drained. "Mom, he told me he loves Jing Xiao. He wants to cancel the wedding with me." Hearing this, Inya's mother exploded, her blood pressure skyrocketing. "I can't believe he's so ungrateful. I have a signed document from Grandma. Tomorrow, Mom will go to the hospital with you. I refuse to believe this." Finally, unable to hold back, Inya wailed, "Mom, you must help me. I don't want to cancel the wedding." The next day, Anin came to the ward to visit Jin Yinshin. "Daddy, I miss you so much. You know what? Xiao Qiao is right outside, but won't come in." Hearing this, Jin Yinshin smiled charmingly. He pulled Anin close and whispered something in her ear. Anin giggled mischievously, covering her mouth. Then she ran out the door and whispered a few words to the 2 bodyguards outside. Then in a sweet, childish voice, she yelled towards Jing Xiao, "Run, Xiao Qiao." Startled, Jing Xiao instinctively turned and ran. Half an hour later, Jing Xiao was finally brought in by the 2 bodyguards. After a few days of rest, Jin Yinshin's spirits had improved considerably. Now, seeing Jing Xiao and Anin, he felt even more delighted. He deliberately lowered his voice and reproached, "You haven't come to see me since I've been hospitalized. Is your heart made of iron? So cruel." Hearing this, Anin quickly interjected, "No, it's not. Xiao Qiao came to see you, but your wife wouldn't let her in." Jin Yinshin's features softened. He glanced affectionately at Jing Xiao and said meaningfully, "Daddy will tell you, from now on, call her Auntie. She's not Daddy's wife." Jing Xiao stiffened, then quickly suppressed her emotions. She looked sternly at the excited Anin. "Why are you so happy? What does it have to do with you?" Anin ignored her, her eyes sparkling. "Daddy, since you're not marrying Annie, why don't you marry Xiao Qiao?" Jin Yinshin's gaze burned as he looked at Jing Xiao, studying her carefully. Just then, Inya's mother and Inya arrived at the ward. Seeing Jing Xiao, Inya scoffed and looked away. Inya's mother looked at her like an enemy, glaring. She restrained herself because of Jin Yinshin's presence. "Yinshin, I heard you're canceling the wedding with Inya. What's going on?" Jin Yinshin raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. "Since Inya told you I'm canceling the wedding, she must have told you the reason. Why bother repeating it?" Inya's mother was deflated by his words. Seeing they had things to discuss, Jing Xiao picked up Anin and prepared to leave. Jin Yinshin's eyes flashed. He suddenly barked, "Where are you going with it and stay here?" Jing Xiao froze, unsure what trick he was playing. Seeing that force wouldn't work, Inya's mother quickly changed tactics. "Yinshin, you and Inya grew up together. Do you think this is fair to her? Calling off the wedding is the biggest hurt you could inflict on her." Inya's mother handed him a paper. Surely you haven't forgotten your promise to Enya's grandmother. Jin Yenshin stared at the agreement, his thoughts drifting back to several years ago. He was a domineering CEO, yet he was being forced into marriage. It was all because he had promised the girl's grandmother he would marry her. As a child, Jin Yenshin had been ostracized by his entire family. His father even sent him alone to an old house in the countryside, intending to get rid of him. It was thanks to Enya's grandmother that Jin Yenshin survived. Before she passed away, she entrusted Enya to his care. Jin Yenshin stared at the agreement he had signed with Enya's grandmother, falling silent. Enya's mother sneered, "Since you haven't forgotten your promise, I will not agree to cancel the wedding." She stood up, pulling Enya with her, preparing to leave. Her gaze fell on Jingxiao on the sofa. Suddenly, she lashed out, "Aren't you happy? Enya meeting you was the worst misfortune of her life. 4 years ago, you took her place on the cruise, and now you've bewitched Jin Yenshin into loving you. How are you so capable?" Jingxiao froze, her heart pounding. Enya spoke softly, her voice full of reproach. "Yesterday, Jin Yenshin admitted he's calling off the wedding with me because he loves you. You never kept your promises to me. You've turned my life upside down." Jingxiao shook her head, finding it unbelievable and difficult to process. Enya's mother glared at Jingxiao, her anger growing. She raised her hand to slap her. Just as it was about to land, Jin Yenshin grabbed her wrist and threw her aside. "Who gave you the nerve to be so presumptuous?" Hearing this, the usually gentle Enya finally snapped. "Jin Yenshin, that's my mother." At this moment, Enya finally understood. A man's hardened heart is like stone. Jin Yenshin remained calm. "That's precisely why I've tolerated her for so long. She knows very well what shameful things she's done. I remember every word of this agreement. We'll discuss it after I'm discharged." Enya's heart trembled. Enya's mother's gaze darted around, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. Sitting in the back of the car, Enya couldn't help but ask her mother, what did he mean by those words? "What have you been hiding from me?" Enya's mother scoffed. "That was years ago. He had just become the CEO of Gene Corporation. I had a project and wanted him to invest. He refused. So I took out a loan of 100 million yuan in his name. I lost it all. The bank had to go after him, and he was furious. He had just become CEO. So many people were watching him. How could you do that?" Enya's mother was unconcerned. "He didn't blame me at the time. He just paid it back. He didn't even tell you because he didn't want you to worry. He doted on you so much back then. It's all Jingxiao's fault for bringing up the past." And he was lost in thought. Back in the ward, Jingxiao, having regained her composure, frowned and looked sternly at Jin Yenshin. "Please don't use me as a shield anymore." Jin Yenshin paused, anger rising. He sent Enon away and then cornered Jingxiao, staring at her intently. "Tell me, how did I use you as a shield?" He gripped her wrist tightly, showing no tenderness. The distance between them was too close. Jingxiao quickly turned her head away, muttering, "You know what you're doing." Jin Yenshin stared at Jingxiao. His next words left her speechless. This jerk is two-timing. He's breaking up with his fiancée to chase his true love. For 4 years, although Jingxiao hadn't forgotten Jin Yenshin, she never crossed any lines out of respect for Enya. But Jin Yenshin was determined to start over. He pressed her against the wall. His words were sharp. "I've never been a good person. I gave in to you, even though I love her so much. When I heard you were in the fire, I didn't hesitate to rush in, because you're just as important to me as an N. And the equity transfer agreement the lawyer brought, did you see it? 10% of the shares are for you. From the moment you signed, you had the right to control them." Jin Yenshin grew angrier as he spoke. He leaned down and fiercely kissed Jingxiao, biting her lips until they bled before releasing her. Jingxiao whimpered softly. Unfazed, Jin Yenshin leaned in and whispered in her ear, his voice both seductive and mesmerizing, "I love you." Jingxiao's ears burned. A wave of heat surged through her, from her throat to her toes. Her heart raced, but she suppressed it. "So what? I don't love you. It's been 4 years. Mr. Jin, don't tell me you still think I have feelings for you. That's laughable." Jin Yenshin slowly released her, taking a deep breath. "I have plenty of time. We'll take our time, just you wait and see." But thinking of all the suffering Enya endured over the years, even if Jin Yenshin confessed his feelings now, what good would it do? Jingxiao paused, then spoke frankly, "You have so much free time, you might as well continue planning your wedding. I'm grateful you saved my life, but one thing has nothing to do with the other. I don't love you. I hope you won't come looking for me again." With that, she resolutely left the ward and then took Enon to be discharged. She rented a new place. But Jin Yenshin was not one to be trifled with. That afternoon, when he didn't see Enon, he immediately ordered his assistant to find Jingxiao's current address. Then, ignoring the doctor's objections, he left the hospital with 2 bouquets of roses and shumo, heading straight to Jingxiao's home. And then opened the door, but Jingxiao, busy with something, treated Jin Yinshen like air. She then threw the roses he brought into the trash. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Seeing that Jin Yinshen had no intention of leaving, Jingxiao picked up her house keys and glanced at it. I have a date tonight. You and your dad should go now. I'm locking the door. As soon as she finished speaking, without giving them a chance to object, she ushered them out of the apartment. Helpless, Jin Yinshen played with it for a long time, but Jingxiao didn't answer a single call. Jin Yinshen returned to the hospital, restless and distracted. He was convinced Jingxiao was on a date with the Pei family's illegitimate son. He arrived at the ward wherein he had been waiting for a long time. Jin Yinshen seized the opportunity and said, "You're just in time. I want to tell you about the engagement. You can tell the media that you're the one breaking it off. Any reason will do." And you scoffed. "Why should I lie? I've said countless times I won't break off the engagement. Have you forgotten that you promised to marry me and love me forever?" Jin Yinshen remained indifferent. And yeah, clinging to a loveless marriage is a waste of your youth. And Ya's gaze remained firm. "You owe me a relationship, and you owe Grandma a promise. How are you going to repay them?" "With shares. You gave in 10%. What about me? Will you give me 20%? After a moment, Jin Yinshen said seriously, "If you want it, I can give it to you." This was like a sharp knife, piercing deep into Ya's heart. For his relationship with Jingxiao, he was willing to give up 20% of his shares. This meant that if the shareholders held another election, he would no longer be the CEO of Jin Corporation. "Anya Chaklit, you never understood what I truly wanted. If you insist on breaking off the engagement, then let me tell you this. You'll never get Grandma's urn. You know why she's kept at the Lin family residence." With that, and you left without looking back. This scumbag CEO, for his old love, actually broke off his engagement with his fiancée, and yet followed him for 10 years without a title, without recognition, only to be kicked to the curb in the end. That night, after Anya's failed negotiation with Jin Yinshen, she returned home. Seeing her distraught state, Anya's mother was furious. "That Jin Yinshen is heartless. You need to pull yourself together and snatch Jin Yinshen back from that homewrecker." Anya's mother had her own plans. She would never let go of Jin Yinshen, this golden goose. Meanwhile, Jin Yinshen was in a state of turmoil because of Jingxiao's date. He was convinced she had gone to see the Pei family's illegitimate son. Early the next morning, Jin Yinshen took an into Jingxiao's apartment. Unexpectedly, he had secretly made a copy of Jingxiao's key and sat on the sofa, watching TV like he owned the place. Jingxiao woke up startled. She hadn't expected Jin Yinshen to be such a shameless scoundrel. Exasperated, she didn't want this entanglement to continue and started pulling at Jin Yinshen's sweater, trying to push him out. Jin Yinshen let her pull, but his hand rested lightly on the back of her smooth, white hand, gently caressing it. He looked quite pleased, not at all like a CEO. And then, having woken up, completely ignored the two of them tussling and turned on the TV herself. She happened upon a familiar face playing the piano, and then, starstruck, bounced up and down on the sofa. Jingxiao, following her gaze, stared intently at the TV, lost in thought. The handsome young man on stage was her first love, Lin Zian. She hadn't seen him in 5 or 6 years. Lin Zian still looked the same as he did back in college. Clear, clean, and untainted. Noticing Jingxiao's rapt attention, Jin Yinshen's eyes gradually turned cold as ice. The host on stage asked Lin Zian when he planned to hold his next concert. Lin Zian replied calmly, "It might be a while. I need to go back to City B soon. It's my hometown." Jin Yinshen's handsome face darkened. He angrily turned off the TV and glared at Jingxiao, fuming. "You already have an in, and you're still thinking about other men. Would he even look at you?" Clearly, Jin Yinshen felt threatened. After all, Jingxiao and Lin Zian had been very close. Seeing Jingxiao's indifference, he immediately drove back to his villa. And he hadn't returned to the Lin residence, but was still staying in their marital home. Seeing Jin Yinshen return, a small smile played on her lips. "You're back." Jin Yinshen didn't speak, turning to instruct the maid to pack his luggage. He pressed his temples, frowning deeply. "What does this mean?" Jin Yinshen's expression was gentle. He calmly replied, "It's not appropriate for us to live together." His mind was made up. A moment later, he picked up his luggage and strode towards the door. Finally, unable to bear it, Anya rushed forward and hugged him tightly, her voice hoarse. "I don't want you to leave. Are you disregarding Grandma's last wishes now? And what about her ashes? Jin Yinshin frowned and forcefully pried Anya's hands off. Without a word, he turned and left. Afterwards, Jin Yinshin went to the Linhai apartments, where he had once lived with Jing Xiao. He then instructed lawyer Yi to handle something, issue a public announcement of the broken engagement. The reason was to be Anya breaking off the engagement, with any excuse given. Lawyer Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected Jin Yinshin to be so decisive. This scumbag CEO was two-timing, resorting to any means to be with his ex-wife. Not only had he secretly copied his ex-wife's house key, but he was also doing everything he could to force his childhood sweetheart and fiancée to break off the engagement. He told lawyer Yi to make up any excuse and have the media announce that Anya had broken off the engagement. The next day, whether on TV or in newspapers, Jin Yinshin dominated the headlines. The headlines were striking. Domestic violence. Lin family's Anya breaks off engagement. The news immediately caused an uproar. Everyone was gossiping behind his back, saying that CEO Jin, with his esteemed status, would actually lay his hands on a woman. Not only that, but he also had other peculiar habits that were hard to look at. But Jin Yinshin didn't care about his reputation at all. As long as everyone felt sorry for Anya, it was fine. More importantly, he could rightfully pursue Jing Xiao. The news quickly reached Anya's mother. Seeing the newspaper, Anya's mother's jaw nearly dropped. She immediately called Anya in a rage. What's going on with what the newspapers are saying? How could you break off the engagement on your own? Anya stumbled downstairs and grabbed the newspaper, only then realizing what had happened. Anya felt incredibly hurt. Her mother's words made her feel even more wronged. Mom, do you think I would break off the engagement on my own initiative? Hearing this, Anya's mother immediately started cursing. Useless. You can't even hold on to a man. I can't count on you for anything. This can't just end like this. I have to think of something. A moment later, she dialed Jin Yinshin's number. Jin Yinshin had also decided to settle this matter. On the sofa in the Linhai apartment, Anya's mother's eyes darted around. She wanted to minimize the losses from the broken engagement. After a moment, she asked, I heard from Anya that breaking off the engagement wasn't her intention. Anya's been with you since she was 15 or 16. How can you just turn your back on her? Jin Yinshin's eyebrows twitched slightly, staring fixedly at Anya's mother. I naturally won't mistreat Anya. I can't discuss this with her. I can only discuss it with you. Can you make decisions for her? That depends on the situation to determine whether I can make decisions. Anya's mother was cunning and didn't give a definitive answer. Jin Yinshin understood Anya's mother. However, he scoffed. It's impossible between Anya and me. Now you can state your demands. Hearing this, Anya's mother's eyes suddenly lit up with interest. I can make the decisions for Anya in this matter. Actually, I think company shares would be good. It can guarantee her a comfortable life in the future. It's more practical than anything else. Don't you think so, Yinshin? How much? Unwilling to play games with Anya's mother, Jin Yinshin cut to the chase. Anya's mother hesitated, rubbing her hands, finding it difficult to speak. If she asked for too little, she would regret it. If she asked for too much, she was afraid Jin Yinshin would get angry. Jin Yinshin's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. So hard to say. No. Anya's mother was afraid Jin Yinshin would change his mind, quickly shaking her head. Closing her eyes and gritting her teeth, she blurted out 20%. She calculated carefully. Jin Yinshin currently held 35% of the shares. The premarital assets were already registered. Even if they got married and then divorced, and you wouldn't get much. Asking for 20% now was already reaching for the sky. After speaking, she didn't dare look at Jin Yinshin's face. Jin Yinshin's expression remained unchanged. Even though he knew that without this 20% share, he would no longer be the CEO of Jin Corporation. Are you sure you can make decisions for her? Anya's mother was a bit impatient. Yes, definitely. Anya listens to me the most. You know that. All right, then go back to the Lin residence and bring Grandma's urn. The lawyer will be here in half an hour. Anya's mother repeatedly agreed and immediately got up to return home. She really hadn't expected Jin Yinshin to agree so readily. She should have asked for more just now. However, Jin Yinshin had a trick up his sleeve. He was a scumbag. To get his fiancée to break off the engagement, he not only ruined his own reputation, but was also willing to give up his position as CEO. and his future mother-in-law, opportunistic and practical, planned to make a big profit from it. Learning that Enya was forced to break off the engagement, Enya's mother took the opportunity to find Jean Yenshin and demand 20% of Jean Corp's shares. That was an asset worth hundreds of millions. Jean Yenshin agreed without hesitation. Just like that, the two reached an agreement. Enya's mother returned home and brought Enya's grandmother's ashes. Jean Yenshin had already signed the share transfer agreement. However, he had a specific requirement for the 20% share. It belonged entirely to Enya. Without his consent and signature, no one could control it. Enya's mother was somewhat dissatisfied but didn't show it. After all, Enya was her daughter, so the shares naturally belonged to their family. Enya, however, was kept in the dark, still immersed in the pain of Jean Yenshin's departure. Back home, her mother excitedly showed her a leather document bag. This is from Jean Yenshin. Guess what it is? Hearing Jean Yenshin's name, Enya eagerly opened the bag. Her vision darkened, her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the sofa, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Did you go to him and ask for this? Enya's mother, feeling guilty, didn't answer, which was taken as a tacit admission. How could you do this? How could you betray me behind my back? Enya screamed, her body shaking with rage, her voice sharp and piercing. What did I do? The newspapers are saying you broke off the engagement. I had to ask him about it. When I asked, he asked me what I wanted. I just casually mentioned something, and who knew he'd actually give it to me? Enya's mother lied smoothly. This is a 20% share, more than half of what he holds. It's better than getting nothing, right? Money, money, money. All you care about is money. Have you ever thought about me? About your daughter's happiness? I love him, the person. You know he's desperate to get rid of me, and you still went to him. And he was on the verge of a breakdown. She couldn't believe that the person who stabbed her in the back was her own mother. Having coaxed her for so long, Enya's mother was losing her patience. Suddenly, her expression changed. Haven't I thought about your happiness? I told you to do everything you could to hold on to Jean Yenshin. Did you manage to do that? If you were capable, how could Jean Yenshin have been snatched away by that vixen Jingxiao? While he still has some feelings for you, get what you can. Otherwise, wait until he completely turns his back on you. By then, you'll lose everything. It'll be too late to change anything. Even if you return the shares, he might not even want them. With that, she signaled to a nearby servant and then forcibly dragged Enya upstairs and locked her in, leaving her to cry her heart out. Meanwhile, Jean Yenshin also encountered trouble because of the shares. Jingxiao had to go to Jean Corp to follow up on a project. As soon as she entered the building, she saw Jean Yenshin's grandfather and mother approaching, furious and aggressive. Jingxiao had a premonition. Whenever Jean Yenshin's grandfather and mother wore such expressions, it never boded well. Then she heard the receptionist whispering, I heard Mr. Jean gave 20% of his shares to Enya. Do you know what that means? It means the CEO is no longer the largest shareholder of Jean Corporation. It also means that Jean Corp might change leadership. Jingxiao's mind went blank. Could Jean Yenshin really be destroying his own future? Jean Yenshin was slapped by his grandfather. In order to win back Jingxiao, he had privately reached an agreement with Enya's mother. He transferred 20% of his Jean Corp shares to Enya. This meant he would be removed from his position as CEO. Upon hearing this news, his grandfather flew into a rage and stormed into Jean Yenshin's office, yelling, Are you crazy? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with Jean Corp? Jean Yenshin clearly didn't take his grandfather seriously, his words laced with disdain. These shares are mine. Of course, I have the right to do with them as I please. Jean Yenshin's grandfather was so furious, he almost fainted. He raised his hand and slapped Jean Yenshin across the face. Why didn't you burn to death in that fire? Jean Yenshin sneered. As the saying goes, a cockroach can survive anything. It's a shame that disaster didn't fulfill your wish. And now, my position as CEO is very secure. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. His grandfather was nearly apoplectic. He pointed at Jean Yenshin and cursed. I see. You know I'm supporting Shumo, so you want to destroy Jean Corporation. You're too naive to play these games with me. Let me tell you clearly, Shumo will be the boss here. Tomorrow, I'll organize a shareholders meeting. Enjoy your last day. Jean Yenshin pretended not to hear. His grandfather had always favored Shumo. He was used to it. But his grandfather didn't leave. He went straight to Shumo's office. Seeing Jingxiao there, his eyes flickered, but surprisingly, he didn't ask her to leave. Shumo, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I'll have the company hold a shareholders meeting. Then he turned to Jingxiao. You're also a shareholder of Gene Corporation. I don't need to tell you how much Shumo has done for you in the past. You know what to do tomorrow, right? Jing Xiao understood. His grandfather hadn't dismissed her because he had an ulterior motive. Shumo, seeing her predicament, pushed her out the door. Go see my brother. Standing at Jin Yinshin's office door, she hesitated for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and pushed the door open. Seeing Jing Xiao, Jin Yinshin's mood brightened. What would you like to drink? I'll have my secretary prepare it. Jing Xiao didn't reply. After a pause, he slowly said, some things are better said face to face. If you gave in Gene Corp's shares for me, then you completely didn't need to. Jin Yinshin chuckled softly. Who said I did it for you? Jing Xiao felt embarrassed, as if she had been trying to take credit. Jin Yinshin quickly stood up, gripped her chin, and deliberately exhaled onto her face. Then who else could I have done it for besides you? Annoyed by his teasing, Jing Xiao took a deep breath to control her emotions. She asked, feigning surprise, I heard there's a shareholders meeting tomorrow. I have the right to attend, right? After receiving Jin Yinshin's confirmation, she continued, it's also possible that you'll be removed from your position as CEO, isn't it? Theoretically, yes, Jin Yinshin said indifferently. Are you worried about me? Jing Xiao didn't answer. She couldn't tell if his nonchalance was genuine or an act. After all, countless people would kill for the position of Gene Corp CEO. Jin Yinshin moved closer until only a fist's width separated them. Why don't you in and support me? Jing Xiao was speechless and completely flustered. It seemed Jin Yinshin was already prepared to lose his position. He was considered a jinx by his family. Abandoned by his grandfather in the countryside as a child, he was left to fend for himself. After he grew up, his grandfather forced him to give the CEO position to his younger brother. But things don't always go as planned. This time, Jin Yinshin's grandfather's scheme had backfired spectacularly. In the office, a company executive brought in a stack of documents for Jin Yinshin to sign. He didn't speak, but his gaze shifted to Jing Xiao. Before she could look away, their eyes met. Jing Xiao quickly averted her gaze and stared out the window. Jin Yinshin watched her, a profound look in his eyes. His voice carried a hint of weariness and loneliness. Leave him on the desk. Today's my last day in this position. I want to relax. As for the proposals and documents, let the new CEO deal with them tomorrow. Jing Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She felt a little breathless. Having held the position of CEO at Gene Corp for so long, leaving it must be difficult even for a man, especially for a proud and self-respecting man like Jin Yinshin. He wouldn't outwardly show his emotions, but his voice betrayed him. Jing Xiao sat quietly on the sofa, her hands gripping the cushions, feeling a pang of sympathy. After the executive left, the office fell silent. After a long while, Jin Yinshin's low, husky voice broke the silence. After tomorrow, will you be with me? Jing Xiao's heart raced. She felt as if her mouth was sealed shut. She wanted to refuse, but no sound came out. His words to the executive still echoed in her mind, making her heart ache. Jin Yinshin suddenly stood up, his voice unusually desolate. He asked again, after tomorrow, will you be with me? Jing Xiao's throat felt dry. She still didn't answer. Her mind was in turmoil. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. Go back to work. All day long, the talk was about the new CEO. It was clear that Jin Yinshin's grandfather intended to install Shumo in the position, but some restless shareholders were already privately lobbying others. Jing Xiao, too, had a frustrating day. That evening, Anya waited 2 hours for Jin Yinshin to finish work. She had been locked up by her mother for a day and a night. The thought of the deal between Jin Yinshin and her mother infuriated her. As soon as she saw him, she couldn't hold back any longer. Why did you make a deal with my mother behind my back? She demanded. Jin Yinshin calmly replied, it wasn't a deal. If you had talked to me calmly, this wouldn't have happened. It's over now. There's no point dwelling on it. Your mother made a request, and I simply fulfilled it. Jin Yinshin was determined to break up with her, leaving Anya heartbroken. She lunged forward and hugged him tightly, her voice choked with sobs. I heard that Jin Yinshin's grandfather is holding a shareholder election meeting tomorrow. He wants to remove you as CEO. I can help you. If our engagement continues, I'll return the 20% shares to you. Okay. But Jin Yinshin lowered his head and firmly pulled Anya's hands away, pushing her back. That's impossible. It's over between us, he said resolutely. Anya's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the sofa. A look of determination hardened her delicate features. So you'd rather lose your position as CEO than marry me? Fine. I'll grant your wish. I'll make you lose that position, lose all your years of hard work. Just you wait and see. And he gave a cynical laugh and dragged her weary body away. He had abandoned his fiancée of 10 years, Anya, to pursue true love. As compensation, Jin Yenshin gave her company shares, but Anya still couldn't bring herself to hate him. At 9 a.m. the next day, the Jin Court meeting room was full. Jing Xiao chose a seat in the corner, not wanting to attract attention. Jin Yenshin's grandfather stood at the head of the table. Not seeing Jin Yenshin, he snorted coldly. He's actually running away. We'll wait 5 more minutes. If he's not here, we'll consider it a forfeiture. The shareholders, like weather vanes, Fun expressed their agreement. It seemed Jin Yenshin's grandfather was determined this time. 2 minutes later, Jin Yenshin walked into the meeting room. He saw Jing Xiao in the corner, his gaze filled with tenderness, seemingly unconcerned about the CEO position. A few minutes later, the voting began. The shareholders cast their votes quickly. Jing Xiao clutched the paper in her hand, her heart pounding. Jin Yenshin raised an eyebrow, looking at her with affection. In a moment, a thin layer of sweat coated her palms. Then she cast her vote for Shumo. She owed Shumo too much, feelings she couldn't give. The only thing she could give was her vote. Thinking of Jin Yenshin, her heart churned. She even felt she could truly support him. Whether or not he was CEO didn't seem to matter. Clearly, Jing Xiao's love for him had never faded. It was only her guilt towards Anya that made her suppress her feelings for Jin Yenshin. The election results were quickly announced. The shares supporting Jin Yenshin were 32%. Shumo's were 48%. Shumo was clearly in the lead. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. Anya arrived late. Jin Yenshin's grandfather used the excuse that the voting was over, intending to dismiss Anya. The other shareholders checked the time. There were still 2 minutes left. But Jin Yenshin's grandfather remained calm. He knew about the issues between Jin Yenshin and Anya and assumed she wouldn't vote for Jin Yenshin. As he spoke, Anya looked at Jin Yenshin. He was staring at Jing Xiao, completely oblivious to the voting results. A sharp pain stabbed her heart, but she hadn't forgotten her purpose for being there. She picked up a pen, wrote her name, and cast her vote for Jin Yenshin. Jin Yenshin's grandfather's face darkened completely, and you held 20% of the shares. In the end, Jin Yenshin snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. It turned out that love could be this profound. Even if he didn't care or even abandoned you, you still couldn't bear to see his hard work destroyed in an instant. And you sat quietly, her chest rising and falling slightly. Jin Yenshin and Jing Xiao hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet. She could still compete. There was no need to give up now. After everyone left, Jin Yenshin wanted to go after Jing Xiao, but you stopped him. I don't understand what you see in her. At such an important moment, she didn't even vote for you. She doesn't understand your hard work and effort at all. Can't you see she doesn't love you? Jin Yenshin smiled faintly. I know what she's thinking. Shumo caught up with Jing Xiao, his face beaming. You actually voted for me. Are you falling for me? Jing Xiao said with a bitter smile. Shumo, I can't give you anything else. The only thing I can give you is the shares. Do you understand? Shumo paused, speechless. He suddenly understood Jing Xiao's intentions. At that moment, Jin Yenshin also came out, standing behind them. He said calmly, she promised me yesterday that after today, she would be with me. Shumo looked lost. Only then did he truly understand that the person Jing Xiao loved had always been Jin Yenshin. He chuckled sadly and walked away. He went to a bar, feeling down. Beer, liquor, and wine filled the table. Finally, drunk, he headed for a restroom, but he couldn't see the room numbers clearly. He pushed open a random door and walked in, collapsing heavily onto the bed. The force of his fall was so great that the mattress bounced. At that moment, a woman's soft cry came from beneath him. She mumbled, "Why so rough?" He was a wealthy second-generation heir, and he had always admired his older brother's ex-wife, but he had been rejected repeatedly. But tonight, drunk, he had a mishap. The daytime vote made Shumo fully realize Jing Xiao's heart. The person she loved had always been Jin Yenshin. Shumo went to a bar, feeling lost and quite drunk. Hazily, he found a random room and collapsed on the bed to sleep. Suddenly, a woman cried out softly, muttering about how hot the room was. Clearly, she was also drunk and resting there. Silence filled the room, broken only by the rustling of the woman's clothes. Suddenly, she accidentally touched Shumo beside her and unconsciously snuggled closer. Shumo felt a surge of heat, his atoms apple bobbing. The next second, he felt a weight pressed down on him. He frowned, irritated. He reached out to push her away, but his hands were grasped and placed on something soft. With a bang, his mind exploded. The emotions he had always suppressed erupted like a flood. The feelings bottled up inside him were completely unleashed. After all, both of the Jean family's young masters were full of vigor. Shimo woke up the next day at 10 a.m. He found the bed in disarray, with a startling splash of crimson. The memories of last night gradually returned, but Shimo couldn't remember anything clearly. He felt irritated. Suddenly, he noticed a modern necklace on the nightstand, perhaps left by the woman from last night. Too tired to think too much, he drove back to the company. Shimo happened to run into Jingxiao at the entrance. He glanced at her indifferently, without his usual playful teasing, and walked straight into the company. Jingxiao was slightly hurt by his coldness. After being rejected by Shimo 5 or 6 times, she finally realized that some things couldn't go back to the way they were. People had to grow up. Shimo hid around the corner of the stairs, watching Jingxiao, desperately suppressing the urge to comfort her. On the one hand, he was heartbroken. On the other hand, what happened after he got drunk that night made him feel ashamed. Meanwhile, quiet changes were happening within the company. Unhappy with his failure to oust Jin Yinshin's grandfather decided to return to work as a senior executive. No one could figure out what the old man was thinking. In the office, Jingxiao was looking for Shimo with a document that needed signing. She overheard the news that he planned to go abroad. He intended to live abroad and give the vice president position to Jin Yinshin's grandfather. The old man obviously disagreed. He couldn't bear to have his precious grandson far away, and only gave him 1 month of relaxation time. While they were talking, Shimo caught a glimpse of Jingxiao and then deliberately ignored her, not saying a word. Jingxiao parted her lips, about to speak, but didn't know what to say. The coldness emanating from Shimo left her bewildered. Meanwhile, her relationship with Jin Yinshin had made substantial progress. Under Jin Yinshin's persistent pursuit, Jingxiao finally dropped her icy demeanor. One day, Jin Yinshin generously gifted Jingxiao a luxury car and took the opportunity to tease her, kissing her until her face was flushed. But Jin Yinshin's shamelessness didn't stop there. Driven by desire, he snuck into Jingxiao's house in the middle of the night. This man sneaking into his ex-wife's house in the middle of the night almost ended up in the hospital. That night, Jingxiao got up to get a drink of water in the kitchen. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise. She froze, staring at the wooden door by the entrance. Her first thought was that a burglar had broken in. The thought made her palms sweat with fear. It was just her, Chun Xian, and at home. They were no match for a bad guy, so she decided to strike first. Grabbing a nearby mop, she stood behind the door, holding her breath. The key was inserted into the lock. After a click, the living room door opened. Jingxiao, with her focus laser sharp, didn't hesitate. She swung the mop with all her might. A man's muffled groan followed. She was about to strike again when the man grabbed her. "Are you trying to kill your dear husband?" Jingxiao turned on her flashlight and realized the man she hit was Jin Yinshin. "What are you doing here so late?" she asked, finally snapping out of her shock. Her heart was still racing with fear. "You should be thankful you grabbed a mop and not a kitchen knife." Jin Yinshin gently rubbed the red mark on his forehead where Jingxiao had hit him. It was clear she hadn't held back. He then pointedly reminded her, "It's really dangerous for a single woman to live alone. You might attract bad guys. So I waited until your friend was asleep to come and protect you." Jingxiao couldn't believe Jin Yinshin's audacity. Without a word, she started pushing him towards the door. But Jin Yinshin spun around, grabbed Jingxiao's waist, and pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, he kissed her. Then he strode towards the stairs, muttering, "I have to strike while the iron is hot. I'm not a man if I don't conquer you tonight." Jingxiao's head was throbbing. She was about to lose it, but didn't dare make a sound. She could only pinch his chest hard. Jin Yinshin ignored her, his mind filled with what he planned to do next. In the bedroom, Jin Yinshin carried the sleeping and into another room. Jingxiao took the opportunity to close and lock the bedroom door. Just as she sat down on a chair, she heard a noise. Her heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed. Her body and mind tensed. The noise continued for a long time, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps. Jingxiao lay on the bed, relieved. Her thoughts were still wandering when she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Jing Xiao quickly sat up. Jin Yinshin had already barged in and locked the door behind him. She was so startled she couldn't speak. Jin Yinshin slowly cornered her. Like a ferocious lion, he suddenly leaned down and scooped her into his arms, carrying her to the bed. The night was deep. A man and a woman alone in a room. The air was thick with tension. It was bound to be a passionate night. Jing Xiao struggled, kicking and hitting him. But Jin Yinshin didn't care. Instead, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Struggle all you want, but try not to make any noise. Otherwise, your friend will hear." The soundproofing in this building is terrible, but that's just fine with me. Chen Qian was in the next room. Jing Xiao didn't dare make a sound. Even the slightest rustle could be heard. Her restraint pleased Jin Yinshin, making his actions even more unrestrained and wanton. Gradually, Jing Xiao gave up struggling. The entire night, the man was like a ravenous wolf. However, Jin Yinshin's audacity didn't end there. In the middle of the night, this unrestrained CEO went to his ex-wife's house. He quietly opened the bedroom door, taking advantage of the opportunity. Fortunately, her friend next door didn't hear a thing. The two talked intimately for the rest of the night. The next day, Jing Xiao's legs were so weak she could barely walk. She had intended to give Jin Yinshin a piece of her mind, but unexpectedly, she almost fell into his clutches again. Slowly, Jing Xiao accepted their relationship. Just then, Jing Xiao's phone rang. It was Pei shouting. After being rejected by Jing Xiao, he had agreed to a family-arranged marriage. He called to invite Jing Xiao to his fiancée's birthday party. However, at the party, Jing Xiao discovered a shocking secret. The party that evening was held at the Pei residence. The aroma of red wine filled the air, and the lively chatter of guests mingled. Jing Xiao sat in the corner, in an inconspicuous spot. After all, everyone here was an important figure, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to stay quiet. She planned to wait until the birthday party was almost over, talk to shouting, give him the gift, and leave. Just as she was thinking this, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. Looking up abruptly, she saw Jin Yinshin, uninvited, holding it in his arms, sitting down opposite her. Soon, the Pei family patriarch stood in the center and announced something. He declared that Shouting would be the future CEO of the Pei Corporation. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright figure rushed down the stairs, shouting, "Grandpa, you're biased. You're clearly bullying my sister. My sister is the rightful CEO, not this illegitimate son." Since many of the guests were prominent figures, this outburst made the scene rather awkward. The patriarch waved his hand and forcibly took the girl away. Jing Xiao was in no mood to stay seated. She got up and went to the restroom. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard faint gasps and muffled groans coming from inside. It was clear what was going on. She felt awkward, but she really needed to use the restroom. If the people inside weren't embarrassed, she had nothing to be ashamed of. Sure enough, after she made a sound, the noises from inside stopped. As Jing Xiao walked out, she caught a glimpse of the man emerging from the restroom. She recognized him immediately as Pei Qinghuan's husband. Jing Xiao frowned and quickly left. After finally finding Pei Qinghuan's room and discovering her husband was also there, she made an excuse and went downstairs, pulling Jin Yinshin away from the party. But before they had gone far, a phone rang. After answering, Jing Xiao's face paled and she almost stumbled. Her grandmother was critically ill and not expected to live much longer. Without a second thought, Jin Yinshin drove at top speed towards Lanchi. Jing Xiao was extremely anxious during the journey. She had a lonely childhood. Her mother died early, and her father, whom she depended on, was eventually imprisoned. Her grandmother became her closest relative. The car sped along, finally arriving at her grandmother's house just in time. Seeing Jing Xiao and Jin Yinshin together, her grandmother smiled contentedly and then slowly closed her eyes. They stayed in Lanchi for a few days before driving back. Although their relationship was getting better and better, Jing Xiao was still unsure about their feelings. One day, Jin Yinshin couldn't help but kiss Jing Xiao in the car. However, unseen by them, a bright flash went off. A stranger, hiding in the shadows, was taking pictures of Jin Yinshin. Afterward, the stranger took out his phone and made a call. "Oh, Mr. Jin, I got the photos of Mr. Jin. He was a CEO feared by many, yet he was being followed and photographed. The mastermind behind it all was his own grandfather, Jin Yinshin's grandfather. Jin Yenshin's grandfather had always resented Jin Yenshin. This time, he was determined to remove him from the CEO position. Early one morning, Jin Yenshin was woken by a jarring ringing phone. "Brother, where are you? Something big has happened." Shumo's anxious voice was filled with panic. He kept it brief, highlighting the main points. Seeing his grave expression, Jing Xiao had a bad feeling. Jin Yenshin hung up the phone and quickly got dressed. Without saying a word, he gripped Jing Xiao's shoulders and said, "Don't go out today. Stay home and look after and don't open the door for anyone." Without further explanation, Jin Yenshin hurriedly left. Jing Xiao took him back to the bedroom. As soon as she opened the curtains, she saw a crowd of reporters surrounding the house. Completely bewildered, she sat on the sofa and turned on the TV to the news channel. As she expected, the news was filled with reports about Jin Yenshin. It turns out last night at Jinshi, 9 workers fell from the top floor. 5 died and 4 were injured. After the incident last night, Jinshi staff have been this hateful old man deliberately provoked the relationship between his 2 grandsons, aiming to usurp the position of CEO. That day, Jin Yenshin, framed by his grandfather, angrily pushed the old man to the ground and stormed off. He knew his grandfather was cunning and unscrupulous, but the old man deliberately started gossiping in front of Shumo. "Do you know why Grandpa wants you to strive for Jinshi? You saw just now. As long as the CEO position is involved, your older brother will disregard all family ties. He says he doesn't care, but he cares more than anyone. Brother is not the kind of person you say he is." Shumo's Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly spoke. "He's not." Jin Yenshin's grandfather sneered, sitting on the sofa, catching his breath. "If he isn't, why would he lose his temper like that? I'm his grandfather. You saw how he threw me to the ground just now, completely disregarding my life." Shumo was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. He had seen everything clearly. It was indeed his brother who had made the first move, and with considerable force. Meanwhile, the situation at Jingxiao's side was getting worse. Approaching noon, the reporters surrounding the house not only hadn't decreased, but had increased. Some had even ordered takeout and were eating lunch on the spot. The impact of the accident was too significant, and the news kept broadcasting it. Then Jin Yenshin appeared on TV. The reporters, like flies drawn to meat, swarmed him. Camera lights flashed, microphones jostled forward, and a barrage of questions overwhelmed him. He remained silent, walking straight into the hospital. The victims' families were sitting on the benches outside the operating room, crying inconsolably. Seeing Jin Yenshin, they surged forward, grabbing, hitting, and yelling at him. Jin Yenshin remained silent, letting the families vent their anger. The annoying reporters tried their best to push forward. "Mr. Jin, you weren't even at the scene last night. Are you putting on a show now?" Jin Yenshin knew the truth. No one had notified him last night. The TV anchor's voice continued relentlessly. "After seeing Mr. Jin's photos from last night, everyone can probably guess the real reason for his divorce from Lin Anya. Just a month after canceling the wedding, Mr. Jin was already spending the night with another woman. It must be because of his close relationship with this unknown woman that he canceled the wedding. So, the story about Anya initiating the breakup is completely false. That 20% stake must have been compensation. It seems Anya is the one who suffered the most." As soon as the words were spoken, the news was filled with insulting comments about Jing Xiao, each one more vicious than the last. At the same time, Anya's house was also surrounded by reporters. Learning that Jin Yenshin's CEO position might be in jeopardy, Anya's mother decided to go out and add fuel to the fire, letting the news ferment even more. She wanted Jin Yenshin to suffer and Jing Xiao to be condemned by everyone. Fortunately, Anya, with a shred of conscience, stopped her mother. Towards evening, the operating room door finally opened. The doctor came out and sadly announced that 2 had been saved, but 2 others had died. If they had been brought to the hospital sooner, the tragedy could have been avoided. These words pushed Jin Yenshin further into the eye of the storm. As the CEO of Jinshi, not only did he not appear at the scene of the accident immediately, but he stayed at his girlfriend's house, causing the injured to miss the best time for treatment. At this moment, Jin Yenshin's grandfather was sitting in front of the TV, gloating. This accident is huge, and the impact is terrible. The heat probably won't die down for a while. This time, Gene Yinshin will definitely be pulled down from the CEO position. If that doesn't work, I'll release the video from when he was 9 years old. He coughed a few times, aware of his declining health. But during this crucial period, he had to hold on until Shumo took over as CEO. He was once a powerful CEO, but his own grandfather had pushed him to the forefront of public opinion. His grandfather was determined to oust him from the CEO position. Regarding the casualties, Gene Yinshin did his best to compensate the victims. Each family received 2 million yuan, and the deceased were buried in the city's most expensive cemetery. He also arranged for all company employees to attend the memorial service. The families were satisfied with this outcome. After all, 2 million yuan was not a small sum for an ordinary family. However, this act of kindness angered the company's shareholders. 2 million yuan set a precedent. If any accidents occurred in the future, the compensation amount for each person couldn't be less than 2 million yuan. To express their dissatisfaction, the shareholders made excuses for not attending the memorial service. But Gene Yinshin was determined to treat the victims with kindness. He waved his hand dismissively. He angrily ordered, "Go down there and ask each one of them. Take down the names of every shareholder who can't attend the memorial service. Anyone unwilling to go will have this quarter's dividends completely canceled." Having dropped this harsh ultimatum, Gene Yinshin turned and left. The shareholders exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Their discontent simmered and grew. They couldn't understand why such a serious response was necessary for an accident involving a few low-level construction workers. Despite some attempting to appease him with kind words and gentle persuasion, Gene Yinshin remained unmoved. Slowly, their dissatisfaction with him reached its peak. They believed Gene Yinshin was simply putting on a show for the media, wanting them to see how much he cared about the accident. "But he can't threaten us just to secure his position as CEO," someone muttered. "There's bound to be another election soon." This seemed to be the prevailing thought amongst all the shareholders. At the memorial service, all the employees wore somber black suits, creating a solemn spectacle. Just then, a reporter called out, "Mr. Gene, are you still acting?" Gene Yinshin's face was cold, devoid of any warmth. "Get him out of here," he commanded. His assistant lowered his voice hesitantly. "Mr. Gene, this is being broadcast live. Doing this will create a negative impression." Gene Yinshin scoffed. "What? Should I do it myself?" The assistant flinched and didn't dare say another word. In full view of everyone, he had 3 security guards drag the reporter out. The crowd erupted in murmurs. This act served as a warning. The reporters' section quieted considerably. No one dared to speak out of turn. Meanwhile, Gene Shi's stock continued to plummet, showing no signs of recovery. It was clear that this incident had significantly impacted Gene Yinshin. After returning from the cemetery, the shareholders were summoned to a meeting. Everyone was present except Jing Xiao, including Anya's mother. The shareholders were already in an uproar before Gene Yinshin arrived. They expressed their disappointment in his recent actions, claiming they had severely damaged the company's image. As their anger escalated, someone suggested that Gene Yinshin's grandfather return to take charge, given his seniority and authority. The shareholders instantly agreed. Without waiting for Gene Yinshin's return, they set off for the Gene residence to request his grandfather's return. A frantic Lin Anya, unable to reach Gene Yinshin, reluctantly called Jing Xiao. Jing Xiao didn't know where Gene Yinshin was either. Lin Anya's voice grew accusatory. "Do you know you've ruined him? The shareholders want to re-elect the CEO. I don't know why he even came back from abroad. If you love him, you should understand that letting him go is the best thing for him. Gene Shi is his life's work. You have no idea how much effort he's put in to get where he is today. If you let him go, I'll do everything I can to help him. Otherwise, he's doomed. We need to meet. There are things you need to know." Lin Anya's tone was resolute. She hung up after delivering her ultimatum. Framed by his cunning grandfather, Gene Yinshin had become the target of public criticism. The accident had also alienated the company's shareholders, who now unanimously agreed to re-elect the CEO. Thus, the shareholders arrived en masse at Gene Yinshin's grandfather's house, asking him to intervene. Gene Yinshin's grandfather was secretly delighted but maintained a neutral expression. He feigned concern, asking, "Isn't it a bit much to change CEOs twice in less than 2 months?" However, the shareholders were firm. "Not all. We're doing this for Jinshi's sake. CEO Jin scandals are detrimental to the company's development. Besides, Vice President Shimo is also your grandson. Changing CEOs is like injecting fresh blood into Jinshi. Development will certainly be better. That's why we want you to take charge. Jin Yinshin's grandfather pretended to be troubled. They're both my grandsons. I'm worried Yinshin will think I'm favoring Shimo. But what you've said makes sense. I'll consider it carefully. Shimo, however, showed little interest in the CEO position. After seeing the shareholders off, Jin Yinshin's grandfather went upstairs. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness. He told Shimo, "You have no interest in the company or power. Do you think it's possible for you to compete with Yinshin for the CEO position? Not only is it impossible, but he'll feel guilty. What we need to do is make him resent Yinshin deep down. Only then will he not feel guilty." Indeed, experience was a valuable asset. Both grandsons were falling into his grandfather's trap, one by one. Meanwhile, Lin Anya, worried about Jin Yinshin losing his position, decided to meet with Jingxiao to reveal some secrets. She glared at Jingxiao, her eyes filled with resentment. "Do you think Jin Yinshin was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? I'll never forget the first time I saw him. He looked like a homeless person, ragged and dirty." Jingxiao was somewhat surprised. Jin Yinshin had never mentioned these things. Lin Anya paused, then continued her persuasion. "An elderly woman, around 70 or 80 years old, brought him to our neighbor's house. She knew my grandmother. Knowing her own time was short, she came to beg my parents to take Jin Yinshin in. But my mother, always greedy and selfish, refused on the spot. The old woman pleaded with my mother for a day and a night, until she revealed that Jin Yinshin was the young master of the Jin family. Only then was he allowed to stay with us. From then on, we were close, growing up together. He was extremely hard-working and diligent, excelling at his part-time jobs. Until he was 22, when Jin Yinshin's grandfather's illness relapsed, and the shareholders became restless. To stabilize the situation, his newly acquired stepmother sent someone to forcibly bring him back to Jinshi. However, his time at Jinshi was difficult. Because he was so young and had been parachuted in, he suffered a lot of humiliation and criticism. He was often beaten black and blue by his grandfather. From then on, he devoted all his energy to his work, day and night, even persisting through a bleeding ulcer. Fortunately, after 3 years, he succeeded. Under his leadership, Jinshi reached new heights, and Jin Yinshin's name became increasingly prominent. But his relationship with his grandfather and stepmother deteriorated drastically. No one knew why. Jingxiao's eyes were moist. She had never imagined that Jin Yinshin had such a difficult past. Lin Anya also seemed melancholic. Jin Yinshin wasn't as glamorous as he appeared. Few people knew he hadn't even finished middle school, let alone university. Jinshi was entirely built by him, step by step. So, how can you bear to let his hard work go to waste? This time, as long as you leave him, I'll do everything I can to protect him. Jingxiao's heart was heavy. She cautiously asked Lin Anya, "If I agree, how do you plan to help him?" Lin Anya smiled knowingly. "Together, our shares total 30%. As long as we pull in one more shareholder, it's basically a done deal. If you don't agree, then I will definitely stand on the opposing side. Then his life's work will fall into the hands of others. I'll wait for your answer at 5 o'clock. After saying this, Lin Anya left without looking back. Jingxiao stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. She understood every word Lin Anya said. He had been framed by his own grandfather and was about to lose his position as CEO. Not only that, but his relationship with his younger brother was also being increasingly strained. Knowing his CEO position was precarious, Jin Yinshin decided to go home, pack his bags, and move out of the Jin residence. His grandfather feigned kindness and invited him to dinner. Jin Yinshin scoffed, "Have dinner with you. I'm afraid I'd lose my appetite." Hearing this, his grandfather almost choked. Unfortunately, Shimo, who had been eavesdropping, heard everything clearly. He rushed forward and blocked Jin Yinshin's path. "Brother, you must apologize to grandfather. The company's shareholders have already been here. The family is going to re-elect the CEO. Grandfather has been speaking on your behalf. How can you treat him like this?" "Speaking on my behalf." Jin Yinshin's voice was low. "Are you sure he wasn't kicking me while I'm down?" Such crocodile tears. With that, Jin Yinshin shook off Shimo's hand and went upstairs with an indifferent expression. He felt there were some things Shimo didn't know before, and there was no need for him to know now. The less he knew, the more carefree his life would be. Shimo didn't speak, but was extremely dissatisfied with his brother's behavior. At the dinner table, Jin Yinshin's grandfather put on another act. Shimo, you know what the shareholders want, right? Even if I don't take charge, they'll appoint someone else. I have no room to refuse. I've never interfered in your brother's affairs, but I have to say, he's been going too far lately. That's why the shareholders are dissatisfied. So if the shareholders elect you as CEO, don't refuse. Otherwise, I'm afraid Jinshi will fall into someone else's hands. Shimo didn't respond, getting up and walking upstairs. Jin Yinshin's grandfather stared at Shimo's retreating figure and said deliberately, "Forget it. Have Butler Zhang send some dinner to Yinshin. You go and rest too. I'll be by myself for a while." His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Shimo paused for 2 seconds before entering his room. He still couldn't understand why his brother wouldn't accept their grandfather's kindness. In her room, Jing Xiao called Jin Yinshin and told him about Lin Anya's proposal. Finally, she tentatively whispered, "If I don't agree with Lin Anya, you'll definitely lose the election. Then, will you let an Un and me take care of you?" Jin Yinshin's heart stirred. His voice trembled as he agreed. Jing Xiao thought for a moment, then said, "Lin Anya told me about your experiences after you turned 15. I know you've put so much effort and heart into Jinshi. If it all goes to waste, then all your efforts will have been for nothing. It makes me feel so conflicted." Jin Yinshin's tone was unusually serious. "Jing Xiao, since you know about my experiences after I turned 15, you should know how mature I am. Maybe 10 years ago I cared, but 10 years later, it means nothing to me. It's not worth your worry. You should trust me." Jing Xiao didn't speak, remaining silent, her heart touched yet filled with anxiety. Jin Yinshin sensed Jing Xiao's hesitation. He drove directly to Jing Xiao's home. His voice was hoarse, his eyes tinged with weariness. In the next second, he picked up Jing Xiao's phone and dialed Lin Anya. Staring at Jing Xiao, his voice was unusually calm. "Tell Lin Anya what's on your mind. I promise you here and now, if you leave me, I will never bother you again." Undoubtedly, Jin Yinshin was gambling. On the other end of the line, Lin Anya was full of anticipation. Jing Xiao bit her lip, her heart swinging like a pendulum. Finally, she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and stamped her foot. "Lin Anya," she said firmly, "I don't want to leave him." Jin Yinshin was overjoyed. He snatched the phone and tossed it aside, eagerly kissing Jing Xiao. His passion threatened to engulf her. She lifted her delicate chin, surrendering to his fervor, like a lotus leaf adrift on the water, swaying with the wind. The next second, Jing Xiao was thrown onto the bed. Jin Yinshin pressed down on her like a hungry wolf. On the other end of the line, Lin Anya gripped the phone, trembling. The call hadn't been disconnected. She heard everything clearly. Her eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down her face. Yet she still didn't hang up, listening intently. She had never seen Jin Yinshin like this. For 4 years, he hadn't touched her once. But with Jing Xiao, he was so impatient. Their mingled voices assaulted Lin Anya's ears and senses. She was determined to make Jing Xiao pay. She, a wealthy heiress, was listening to her beloved making love to her best friend. That night, Lin Anya had been full of joyful expectation, hoping Jing Xiao would willingly leave Jin Yinshin. But because the call wasn't disconnected, she heard their passionate whispers. She sat in a corner, consumed by pain. She had thrown things around the room. She still couldn't believe that Jin Yinshin would give up Jinshi Group, which he had single-handedly built for Jing Xiao. The next day, the Jinshi shareholder meeting took place as scheduled. Jin Yinshin's grandfather presided over the proceedings. Lin Anya was already in place, but the sound from the phone last night echoed in her ears like a demonic chant. Now, her only thought was to make Jin Yinshin regret his decision and Jing Xiao feel remorse. For the first time, her delicate face held coldness and ruthlessness. The final election result was unsurprising. Shimo won by a landslide. At the Jin residence, Jin Yinshin's stepmother had instructed the kitchen to prepare Shimo's favorite dishes. Jin Yinshin's grandfather was in high spirits, but Shimo had no appetite. Just then, footsteps sounded from the doorway. It was Jin Yinshin. He looked at the unusually lavish dinner, clearly a celebration. The atmosphere became awkward. After all, no one had expected him to return. Jin Yinshin didn't say a word. He went straight upstairs, pulling his suitcase, preparing to leave. "Where are you going? Have dinner before you leave." Jin Yinshin's grandfather spoke, breaking the silence. As the head of the family, he could still control the situation. Jin Yinshin couldn't be bothered to respond and continued walking towards the door. "Yinshin, I know you still resent me about the CEO position, but this is the shareholders' decision. You should understand. Jin Yinshin's grandfather put on a concerned expression. Jin Yinshin still ignored him, walking out of the living room. Shumo chased after him, looking like an innocent youth filled with guilt. Brother, when things calm down, I'll return the CEO position to you. Jin Shi was yours to begin with. I'm not interested in running it. Jin Yinshin patted Shumo's shoulder gently, his face full of encouragement. Then he started his car and left the Jin residence. The only person he didn't want to hurt was Shumo. Afterwards, Jing Xiao and Jin Yinshin moved into the seaside villa where they had once lived together. However, things didn't go smoothly. One day, as soon as Jin Yinshin and Jing Xiao arrived home, they were surrounded by a group of people. Liar. Murderer. You want to avoid responsibility. You're not leaving without paying us today. Jing Xiao was bewildered. Finally, at Jin Yinshin's command, one person stepped forward to explain the situation. A while ago, my son fell from the construction site. Mr. Jin said he would give each family $2 million, but we haven't received anything. The checks you gave us bounced at the bank. Jinsher Group told us to come to you. Jin Yinshin immediately called the company's senior management. He learned that this was the decision of his grandfather and the shareholders. They agreed that the accident was due to Jin Yinshin's negligence and that the company shouldn't be responsible. They then froze the checks. Jin Yinshin's throat tightened, a cold glint in his eyes. This was indeed his grandfather's usual tactic. Jin Yinshin didn't say much. He went home and retrieved 5 checks that he had already filled out. Only then were the people satisfied and left. But misfortunes never come singly. One day, Jin Yinshin was playing with an ant at the beach. He looked away for a moment and then wandered off, nearly falling into the sea. Fortunately, an elegant woman rescued him. She was Han Yu, the eldest daughter of the Han Group. Learning that Jin Yinshin was no longer the CEO of Jinshi, she spoke boldly. Are you interested in being with me? I'll take care of you. Jin Yinshin declared his intentions, but Jing Xiao made her stance clear. She wasn't interested in him. However, their meeting was captured by the media, resulting in widespread publicity. This, in turn, brought trouble for Jin Yinshin. He had just been framed and lost his CEO position, and now a rich girl seemed to be throwing herself at him. Rumors spread that Jin Yinshin and Han Yu were close, and that he would eventually take control of the Han Group. The gossip didn't stop there. One day, Han Yu, using the excuse that Jin Yinshin owed her a favor, invited him to dinner. Suppressing his impatience, Jin Yinshin warned her calmly, I'm only here because you saved my daughter. I know you leaked the photos and the news yourself. I hope this ends here. Han Yu's face fell. Since Mr. Jin disagrees, I certainly won't pester you. However, the news will circulate for a few more days. I have my reasons. Just consider it returning the favor you owe me. Jin Yinshin remained silent for a long time before nodding in agreement. However, before he left, Han Yu unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek, took a picture, and left. This action was bound to create a huge stir. That same day, as Jing Xiao was leaving work, Shumo blocked her path. Slightly drunk, he grabbed her wrist, slurring, "You're so heartless to me. What am I to you?" As Jing Xiao was about to push him away, Shumo suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Due to his intoxication, he didn't let go but kissed her deeper. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through. Shumo received a punch, his lip bleeding. Jin Yinshin, who had just arrived, pulled Jing Xiao away, his face dark with anger. Shumo, acting like a madman, lunged at Jing Xiao again. Jin Yinshin, his fury overflowing, landed another punch, this time on the opposite cheek. Blood flowed from Shumo's right cheek as well. An assistant hurriedly escorted Shumo back to the Jin residence. Seeing Shumo's swollen face, Jin Yinshin's grandfather frowned. Learning that Jin Yinshin was responsible, he nearly choked with rage. How dare he be so arrogant? I knew he still resented Shumo for the CEO position. He was so calm the other day, but now his true colors are showing. Mid-sentence, the grandfather began coughing violently. His health had deteriorated considerably recently. While calming himself, he picked up a newspaper. Suddenly, his eyes widened, fixated on the headline. His breathing became labored again. Jin Yinshin, when did you get involved with this woman? Jin Yinshin's stepmother frowned as she looked at the news. That Han family woman holds a high position in Beijing and has considerable influence. The grandfather's face darkened. Knowing Jin Yinshin's personality, he wouldn't be so intimate with a woman unless their relationship had reached a certain level. He worried that Jin Yinshin would join forces with the Han family and later target Jin Shi. The grandfather lost his appetite for tea, his face grim and stern, lost in thought. Early the next morning, Jin Yinshin received a call from his grandfather, inviting him home. In the living room of the Jin residence, the grandfather slammed the newspaper on the table and demanded, "What's going on? You're about to disgrace the Jin family completely. Her husband died just a month ago. What are you doing getting involved with her? Are you deliberately defying me?" Jin Yinshin sneered. "I'll do as I please. It's my right. What gives you the right to criticize me?" The grandfather was furious, clutching his chest. A faint metallic taste filled his throat. "You were born a jinx. I shouldn't have let you live." He raged. "You think I don't know? You want to use this woman to climb back to power and reclaim Jin Shi." Jin Yinshin raised an eyebrow. "You're right," he said indifferently. "You should know there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. I disdain to reveal your secrets, but you think I don't know about you defiling that mother and daughter 5 or 6 years ago. If I release the evidence, won't the whole world condemn you as a disgrace? Don't talk to me about the Jin family's face. You're not worthy." The grandfather's face turned black. As if possessed, he grabbed Jin Yinshin's throat. "You're my nemesis, deliberately trying to kill me. You deserve to die." Jin Yinshin, losing his patience, shoved him away. The grandfather groaned, his eyes wide, and collapsed to the floor, motionless. With one accidental push, he knocked his ailing grandfather to the ground, and the old man died with hatred in his heart. Not long ago, the scheming grandfather had meticulously plotted to remove Jin Yinshin from his position as CEO. When he saw the news about Jin Yinshin's scandal, his suspicious nature led him to believe that Jin Yinshin intended to use Hanyu to regain control of the Jin Shi group. Unable to contain his hatred, he grabbed Jin Yinshin by the throat. However, when Shimo pushed him away, his grandfather stumbled and fell straight down the stairs. Around the corner, Shimo witnessed everything, but he didn't understand why the two were struggling. Shimo rushed over to Jin Yinshin and frantically took his grandfather to the hospital. However, the doctors were unable to save him. Jin Yinshin's stepmother viciously told Shimo, "It's all your brother's fault. He's always had his eye on Jin Shi. Now he's colluding with the Han group's daughter, planning to take over. Your grandfather called him here specifically to address this, and he already confessed. You can never tell what someone is truly thinking." Shimo roared, punching the wall repeatedly. He truly couldn't understand. He had told his brother more than once that he would return Jin Shi to him eventually. Was his brother really that impatient? Shimo, having grown up under his grandfather's care, felt a deep connection to him. He was determined not to let his brother off the hook this time. Jin Yinshin's stepmother also hadn't forgotten. Jin Yinshin is a devil. She turned and walked out of the ward, pulling out her phone and dialing. Someone has committed murder. Not long after returning to the Jin residence, Jin Yinshin was taken to the detention center. Jin Yinshin's stepmother, completely numb, instructed Shimo, "You know what you have to do. You have to do right by your grandfather." Meanwhile, Jing Xiao waited for Jin Yinshin all day, but he never appeared. At midnight, Jin Yinshin called Jing Xiao. "Something came up at work. I have to go abroad. Take care of our daughter. Don't worry about me. My card's pin is your Anan's birth dates. The plane is about to take off. I have to turn my phone off." Jing Xiao was filled with unease. Before she could ask anything, the call abruptly ended. Elsewhere, Shimo arrived at the detention center and saw Jin Yinshin behind bars. After a long silence, Shimo slammed his fist against the bars. "Were you that impatient to get your hands on Jin Shi? You're my brother, but you never trusted me. I told you more than once that I would return Jin Shi. I won't forgive you this time. I saw you push grandfather. That's why he fell to his death. I hate sibling rivalry the most. I never thought my brother, whom I've always respected, would become like this. Even though we're brothers, I have to seek justice for grandfather now. You must be punished." Jin Yinshin smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. There was too much Shimo didn't know, and right now, Shimo wouldn't believe him anyway. His stepmother glared at him as if he were her enemy. "You jinx. You shouldn't even be alive. Otherwise, more people will die because of you, including your daughter, and you still act so guilt-free. Let's see who can help you this time. His stepmother's words sent Jin Yinshun into an abyss. The deaths of his father and brother flashed before his eyes. He thought he had forgotten the past, but he hadn't. At this moment, he lost all will to fight. Perhaps his stepmother was right. He shouldn't be alive. Depressed, Jing Xiao habitually opened her phone to check the news. But with that one glance, she saw a breaking news alert. Jin Yinshun's grandfather had passed away yesterday afternoon. Jing Xiao thought she was mistaken. Such big news. Clearly, the reporters wouldn't dare to lie. But Jing Xiao felt a chill. Since his grandfather had passed away, Jin Yinshun, as the eldest grandson, wasn't at the funeral but was abroad. Was there something she didn't know? He was once a powerful CEO, yet he had angered his own grandfather to death. Under his stepmother's manipulation, his unsuspecting younger brother had turned against him. His stepmother had even personally sent him to jail. Butler Zhang, the only one who knew Jin Yinshun's true character, didn't know how to tell Shumo. He could only cautiously remind him, "Second young master, the eldest young master isn't that kind of person. Is there a misunderstanding?" Shumo closed his eyes. "Butler Zhang, I know you watched my brother grow up, but you can't help him this time." Just as Butler Zhang was about to say something, Jin Yinshun's stepmother entered. Seeing her, Butler Zhang fell silent and left the room. Inside, Jin Yinshun's stepmother asked Shumo, "How do you plan to announce your grandfather's cause of death?" She had her own considerations. If they publicly announced that Jin Yinshun was the murderer, Jinshi's shares would undoubtedly be affected. If they didn't announce it, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in her heart. But Shumo said resolutely, "We have to tell the truth. I don't want grandfather's death to be unexplained. He should receive the punishment he deserves." Jin Yinshun's stepmother was very satisfied with his response. Outside, Butler Zhang remained deeply worried, wanting to plead for Jin Yinshun, but knowing that Jin Yinshun's stepmother wouldn't listen. No one knew the history between Jin Yinshun's stepmother and Jin Yinshun better than he did. That afternoon, Shumo held a press conference. Hearing Shumo's words, Jing Xiao trembled all over. She didn't believe that Jin Yinshun would do such a thing. Worried, she called Shumo. This time, unexpectedly, he answered, "I know what you want to say, but this time it's impossible. I can help you with anything, but not this. And as for Jing Xiao, you'd better stay out of it from now on." With those curt words, Shumo hung up. Jing Xiao held the phone tightly. He realized Shumo had changed a lot. On the other side, Lin Anya was restless, but Han Yu showed no reaction. For her, what she had gained, she had gained. Jin Yinshun's situation was of no concern to her. Helpless, Lin Anya used Jin Yinshun's shares as leverage. Only then did her mother agree to arrange for her to visit him. Seeing Jin Yinshun, Lin Anya burst into tears. "I believe you didn't kill anyone. Tell me how I can help you." Jin Yinshun simply advised Lin Anya to live her life well and said nothing more. Lin Anya wiped away her tears, her resolve firm. She loved him deeply, even to the point of giving everything she had. As Lin Anya came out, she ran into Jing Xiao. Seeing that Jing Xiao hadn't gone in, Lin Anya spoke with scorn and mockery. "Why don't you go in? What are you doing sitting in the car? You've been holding him back from the very beginning. If it weren't for you, would this have happened to him? What can you do for him? You can't even get in to see him." The gentle expression on Lin Anya's face vanished completely. Every word stabbed at Jing Xiao's wounds. "If you care about him, leave him. Just stay away from him." Jing Xiao didn't respond at all. Firstly, he felt it was unnecessary. Secondly, he was in no mood. He was very agitated. After Lin Anya left, someone escorted Jing Xiao to see Jin Yinshun. Jing Xiao was in agony. "I'll get a lawyer. You must wait for me." Jin Yinshun shook his head. "Don't bother with me. Live a good life with your daughter." "What do you mean?" Jing Xiao's expression changed, his gaze sharp. "I did kill my grandfather. It's the truth." Jing Xiao couldn't understand. His words were incomprehensible and baffling. Unbeknownst to Jing Xiao, Jin Yinshun had decided to give up and accept his fate.